Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to GP Hydro live streaming the event that is the Adelaide Winter Spectacular, the Darwin Cup, the Marge Watson, the Brett Ward Memorial as well. And we have junior boats out on the water, and we're looking forward to seeing some great racing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming on here to get the event underway once again out here at High Light Race. And as I said earlier on, joining me in commentary, Mr. Tate. Good morning, Mr. Tate. And the event's going underway now for Adelaide Waterfall, mate. Good morning, Michael. Mate, thanks for having me. What an absolutely spectacular event. And so to join me here, with yourself, mate. Also, I'm really looking forward to spending 2 days in commentary box with you and seeing some fantastic racing here at the Adelaide Speedway. And what a stunning venue. We've got two junior boats out on the water already. A couple of Victorians out there, mate, so I feel like I'm a little bit at home. Absolutely, mate. Well done, mate. Thank you so much for coming over. It's great to have you company and your expertise in what you're doing here.
No, it's fantastic to be here, mate, and we've got GP Hydro live streaming going as well, so for the people at home, it might be the first time that they've listened to your beautiful voice, Michael, so it's great to have you here, mate. But we've got the Ramsey boat out there, the Baxter Ramsey running around in the little blue machine, and we've also got Maxie Cameron, mate, I should say, in the Desperado. So we've got those kids out on the course. We're actually getting a yellow flag as we speak. So Baxter is going to come through, pick up the 1 lap to go flag, and it's great to get the kids out on the water. It's a fantastic category, this junior category, and we really love seeing the kids out there on the water. And this is Maxie's first run in this little yellow machine out there, the Desperado. So it's actually an APBA-owned boat. So if there's people out there in the crowd or watching at home and thinking that looks like great fun for the kids to go and do, the APBA actually have boats that you can borrow, and this is one of those boats. So you don't have to buy a boat. You can get set up. So you contact the APBA or your local club, and there is boats available for the kids to race, and that's exactly what Max is doing right now. Yeah, that's right. They run a shortened course, Michael. Obviously, the little boats, they do around about 40 miles an hour, so they crack along pretty well. Oh, we've had half a spin down the bottom for Ramsey. He's had a big hook. His head nearly came off there, mate. But yeah, he's gathered it back together. He's going to take the checkered flag, so it's Baxter Ramsey taking the win in the first race of the day. So, mate, we've got a massive program on board here this weekend, and really looking forward to some of these big races that we've got going. Of course, the Marge Watson, the Darwin, are the two that are very, very exciting to us.
Absolutely spot on with that. And of course, the Brett Ward OAM Memorial for Tate and the Trojan trophy this weekend, plus the full support program in the state we're on. $10,000 again prize pool this weekend. Good money for the guy weekend bill, but that's something away.
Yeah, 100%, mate. It's exactly right. So, plenty of money on offer for these guys. I mean, 10 grand's, you know, that's probably paid for a couple of drums of fuel in a methanol boat. But going to be absolutely awesome, mate. So J1s and J2s, so J3 juniors will be going out next race on the card. That first race was actually sponsored by Com-Wide Radios, mate. So. Do a fantastic job, mate. And we got the headsets on. You need to start talking into this one, or else the people on the live stream won't be able to hear you, mate. We want them to hear your beautiful voice, Michael. So. Do I detect a little bit of Kiwi in your voice, or is it just South Australian?
No, just South Australian. No Kiwi here, but
got a Maltese background, but born here in Australia. There's a few Maltese races here in around Australia with the boat racing too.
Absolutely, mate, yes. In fact, Robbie Basala, who you would have seen race many times from the Maltese background, mate. So, yes, you boys, you like your racing, don't you?
Very competitive.
What must happen in Malta, does it?
Yeah, there's racing in Malta. There's plenty of motor racing and boat racing. It's surrounded by ocean all the way around, Dave. They got no choice. They race flat out. It's good stuff. No, good stuff, absolutely.
Mate, the next race on the card is our J3s, and we've actually got B&R Junior, Intruder, Ultra Control, Ecstatic, and Little Nut. So the drivers that we got is Ella Nidri, Deegan Phelp, Darcy Phelp, Damon Bagley, and Andrew Cameron. So Andrew's brother Maxie was just out in a little yellow boat, and Andrew's father Troy had a huge crash at Yarrawonga a couple of weeks ago, and it's great to see Troy here with the two boys. He's all in one piece. He's not limping anymore, unlike me. And it's good to see him here, mate. He absolutely destroyed his boat at Yarrawonga race meeting, and was for those watching, most of the people here will have seen the footage of that. Absolutely unbelievable that he even walked away from that. One was incredible. So great to see not only Troy here, but his boys, Andrew and Maxie, here racing as well for this week.
Well, excellent. Great to hear that, Dave, and great information once again. As we were saying, from lane one, was B&R Junior from lane one with Ella behind the wheel, and from lane two, Intruder, as we were saying, with the Deegan Phillip. And from 3 is Ultra Control, as we were saying, with Darcy Phillip. From 4 is Static with Damon Bagley, and from 5, a little nuts, I like that name, Andrew Cameron. Good work, good work, Gents. They're great. They're great to have them out here.
Well, it is. His father's boat was hot nuts. I'm not quite sure whether that was a statement about Troy or not, but certainly, and I'll certainly hope that a little nuts isn't a statement about Andrew either. But maybe a little nuts as in a little crazy. So we send boats out onto the water, and so we've got Intruder, a little nuts. Oh, the orange machine, boat number 13.
Yeah, hard to pick that one up as they're disappearing away from us. But, we've got one down here that's fired and maybe shut down the engine. We'll have a look at that one out here. The crew out there to go do a saviour, but no great dramas there, Dave. We'll get it to happen.
You've
got the paperwork happening out there this morning, and well done, folks. And great to have the crowd coming in bright and early, who's coming out here for the second day this Saturday out here. Thanks for your company out here, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have you out here, and what a brilliant weekend it's going to be of action. Larger, the bigger boats coming out a bit later on out here at the same time, Dave. But let's go back to the second race for the day.
Let's have a look out there, mate. So as they line up there, we've got Ecstatic as that lead white boat there. Then and they're obviously just heading down on their warm-up lap at the moment. Intruder on the outside there. Then it's a little nuts. Then Ultra Control. And we've got one boat that doesn't want to start there, which is B&R, which is Ella Nidri. I'll tell you what, she'll be cracking it down there in the pitch.
I can hear it too. I can just hear it going off. What's wrong with me boat? Get it going.
Well, Dad is one of the greatest engine builders in circuit boat racing. So if they don't get that thing going, Ella's going to be certainly landing the desk and not wanting to pay her bill, I don't reckon.
Oh, I can understand that at the same time. That's understandable. But let's see what happens with this as they're warming up and getting ready to get a start of this race shortly.
So we send them down. Now, I haven't been here before, so I think our juniors are obviously starting down at the bridge end, as opposed to when we normally run, where we start them up the top end of the course.
Correct. From the bridge end, but the larger boats come from Millington, the inland end, and come in towards the bridge. But these guys come from this direction here, and they're getting themselves organised as they head towards the start line area, which is still a fair distance away at the moment.
So we bring them down, and I think it's going to be a self-start for the kids in this one, so should be a cracking race. White flags out. Big thank you to all our flag wavers as well. They get sore shoulders by the end of the day.
Oh, certainly, absolutely, but they're strong guys. They're real strong guys. Have a look. Let's take a look. Rightio, well, these guys should be on their way.
They are. The pedals go down. Michael, these boats don't have any trim, so all they do, they have mechanical trim, which means that they have to be trimmed in terms of the engine being trimmed in and out and getting the boat up or down out of the water. It has to be manually set before they leave the pits.
Okay.
So the crew chief needs to look at the water conditions and set the boat up to what they think it's going to be like. So very often in the first race we see boats that maybe aren't trimmed as good as they could be. I'm just watching all the boats go through there now, and I think the only one that's probably, so you can see the front three boats there, it's Ecstatic in front, back to Intruder, and then Ultra Control. All those boats running very clean at the tail. You can see the little nuts boat just at the back of the field, just running a little bit flatter and a little bit wetter, which means they've got a little bit more in trim on the boat. So I think they'll be looking at trying to get that sorted out. That's a much better setting for rough water, but at the moment the track's very nice.
Okay, and that makes sense. I understand where you're coming from. Well done. Great explanation of what goes on. Folks, listen up carefully with Dave through the weekend, and you'll understand more of what goes on out there on the water, so to speak, from small guys all the way up. We're blowing alcohol displacement entries later on. But I can see what you're saying there, Dave. Harder for the boat to push through the water because it's not very deeper in the water.
Yeah, it's more friction. So, it's less friction, more speed is the theory in any form of boat racing, That's why tunnel boats trap air, under the tunnel to get the boat lifted up on the cushion of air. It's a balance between that and blowing the boat over backwards or not having enough boat in the water to actually have some control. As we see, Ecstatic just had a little bit of a hook coming down into the bottom turn. Yellow flag comes out, and the Ecstatic machine with Damon Bagley, he's out in front doing it very nicely. Back to Intruder into second place. Then the little orange machine, which is a boat that I haven't seen before, mate, the Ultra Control, but it is Darcy Phelps. I've seen Darcy run around in some different boats before. That's a new boat, I assume, to that team, or maybe a re-livery or something along those lines.
Could be.
And Ellen Idri's got up and going, mate, so she's at least going to get this one final lap done as she comes through in the BNR, just behind young Andy Cameron.
Absolutely. I tell you what, she's not a bad driver too. She went out nice and wide, but so smooth. But the best thing is she's got the machine going, so she's a bit more happier now.
She will be happy. She'll be pretty dirty on missing the first 3 laps, but the boat's trimmed well, and she actually blasts past Andy Cameron.
I've just noticed that now on the inland end there. She turns the boys, and she's swept past one of those guys. Here's the checkered flag, though, coming up for the winner of the second round here this morning.
Damon Bagley takes a win, ladies and gentlemen, in the Ecstatic. Back to the Intruder machine with Deegan Phelps. And then into third place, it's going to be the Ultra Control with Darcy Phelps. So a ripping run from those 3 kids. And then down the back straight away, have a look at Ellen Idri, absolutely on the hard charge down the back chute, Michael.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You can see she's on a mission, maybe a little bit too late, obviously, with the problem she had. But at a later race, I think she's going to be a very, very good contender here. She's got some go behind her. Yeah,
definitely got some boat speed. There's no question about that. And Andy Cameron, he'll come good, but you can see how the engine's actually kicked in and tucked in.
Yes.
They just want to get a little bit more trim into that boat, so I'm sure they'll get that back into the pit, get a little bit of trim into it, get it sorted out, and that'll be quick.
So what we're saying, they'll be tuning the boat itself to the water.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, in the bigger boats, mate, you can trim the boat from trim buttons on the floor. In the displacement boat, you've got a cavitation plate system, which is effectively the same principle. As I said, these little boats and the 25 horsepower boats has to be set before you go out. It's another dimension.
Exactly, and well done. Great explanation of how that all works there. So they can't change nothing. Once they're out in the water, the youngsters, that's it. That boat stays the same.
Yeah, they can move their body weight around if they want to trim in.
That happen, absolutely. Kneeling right forward or coming back and getting the nose out there to get through the water, less friction, as you said earlier on.
Yep.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, no, 100%, mate. So, many years ago, no one used to run seats. They all seem to have got a bit soft these days and put seats in them. But and the purpose of not having a seat in the boat was so that you could move your weight around, weight distribution around, because it's really the only way you've got of actually trimming the boat once you're out on the course.
Yeah, really going one section harder by about to do that. They're moving your body weight around, going for broke, so to speak, to get the boat to go that little bit faster through the water. Okay, well, that race has been won and run. We'll continue on also. More boats coming out. Very, very colourful aspect here this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Looking quite good. It's a bit of a cloudy day here at Torrens Island, about 20 kilometres out of the heart of the city of Adelaide. It's for the people on live streaming this weekend. And thank you so much, of course, to GP Hydro live streaming this weekend with Scotty, Neil and Paul, and, of course, Dave Bishop and myself. I'm Michael Aegis. Wherever you might be listening and watching, thanks for joining us. And it's going to be a great weekend out here once again. And, Dave, the sun is shining at the moment, but there's a little bit of a cloud cover around the area also.
Yeah, mate, the sun's shining in beautifully in through our glasses. I need to get the sunblock out. It's actually really, really nice. So I've taken the jacket off.
I'm about to myself. Take my jumper off. It's getting quite warm in here now. Bit of a change as the morning unfolds out here, ladies and gentlemen. But nevertheless, the conditions, Dave. How's the conditions looking this morning for the boat racing? The water looks reasonably good.
Yeah, mate. It surprisingly boat racers don't want glass water.
I've heard this before.
Yeah, so the reason they don't want glass water is it becomes sticky. The boats stick down to it. So as you can see, the course at the moment, this little bit of wind chop coming through there, it's absolutely perfect. It aerates underneath the boat.
Okay.
If you have a look at the bottom of a lot of boats, particularly the offshore power boats, they use steps in the bottom of the boats. The tunnel boats do the same thing. They use steps, and these steps aerate in the air. They create air bubbles underneath the bottom of the boat. Again, it's all about friction, mate. You're trying to reduce friction. These little ripples here actually do that for you. So the blown guys really, really love this because they don't use steps under their boats.
Yes.
They like to see this little bit of ripple, which then aerates underneath the boat, mate. So
right, for me being an ex-drag racer, looking at horsepower from the engine, these guys are getting more from less friction under the boat with the water going for bright to try and get more there.
Yep.
No use to make more power. Let's make it better to get through that water.
Yeah. I mean, look, to be fair, blown alcohol boats can make as much power as they can effectively use. You know, they don't. They actually make more power than they can use, and we'll watch later on when we see a blown boat race heading out there. Thank you, Mr. Toyer. You're a legend. David Toyer just looking after me. We'll talk about him later.
Yeah, no worries.
But obviously these blown boats can make more power than they can actually use, mate. So the exciting thing for those guys when they see these sorts of conditions is that they can utilise that, and it gives them basically free top end speed.
Absolutely right. Makes sense. Well done. Good work, Davey. I tell you what, folks, you're going to enjoy this weekend. You're going to understand every little bit about the boat racing out here as it happens for the entire day. Of course, tomorrow with the running of the Darwin Gold Cup, that is synonymous with this club here in Adelaide, let alone, of course, today the Marge Watson Cup with the Brett Howard OEM coming up later on also, and you've got some more paperwork coming our way. Let's have a look at the next race coming our way. Event number 3 up on the paperwork, I believe, coming up shortly.
All right, mate, now I've got an apology to make here because I ran into the commentary box when that first race was on and I was all over the place. Baxter Ramsey normally drives the Reckless boat, which is out on the course at the moment, but it's not, mate. It's Caden Thomas. He's from the Riverland Powerboat Club, and he's an absolute ripper, mate. So he's out there. That's Caden, and he's leading over Max at the moment, so doing a good job.
Well done, and great to get that information from the pit area, and keep it up, Dave, and you're in touch with all the guys and girls here for the weekend. That'll help us in commentary get a little bit more tighter also. Yeah,
well, that was big Rolf Stanisic from All the Talk just giving me the heads up. I think he's going to give me a bit of a whack as I go through for getting that one wrong first thing this morning, mate.
He's a big fella too, mate, so don't give him too much slip, whatever you do.
Yeah, but he can't run real fast, so that's all right.
Beautiful, we can get away from him. Right, it's great to see these juniors getting around at the moment and getting around the course absolutely well. Quite a distance between first and second at the moment, but it's no great dramas there. Enjoyable to watch them getting out. They are the stars of tomorrow here for the speedboat racing here in Adelaide and of course around Australia. So nice to have them out there competing at the same time, Dave.
Now, mate, one thing that all you guys here on site need to do is you need to go and see my old mate Mark Savage at Savage Force Merchandise. He's got all the gear. He's got the stubby holders. I've already collected Louise's, so everybody that knows my partner Louise collects stubby holders. It's okay. I've already got her 3. But you need to get over there. There's hats, there's stubby holders, there's plenty of gear going on, there's T-shirts. Get on board, absolutely sensational stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, after getting it wrong in the first race, please put your hands together for Caden Thomas taking the win in Reckless, representing the Riverland Powerboat Club. Fantastic effort for him. And in only his second race, it is Maxie Cameron in the Desperado, the little Desperado, the APBA-owned boat, so fantastic for him. So good stuff, boys, on the course. And the next race that we have, mate, on our card is going to be an unlimited scratch race brought to you by CP Trucks.
Okay, from 1 will be Turn It Up with Scott Connor and Connor Patterson behind the wheel in lane 2. I believe we'll get that checked out because at the moment...
Yeah, I think we've got juniors maybe heading out again,
juniors.
mate.
No, there's still juniors out there, and we'll keep away from that one there at the moment. Let's have a look. We'll keep them up there. That's 4 and 5. No great dramas. So we'll come back to that shortly with that one there, folks.
But either way, mate, we'll get the juniors out, and looks like another run for the J3s. This is J1 and 2 at the moment.
Apparently brought to us by Marine Tyres for the weekend.
Absolutely. Marine Tyres.
Yeah, local people are around here in Adelaide, and I believe off memory, I'll just get that checked out, talking about Marine Tyres. Let me have a look and see if I can find them. That's looked after by Bob Sturm, and thanks, Bob, from Marine Tyres. You are one of the bronze sponsors for this club here in Adelaide this weekend. And big stuff from you, Bob, always supporting the Adelaide Speedboat Club here with Marine Tyres. And in fact, a bit later on, we'll go through the entire plaque of all the sponsors here that support this lovely club out here. Been going since 1935 off memory, the Adelaide Speedboat Club. Not from here for that complete time. This is about 1970 we started here, Dave.
What was that 1935 meeting like, mate?
Oh, don't know, mate. I don't know. You and me wouldn't have been around. Yeah, I know we're a bit long on the tooth here already, but no, that was way before our time. But it's great to show you how much time they've had involved with the speedboat racing here in South Australia. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, mate, as I've said to a couple of people over the journey, it's a little bit embarrassing that I actually haven't been here in my 25 years in commentating powerboat racing. So we're here now, mate, so it's pretty exciting, and what an amazing venue. Hopefully I get the call. Hopefully I don't stuff it up that badly this year that I don't get called back next year.
No, mate, you're doing well. You'll be called back here, guaranteed. Not a problem, and great to work with you, my good friend. I can see already that we're getting on very, very well and calling on good stuff out here. Adelaide people, and also guys and girls coming from interstate this weekend. A big warm welcome to them once again for coming out and supporting us out here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club. And I love the rumble in the jungle out there in the pit area. We hear those engines revving and warming up, Dave. It makes your hair start to stand up on the arms. You're an ex-boat racer. You know where I'm coming from.
I do, mate. It definitely gets the hair standing up on the back of the neck. And I always say to people, mate, if that doesn't get you excited and get the hair standing up on the back of your neck, you better go and see your doctor. You might be dead.
Big time, because nothing will. Guaranteed. And great to see such a good crowd already coming in, supporting a great event out here. Don't forget, as I said, folks, the merchandising here this weekend. All right, the merchandising, support all the guys that support this sport, the competitors, and also the club. So merchandising, Dave, you've got some words, take it away.
Yes, all right, so we've got juniors heading back out onto the course, but this is the second run for these kids now. Let's see if they've made a trim adjustment to young Andy Cameron's boat here. So see whether they've given him a little bit more trim to go on with, or whether they actually had enough time, because certainly quick turnaround between races. So we've sent them out and we'll send them down into the bottom end of the course, and we'll take a little break. Now we're just sorting our program out, folks. Our program doesn't appear to be what's actually happening, which is very unusual in a powerboat race. You know, like that's never happened before, has it? So we're just sending these kids up to the top end of the course. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back in just a moment. All right, white flag up. Junior's about to start racing, and the flag drops, and you know what stops? We're away, and Intruder gets an absolute cracker. Ecstatic on the inside there, and then the Ultra Control running out of pole 3. Andy Cameron still just with that in-trim issue a little bit. I think they need to give that boat a bit more trim. He's going out the back door fairly substantially at this moment as we go up through turn number 1 for the first time. Ecstatic leaving back to Intruder and then Ultra Control. On the far outside, a nice little run there. I think that's Ella Nidri in the BNR doing a good job after getting the boat started this time, which is an absolute bonus. And Michael, welcome back.
Absolutely, spot on there, Dave. She is a very, very competitive young lady. Have a look at her. You were right earlier on. This girl is on a mission, and I love the turn, bit of a wide turn. Let's have a look down the front lane straight. Does she make up on him? I reckon she's gaining pace already. Take a look at this.
Yeah, no, Ecstatic out in front, mate. Damon Bagley, he's going to be hard to beat here. He won race number 1, and he's looking very, very quick indeed. The Intruder with Deegan Phelp, he's running around the outside. Sometimes running around the outside can be a little bit of an advantage. You can maintain some of that momentum.
Okay.
You can see that the Ecstatic boat sort of dropping right in, holding that tight pole, but they do lose a little bit of momentum and then have to accelerate away again, even though they travel less distance than the boat around the outside. But at the moment, this Ecstatic boat just looks a little bit too good to me.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Well done. And they get through the water there, the nose right up in the air. Only the really rear of the boat is in the water. Less friction, as you were saying.
Mate, have a look at the entry speed that the Intruder boat's got. So, Intruder felt really made up 3 or 4 boat links, came right up against Ecstatic, but then Ecstatic's got that acceleration. So as they head down the, this is a real cat and mouse thing. Yellow flag comes out, 1 lap to go.
Yeah.
Just watch them coming into the top turn here, mate.
Absolutely. Here we go. Yeah, they're coming through once again.
In fact, Phelps having a little cheeky look up the inside.
Yeah, trying.
But he drops to the outside again. He's realised that's a road to nowhere, and he's going to have to try and get something done on this final corner here, Michael.
Absolutely. I have to keep an eye on them as the front 2 pairings now, the pairing in the front, I should say, coming up to their final turn to come back towards the checkered flag. And let's take a look at this here, David.
Look at the gap close up, mate.
Yeah, it does close right up.
But, oh, look, and the Ecstatic nearly comes to a stop. Damon stuffs it in that hard. It's a drag race to the line, but it is going to be Damon Bagley taking the win over the Intruder machine with Deegan Phelp. Into 3rd place is the Orange machine, which is the Ultra Control with Darcy Phelp.
Yep.
So the brothers there. And then the lady you were speaking about, mate, Ellen Idri.
Yeah, no, she's good. I like her. She's doing a great little job there and really operating the boat well. But good race. That was a nice race coming out from the juniors. Yeah,
the juniors always put on a good display. And these boats are very evenly matched. You know, they run the 15 horsepowers, and in the smaller class they're in the 9 horsepowers, the 9.9 horsepowers.
Okay.
Final boat to come through is Andy Cameron. Just lacking a bit of pace, that boat. So I can see a red flag off the course boat over there, mate. So we're getting everyone to come to a stop here. So we'll just have to find out what that's about. We may have something on the course that we need to all stop for.
Yeah, definitely. When the red flag is out, all boats must come to a stop, and you've cited that very well from the Don P. Farrell out here and all of our rescue boats at the same time. So we're keeping an eye on those guys there. You got some more information coming up here, Dave? What's happening?
Yeah, mate, obviously it's a dolphin sanctuary here, and I love a good dolphin myself, and the dolphins are pretty smart. I don't think I've ever seen one get run over by a boat, to be fair. But since 1935, mate, the Adelaide Speedboat Club's been 100% committed to establishing a safe and sustainable environment for the marine wildlife that share the river, and they work in with national parks in South Australia. So if we do get a dolphin on the course, mate, we stop racing, we make sure they're okay, and then we get back into the race.
Absolutely, yeah. We let the dolphins go through. Of course, it's their world, their sanctuary where they go through here. And if they do happen to rock up, absolutely, we stop the racing, as you said. Let them do their thing, and when they move on, we'll continue on with the racing. It's as simple as that. Well, I'll tell you, yes, Dave. Sorry, Dave. Continue away.
You're all right, mate. Oh, God, more chocolate. I don't think I can do it. I've eaten that much sugar, I'm going to bounce off the ceiling.
I need that. I need to get me going. Thank you so much from our lovely girls and guys out here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club. Well done.
Trying to make me fat up here, mate.
No, mate, you're looking good, mate. You're looking nice and trim. But I'll tell you what, it's getting quite warm in our up in the crow's nest, so to speak. We've got glass all the way around us up here, and from a coolish day outside, starting to strip off now. And I'll tell you what, it's getting warm.
Mate, I do have to say, what a fantastic setup we got here. I've commentated a lot of boat races standing up to my ankles in water. Don't worry about that. Getting rained on and all the stuff. So, I feel like a bit of a rock star up here with my own commentary box.
Beautiful. Well done to you, mate. Well done. And I don't do a lot of the boat racing. This is the only one really, maybe 1 or 2 others. I'm involved more motor racing side, drag racing and whatever. But it's good to be here, and it's got a great atmosphere. The boat racing, the fraternity, the whole guys and girls. It's brilliant stuff what these guys do. And I love being here. It's brilliant.
Yeah, no, it is fantastic. I mean, powerboat racing, and for those, obviously powerboat racing has its hardcore followers, like every sport, like drag racing.
Absolutely.
Like V8 Supercar.
Yes.
And I've been around, as you have, mate, a lot of motorsport in my life. I still don't think that there's anything, maybe top fuel dragsters.
Oh, yes.
But beyond that, blown alcohol displacement boats.
You made my hair stand up, man. You said top fuel dragsters. Yep.
But you know, it's almost a religious experience.
Absolutely, absolutely. The top fuel is 11,000 horsepower nitro burning machines. We've got a brand new drag strip getting built here in Adelaide, South Australia, Tail and Bend.
I drove past it yesterday.
Yeah, you had a good look at it?
Yeah, I didn't stop, but I will be having a little bit of a look. In fact, I'm hoping to race my car, not a drag race, but a circuit race.
Yeah, at the Bend.
I'll race my car out at the Bend in a few months' time. So, yeah, pretty excited about that. And great to see all the talk photography working hard. Matthias Stanisic, good on you, mate.
Yeah, good work, guys, good work.
Serious operator. He'll chop all this in the cutting room floor. Probably.
That's okay. That's all right. We understand.
Like
we understand.
All right, mate, we'll take a short break while we're just getting this red flag situation cleared up. We'll be back with more racing in just a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, we've got a special guest has rolled into the commentary box. We've just kicked Mick out, and we've got Laurie Candu. So, rolling in, mate, and I know that the next group of races we've got coming up, 2 heats of the Trojan, and we've also got guys warming up prior to that, so we're going to see those guys heading out. Mate, explain a little. This is obviously a trophy that's very close to your heart, and you guys have been pushing this trophy, you know, for quite a few years now, and it's something that... Talking to Connor Patterson actually this morning, it's the only reason he's here is to win the Trojan. So, mate, tell us a little bit about the Trojan and what your connection is and what it's all about, please.
The Trojan's about Larry Martin. Unfortunately, he had an accident in Bundaberg. This is our 19th year of running this race for him. The first, I think it was 5 years, the race was run at Bundaberg with Bundy Thunder, and then when that folded, with help from a lot of sponsors and people around the circuit racing world, we turned it into a series. So this is round 3, the last round. We started off at Raven Terrace. We had 9 boats there. A month or so ago, we're at Yarrawonga with the EC Griffith Cup.
Yep.
And finally today here with the Marge, the Brett Howard and the Dawn. So, you know, pretty special.
Yeah, the Brett Howard's going to be a good one as well, isn't it? I mean, that's going to be 2 6-litre boats, 2 blown boats and a couple of outboards. So I'm sure the 6-litre boys will be very keen to get their hands on that one also. But the Trojan, mate, this has become the premier 6-litre race for Australia. And 6-litre boats are one of the premier categories. I mean, everyone loves the blown boats, but gee, the 6-litre boats, A, half the time they beat the blown boats, and B, just the preparation and the turnout of these boats is phenomenal, isn't it?
Oh, most definitely, Bisho. The introduction of NASCAR-style engines has changed 6-litre racing.
Yeah.
You know, these things are making, you know, I've heard 1,000 horsepower, you know, on pump fuel sort of thing. So,
yeah, and 9,000 RPM. Yeah.
So, you know, they're reliable. Their big advantage is quick in and out of corners. So, you know, if the blown boats have a couple of hops, they sneak up at the inside, and then it's a real drag race to the end.
Yeah, it's interesting, mate. And I was speaking to Connor again this morning. I said, well, you know, he said, we're here for the Trojan. I said, are you going to step up, you know, and do some of the blown stuff? And he said, only if I win the Trojan. After that's done, he's in for everything. But so that's what this trophy means to these 6-litre guys.
Oh, most definitely. And it's a 3-horse race. There's Connor, Craig Lewis and Michael Newton, and I think there's about 50 or 60 points between them. So if somebody has a bad day, doesn't finish a heat or something like that, they can go from first to the third or fourth or fifth pretty quickly.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, Craig Lewis, I mean, he's been around for about 200 years now. He's just been an absolute sensation. But his boat this year, to me, it's gone next level, I feel like. And it might just be me, but mate, the Image boat is just absolutely stonking at the moment.
Yeah, well, Craig is actually their first winner of the Trojan back in 19 years ago. I'm not really
it's a long time ago.
And Craig doesn't always have the fastest boat, but he makes up for it with his ability to drive. If you have a look at him drive, the corners probably cleaner and better than most.
Yeah, absolutely, and comes down from Queensland. It's a pretty big effort, isn't it?
He travels everywhere, people like him that support not only this race but this club. That's what the whole sport's about.
Oh, fantastic. Hey, Laurie, thanks for coming up and chatting with me, mate. I know this is really close to your heart. You always come up when the Trojan's on. It's always good to have a chat with you. And just let the fans on the bank and the hundreds of thousands of people that are watching at home and overseas on GP Hydro live streaming know what it's all about, why we're doing it, and now they know that these next two heats are absolutely critical for the Trojan.
Oh, most definitely, Bisho. So I've talked to all the boys. They're all keen. They all want to put their best foot forward and try to get a win, obviously.
Good on you, Laurie. Thanks heaps for coming up, mate, and hopefully you have a great weekend yourself.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Good on you, mate. Thank you.
Well, hello everybody and welcome to the Darwin Marge Watson weekend, the major weekend for the Adelaide Speedboat Club here at what is a sensational venue. I'm here with my old mate Raffle Stanisic from All the Talk Photography, and there's plenty going on this weekend, Raffle.
Oh, there certainly is. Amongst this cold weather which we're experiencing at the moment, the action's going to be hot.
It is, mate. We've got a lot of major trophies, as I just mentioned. The Darwin is an unlimited race. We're going to see inboards versus outboards. That's going to be red hot. Always great to see Craig Bailey roll in with the methanol-sucking animal.
I think that's the race of the year that everyone around Australia wants to see, is the race between the F1s and the blown boats. And I think that's the reason why Craig Bailey comes back year after year, is because it's the best race.
And absolutely, we're so looking forward to that. So many blown boats here, and of course the Marge Watson, mate. So we got the boys checking the mic here. So sorry about that, folks at home. But we've got the Marge Watson, of course, which for blown displacements, it's the Holy Grail.
Yeah, we've got about 10 blown boats currently they're going to be entering it. 7 6 litres. We lost a couple blown boats yesterday, which is unfortunate, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. But the quality of the boats that are remaining are fantastic.
Some other trophies going on, mate. The Brett Howard as well. You mentioned a little bit about that to me earlier this morning. Tell us a little bit about that and the fans at home.
The Brett Howard is obviously named after Brett Howard, who used to be an absolute legend here at the club. Used to be an Australian referee for the APBA, and he left a real big legacy here in the Adelaide Speedboat Club. His son Chad, who's Cliff Clifton on Facebook.
Well, you shouldn't give those secrets away, Rolf.
Everyone knows, you can't miss them anyway. The Adelaide Speedboat Club thought about the trophy. He was happy to accept the gratitude of the club to have the trophy. Now, it involves 6 boats. 2 blown boats, 2 6-litre boats, and 2 F1s, and Chad has the pick of them. So he's the one that picks them. It's like an invitational race.
That is awesome, mate. So we're really looking forward to that. I'm not sure, is that today or tomorrow, Rolf?
Hopefully today. And also, just to give you, it's been run only twice before. We had Palmer win it last year, an outlaw, and Craig Bailey the year before that.
Well, there you go, a blown boat and an outboard boat, so 1 all. So it's going to be who can get up this weekend, mate. Of course, the Frank Lindsay, we've got Frank, obviously a legend of this club and of powerboat racing here in South Australia. We're going to see a great tribute to him today as well. The boat's going to be on static display here in the pits, and tomorrow is the day where Dave Clark will bring it out for a few laps around the thing, around the course here, and we're going to have a little tribute to him on the GP live stream, Hydro live streaming. So I won't say much more about it. Just watch it. Mate, my first time here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club. We're super excited. Look at Rolfie, he's jumping out of his skin over here. He's in his home territory. He slept in his own bed last night, so he's ready to go. Hey, we hope you enjoy the GP Hydro live streaming all weekend. We'll see you out on the water very soon. Simon Troy, welcome to Adelaide. You had a big day yesterday. Let's hear about that, please.
Yeah, mate, it wasn't probably the best start to a weekend. We went out there first boat yesterday and just warming up to things, and found some rollers down this far end and had a big flat spin and backed it in backwards. So really wasn't the greatest start, but that's the way it worked out yesterday.
Any damage to the boat, mate?
Nah, nothing too bad. Just a couple of springs and clips and bits and pieces. So we got that all sorted, and we're good to go again today. We had quite a few runs yesterday afternoon, making sure things were good.
Pulling big G's in these boats, just in the corners generally. When you have a spin like that, I imagine it's pretty hard on the body.
Yeah, mate, it was probably harder than I thought it would be. Bit sore on the back and legs today, so that's just all part of it. But yeah, we pull 3-4 G's in a turn normally, so that probably was getting close to double figures maybe yesterday. I don't know. It was pretty big.
Yeah, it was a big spin out. We got it on GP Hydro live stream, so you can watch that one back. I always say if you're going to spin a boat out or crash one, you want to do it in front of a camera.
I don't know if I really want to do it in front of the camera, in front of everyone, but anyway, that's the way it worked out. I did watch it a few times last night just to get a bit more of an understanding of what happened and just understand, so make sure I don't do it again and learn from it, and we'll move on.
Traditionally, mate, you run in the Formula 1 Grand Prix Series in Australia, doing very well in that. What's the attraction of this weekend for you?
Mate, it's just the best of the best turn up here, The blown boats are here, and I want to stick it to them and give it our best shot and try and win the Darwin. I've come over here for years and years with Craig and Reese and had a lot of success with them, and I'd like to stick my name on the trophy as well.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about the power plant on the boat.
Yeah, mate, it's a 2.5 litre F1 motor, basically. We've stepped up to methanol this weekend, so we're sort of having a real go and trying to get as much as we can out of it and chase those big blowers around.
It's going to be awesome. A few sponsors help you along the way, I assume.
Yeah, mate, got a massive support network. So Mainline Dynos is naming right sponsor, and they're always backing me and making sure I get here. Then there's a cast of thousands that's helped me, so I'm very lucky with everyone that jumps on board and helps me out.
Well, mate, it's a great weekend. I'm glad you're up and about and still ready to go. The boat looks spectacular. Good luck this weekend, Simon.
Thank you very much, mate.
One of the red-hot favourites for this weekend, Brett Shepherd, Unleashed. Mate, the boat's been repaired. It's been a pretty big couple of months for you.
Yeah, at least the last week has been big. Go and pick the boat up, put the engine in and get it all prepared for here. Still did a lot of work on it yesterday just to get it up to scratch. But, yeah, we did 2 laps yesterday. All looks good.
Yeah, tell the people just at home, obviously Raymond Terrace had an incident, had a coming together with another boat.
Yeah, nobody's fault there. Just blower belt broke right on the corner, and I sort of drifted into the corner and drifted a little bit across into Nathan's way. He sort of comes around the corner and doesn't see me and just runs into me. So, yeah, it was just an incident, nobody's fault. But, yeah, put a nice size hole in the side of the boat.
Good to see we haven't lost our sense of humour here, mate. Matty will be able to pound in on that. No park any time.
Yeah, that's it. That means forever.
That's obviously where the two boats came together. Tell us a little bit about the repair and how the guys go about that and who did that for you.
Oh, Rob and Gary did it up at Child's Play. It was pretty complicated. I know just from looking at the pictures, he actually took a mould off of the side of another boat and then stuck that to the outside of my boat, and then worked from the inside and repaired all the bottom, so this part from the inside. And he did the top a different way, like he grafted the piece and laid it in, then repaired it from the bottom. But if you had a look, like when I got there I thought, well, where was it? Like you just can't see. He's done a magic job. Like they're the best.
It is incredible, mate. It just looks like a brand new boat. The boat always turned out beautifully. Big job, obviously, engine-wise, mechanically, the boat's all good to go?
Yeah, well, at Raymond Terrace, I broke the blower belt. I mean, we changed pulleys up there, so we still weren't sure whether we'd over-tension it or we'd run it too loose. Anyway, so the engine itself was running good there, so we've really just dropped that back in. Sort of went over it all yesterday and give it a run, and everything seems good. So, yeah, everything else looks like we're right to go.
I got asked last night from one of my guys, who's my pick, and I said, well, you know, Unleash has got to be one of the top ones. Do you feel that pressure from people coming in as, you know, one of the top boats?
Not really. I mean, like I said to my son this morning, you still got to finish, you got to drive well, you got to get a good start, you can't hit the buoys, you can't spin it. So everything's still got to go pretty well to win it. Like, it's not think, oh yeah, I'm going to go out there and kick everyone's ass sort of thing. I'm definitely got some pressure on you. A little bit of added pressure, but not really. I haven't won it for, I think, over 14 years since I've won it. So it's a long dry spell.
Well, mate, good luck this weekend. You've worked pretty hard. The boys have done a great job. The boat looks great, and you're always one of the crowd favourites. So good luck, and no pressure until I mentioned it, I suppose.
No, not really. So hopefully we win.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate. Bye.
Well, Trevor Stanley in the Mongoose, one of the red-hot competitors for many years over here in South Australia. Nice to be home.
It is. Hopefully the weather's a little bit better today than it was yesterday. It was a bit wet and woolly.
Yeah, tell me about that. I mean, you're in a cockpit, and we'll talk about that because you haven't been in a cockpit for too long, but fogging up is an issue?
Yeah, I mean, if you get in there and you're a little bit damp and you've got the heat of the engine, your body heat, they do tend to fog the windscreens. We've got some anti-fog rubbed on the windows, so hopefully it keeps it at bay for us.
You had a run yesterday, mate. The boat looked pretty good. Were you happy with your run?
We had a lot of problems yesterday. One of them of our own making, went out too rich and it broke a blower belt. And the second run, where the blower belt had whacked the fuel fitting, it had undone it and we didn't realise, so it ran out of fuel at the top end there and cut it out. So
yeah, we saw it get towed in. I wasn't sure whether you were just doing a plug check or what was happening there, but lost fuel pressure.
Yeah, just lost fuel pressure and, yeah, cut out.
Well, mate, the boat looks fantastic. I mean, you haven't been driving this boat a long time. Are you getting the feel for it?
Yeah, it's the only second time out in the boat. You know, it's probably not a good meeting to debut at when there's all these big guys here, but yeah, we'll just keep working on it, chipping away. We'll go around, make up some numbers.
Well, mate, it looks fantastic. You're one of the stalwarts of the club. We wish you all the best this weekend.
Thanks very much.
Good on you, mate. Well, Blake Ramsey, we're getting down to the business end of the season now. Marge Watson, Darwin, this is big time for blown boat drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the holy grail of displacement racing as far as I'm concerned. I think I first watched a Marge Watson up at Dargle actually back in the late 90s. I was only 15 years old at the time, and I said then, I want it and I want to go and get one. And here we are. This is probably my third crack at it, I think. Once with the 6 litre and the second time with this. And yeah, we'll give it everything, mate.
Mate, the boat's just been improving. You had an awesome Griffith Cup. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, look, I think my journey in blown boat racing has been 2 years now, and we've just been creeping up on it. A little bit of boat setup, but only a little bit at a time, really working on me as a driver. You know, being able to, like you say all the time on the commentary, being able to accelerate out of the corners is the key. I think that's where you win and lose races, not really on the top end so much. And so for me, that's just what I'm focusing on, driving better and just getting around the lap as quick as I possibly can.
The people at home, they probably don't understand the balance. Let's talk about that a little bit, you know, cavitation plate versus throttle control.
Yeah, well, absolutely. You know, you got your left foot trying to stop the boat and your right foot trying to make it go, and you got to get that connection right. And different tracks is different too. Like at Yarrawonga, being able to hold the power down such a long, wide turn, then your exit speed's different and the boat behaviour is a little bit different as well. So the track makes a bit of a difference too.
Oh, what about this track, mate? Very different to a lot of the other places that you race at?
Yeah, this track, as I said, I've been here, I think this is my third time here. Great track, what they say, 650 metre straight, so decent straights. 2-buoy turns, which are a little bit tight, depending on how some of the drivers take it, I guess. But yeah, and it's a great event. You know, it's four wide boat ramp, or 5 or 6. Like, it's huge. Beautiful viewing area, grasslands there. The crowd's always good. It's a super event here.
Now, you race against your brother Tate, obviously. How does that go? I don't think you two guys have had any issues with each other on the course yet.
Not yet. To be honest, I nearly knocked him out there at Raymond Terrace. I had a problem with the boat and nearly T-boned him. But yeah, apart from that, I think we respect each other as drivers, but we are just another number to each other, and we do want to beat each other just like we want to beat every other driver that's out there. But you know, we're pretty similar in a way in terms of our thinking, and we obviously get along really well. The boats are in Tate's shed. You know, he looks after me. His father-in-law looks after me with the transporter and Darren Transport. So you know, it's just a big family event sort of thing for us. But yeah, there's no issues between Tate and I, but we'll fight each other to the line, that's for sure.
We love it, mate. We love the way you boys go about it. We love it, you know, just the professionalism of your operation. Hope you have a great weekend here and you can put the Holy Grail in the trophy cabinet.
Oh, well, that's what we're going to, you know, have a crack at. So thank you very much for your support. Thanks to Clarkey for, you know, putting this on show for us. And, you know, hopefully we as drivers and boat owners can make it a good show.
Well done, Blake.
Cool. Thanks, Bisho. Thanks, everyone.
Well, Tate Ramsey, Reckless, mate, here for the Holy Grail. This is the big one for you guys.
Absolutely. We've been hanging out for this one for a long time. It's the pinnacle of boat racing, displacement racing more so. Very excited to get here. Quality field, blown boats, 6 litres, great support classes, so really excited.
Mate, you've had an up and down season. Tell us about that so far.
It's been a challenging season. I have learned to probably drive again in a way, stepping up from the 6 litre to the unlimited class. That's been a challenge in itself, plus chasing a little bit of setup. It's easy to blame the boat, but the driver's had a fair bit to do with it, so starting to get our head around it now. I've changed the way I'm going about it. A few, obviously, changes to the boat, some obvious, some not so obvious, so yeah, it's starting to come together now.
Obviously out there racing with your brother Blake, 2 boats. Are the boats similar?
Not too much between them all. Aesthetically, to look at, the cells are different, obviously. Mine's a Malcolm Jamison cell, Blake's is a Child's Play cell. That aside, all the running gear's the same except for the blower. Just running 2 different blowers, that's about it.
So does that obviously aid you with setup? You can feed off each other?
Yeah, we do. Yeah. We obviously do feed off each other when it comes to setup and plates and props and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it helps.
So if you get a little advantage over him, do you keep that one on the secret, mate?
No. Well, I'm the crash test dummy, so I try it out, and if it works, he pinches me ideas. So it's all good.
Mate, this is a big weekend. A lot of big blown boats. What's your mindset? What's the process this weekend?
Basically, just go out there and just keep to myself. Sort of be a little bit. What would you say? Not oblivious, but just try and put everything outside of your own control. Just put it out of your mind. Just worrying about how I go about it, how I drive, and yeah, just concentrate on getting around myself. So.
It's a big weekend, mate. We hope you do really well. We love the way you guys go about it, and we hope you do well on the track, mate.
Appreciate it, Bish. Thank you. Good on you.
Darren Robinson, the wild child, mate. Welcome to the Darwin Cup. This is the Holy Grail for you boys.
Yeah, this is what we come here for, to get the Darwin and the Marj, 2 of the most coveted trophies in Australia. I suppose the Marge is more personal for me because it's just all about blown boat racing and something I've never won. I think I won every other trophy that you can win in Australia apart from the Marge Watson, so I'd love to walk away with it over the next couple of days.
Yeah, mate, you say that. The boat's been fantastic over quite a few years now, and, you have won so much stuff. Do you feel pressure coming in, to this particular race?
Too old to feel pressure now, so we're just doing it for fun, and we pick up a win, That's the attitude you got to have. Younger days, when we first got the boat set up, I wanted to win everything, and you get really disappointed when you don't. So it's not the right attitude to bring to a racetrack meeting. Best preparation we can do, and then put in your best laps, and if it comes off, it comes off. That's the way we go about it these days.
Yeah, it's a good attitude, mate. It's amateur sport at the end of the day. We're doing it for fun because I'm tipping no one's paying for this for you.
No. This is a lifelong legacy. It's a legacy of kids having no money after I've gone and spending on the parents' inheritance before you get it. So it's a bit like that. So it's all self-funded. And great crew of blokes that all work for free, so you wouldn't do it any other way.
Yeah, it's awesome, mate. The boat's always turned out beautifully. You had a run yesterday. How was it? Yeah,
we've got a brand new motor that I've been waiting 2 years for. So B&R Engines have finally delivered on that. Not all Brett's fault. It's getting parts over the last couple of years near impossible. So we ordered the block for this motor in Easter in 2021, and all the components we ordered shortly after that, and they've only just sort of all arrived here in Australia. So it's very frustrating to be running around watching guys that are going a little bit faster than you, and you've got the gear coming, but you just haven't got it here. So we've got a new motor. We've done a bit of testing in Melbourne. Probably would have liked to have had another race meeting before I come to this one for testing, but went out all right yesterday, and we pulled some nice numbers, and we've got a few tricks up our sleeves for today, so we'll see what happens.
Tell us a little bit, just Reader's Digest version obviously, but major differences between this engine and your previous engine. A
little bit more compression ratio in it, probably up a couple of 2-to-1s or 2-to-1 more, and then a slightly bigger engine block. So we're running a 510 cube now. We were running 480s before that, and the extra 30 cubes just feels nice out of the corner, and the high compression gives us a bit more top end. So it's just going to be a little bit quicker than what it was last time we run down in Tassie. So
boat's always fast, it's always reliable, mate. We're looking forward to seeing you out there. Good luck this weekend.
Thanks a lot, and good luck to everyone else.
Thanks, Des. Darren Robinson, the wild child, mate. Welcome. I'm just down here in the pits, and one of the big disappointments for this weekend, Chris Palmer's Outlaw Racing. Chris not here at the moment. It's pretty early Saturday morning in the pits, and there's no reason for these boys to be here. Unfortunately, yesterday the engine threw a rod right through the sump and has basically destroyed itself. Chris actually tried to buy a couple of engines. He tried to buy Dave Clark's spare engine, but Dave reckons he needs it for this weekend. Fair enough too. So unfortunately, we're not going to see Chris Palmer's Outlaw Racing at this year's Marge Watson and Darwin Cup. Very disappointing, but that's powerboat racing. Well, Dave Clark, Mr. Tough Enough, Mr. Adelaide Speedboat Club at the moment. Welcome. This must be a pretty special weekend for you.
Look, it is. Everyone's put a lot of effort into making the club what it is today, and it's great to see the support from all the guys around the country to come and support our club in the Marge Watson and Darwin Gold Cup. It's fantastic.
Now, I hear a little rumour, mate, that there might have been a guy trying to buy your spare engine yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. But unfortunately, it doesn't fit. So it was too much work for Chris to be able to do that. Which is very disappointing and upsetting for him. It's a lot of big effort to come from Tasmania, but unfortunately sometimes that's racing and that's what it is.
Mate, this one's the holy grail. We've got a lot of good blown boats here. What's your mindset coming into this one?
For myself, just focus and do the best I can, really. I mean, you've got to have a bit of luck as well. So, but the boat's ready to go, and hopefully I can keep it all together and just try the best I can and see how we go.
You've been running this boat a long time now, mate. Is it like putting on an old glove now when you sit into the cockpit?
Oh, it is. I mean, I bought it in 2001 and just campaigned the boat for the last 20-something years. It's still a good boat. It doesn't have the technology like the new 21-foot Child's Place. But you know what? I'm having fun. I've been doing it a long time, and I just enjoy it. What I get, I get.
I think when you've run a boat for that long, you get so much development into it. You understand the boat.
Yeah, 100%. And look, when Louis had the boat, that was a one of a kind against other crafts. A lot of technology as far as setting up the way the engine sets and everything else. It's been a dream to drive. I have good days and bad days, but the main thing I just try and have some fun. And what we've done is we haven't really changed a lot. We've changed a few things to make it better, but which is good. Otherwise, the boat's fine.
Well, mate, this is my first time at the Adelaide Speedboat. You've got a fantastic setup here. It's really exciting. We hope you do well this weekend.
Thanks, mate. Thank you very much.
Everybody on the live stream as well. So we've got the Titan out on the drink at the moment, Michael, and just getting a little bit of heat into that beautiful little 2.5 litre Mercury two-stroke.
Absolutely good to see Titan out there, and people think, oh, that's a smaller engine out there, but when that boat gets a wide open throttle, he's got some great pace out there on board that boat once again, Dave.
Yeah, it's these boats, capable of running up into those 120, 130 mile an hour brackets. So it's certainly pretty bloody quick and a little outboard boat. There's no doubt about that. It's Dave Slattery, of course, the driver of this particular machine, and he'll just be going out, mate. They want to get gearbox oil temperature into these boats. They run what they call either a Mark 4 or a Mark 6 Mercury Racing Quickfoot. It's a very small gearbox, very small gears, and the reason for that is hydrodynamics.
Okay, yes,
obviously. They're trying to strike that nice balance between being able to obviously absorb and handle the power that these engines make around about 400 horsepower, but also making the piece smaller nicely. So they want to make sure that the gear oil's nice and warm.
Yep.
They want to be up to operating temperature, and of course these guys, propellers is a massive thing for these guys. So propellers, and from your world, car world, is much like your diff.
Yeah,
gearbox,
absolutely, yes.
And of course your tyre combination. So it's all of that rolled into one in a powerboat. So
absolutely, and 400 horsepower and something like that doesn't sound much. The other go like the Blaze, like you said, 120, 130 mile per hour. That's going.
Oh yeah, well, mate, I'm the Mercury man, so tall, dark and handsome on any trench.
Oh yes, okay. Great description there, Dave. Love that. But good to see the guys out there at the moment, just as you said, warming up that piece of machinery. Well done to these guys.
Yeah, so the Titan just out there. We're going to see a few other boats doing some warm-ups, mate, as we head on into the next race that's going to be on the card is the Trojan, 6 litre, another heat one, race one for the Trojan, so that's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, no, spot on, absolutely, and some of these guys will be coming out. I think we've got maybe 6 or 7 boats going to come out and have a few practice shots at the same time beforehand, I believe, Dave, but we'll hear, of course, from race control about that, but we'll keep an eye on everything that's happening out there on the water.
Yeah, conditions looking really good, Michael, at the moment. Tide looks like it's in nicely. It's an interesting venue, isn't it? We've got to wait for the tide to come in before we can go racing.
Spot on, man. Spot on. You got it right there, Dave. And without the tide here, nothing happens. And it's not a real deep river, but you can have a look out there right now. The tide's almost there. It's not a full tide as yet, but ample water now to have the racing out. They've got all the particular boys in the right spots to show the drivers with the shallow pass. Don't go past that boy over there, otherwise you're going to be in trouble. But apart from that, things are looking good and the tide's coming in.
Yeah, looking good. Just casting my eye across to the boat ramp at the moment, and I can see Reckless going into the water. So that's Tate Ramsey. Tate and Blake run a very, very switched-on operation, mate. 2-boat team, of course, that boat there, the Reckless, and Destiny, which his brother Blake runs. And they've been campaigning these 2 boats for about 2 seasons now.
Okay.
And really starting to get a handle on them as well. Blake's had a little bit of a tough season with a little bingle and some other bits and pieces. Blake is really at Yarrawonga at the last race meeting. Absolutely stepped it up. In fact, came through second in the cup. So
great result for those guys. They'll be wrapped in that.
Yeah, they will. But this is the holy grail for blown displacement drivers. The Marge Watson's the one they all want.
Yes.
And that's what they're here for. And I spoke to both the boys this morning, and I said, how does it go at home, being 2 brothers and racing against each other? And I said they're still talking to each other at the moment, but anything could change at any minute, I reckon.
I'd understand that too when it comes to a boat racing for sure. Well done to these guys. I love the look of this boat here. The shape of it, the sound of it, you name it. These are a great team. Good guys.
Yeah, the Ramsey boys, absolutely sensational. And that's Tate. So Tate's a ranger. He's a mad ranger. So
is he?
They're a little bit fiery, the rangers.
They are. Absolutely. All right.
He fires up a little bit. His brother Blake's got the dark hair, so he doesn't seem quite as fiery as Tate, but they're very similar in a lot of ways, but they're very different in a few other ways, mate. But it's good to have these boys both out there, and absolutely love and respect this team. They are absolutely hard at it, and they are Victorians too, mate.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand that we call them in the drag racing world, but the Mexicans.
That's
the
right.
Mexicans,
Yeah,
you guys. But I tell you what, we've had, even with drag racing, from South Australia to Victoria, and Victorians have always been very, very strong teams. So when they come over to Adelaide, we've got to be right on our toes to make sure we can keep up with them and try and even beat them, you know. But nah, it's good stuff, and great to see the competition between the guys and girls enjoying, but still on the serious side.
Yeah, absolutely. These boys are very serious about their racing, and these boats have actually been, you know, traditionally blown alcohol boats are known for a little bit of unreliability.
Oh, yeah.
They're under so much strain, you know, but these two boats, the Destiny and this particular boat, have both been very, very, just looked like it was throwing up a bit of an odd spray, but no, it looks good to me, mate. He'll get, again, this is all about gearbox temperature, engine oil temperature, fuel pressures, water temperatures as well, which is really critical in these boats. So you can't lean on these alcohol boats until everything's within the parameters that you want.
Yeah, no difference in the drag racing. We've seen, of course, same idea with the engines and gearboxes and differentials. We warm them up same way, only on the bitumen, on the drag strip or in the pitch actually jacked up and so forth. But you've got to be warm, if not, you're looking for trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got the boat, you're stuck in it, you've got the biggest racing.
Exactly what I was going to say. You guys are laughing. We've got a radiator around about, I don't know, half a metre square, if that at the best. Here, you've got the coolest fresh water and non-stop supply.
You've got non-stop supply, but interestingly, mate, different things to try and actually get some water temperature into them. A lot of these guys will plumb the water in through the oil cooler first before it gets to the engine.
Okay.
The oil cooler actually heats the oil up before it goes into the engine, so it doesn't get that really cold charge of water. So there's a lot of different things in both. He's starting to lean on it now. It sounds good as it always does.
Absolutely. He caught my ear as you were chatting away and explaining exactly. He's definitely starting to lean on it there. It sounds nice. Have a look at that. It's not a bad thing. It's good. It sounds strong.
Yeah, it does sound strong. These boys are always strong, like, you know. And the thing about these two boats is...
a bit of rock and roll.
And mate, just watching that there, what I did the uproar. For those of you that haven't seen playing boats before, what you want to do is watch these guys on the engine reports, because the crucial part of running a blown boat is being able to put the pedals down without the boat pulling through. That was perfect.
The thing with that, David, you explain that though, as you said, that was perfect, but under race control conditions, when they've got other guys beside them, things change.
Oh, and your head's up and you're hot and bothered.
Exactly.
You can see Tate come out of the top corner here really nice. On the previous lap, you saw the boat throw itself up right.
Absolutely.
That's a propellant there.
Yeah.
So obviously the shafts of these boats come out at, 15, 20 degree angles.
Yeah.
So they're actually trying to drive the boat up into the air instead of forward. And with the torque of the propeller, we're also trying to throw the boat on its side. And that's what we saw out there. It drove up, came up, it corkscrewed itself over, landed on its side. That's a balancing act between getting on the cavitation plates and holding the nose of the boat down whilst accelerating, but getting that balance right. It sounds really easy sitting in the cockpit talking about it.
You make it sound easy, but getting out there driving, it'll be another story, another world. And I'm thinking that with our spec, I was thinking, wow, he makes it sound so easy, but getting out there and jumping on board, you'll be going, how do you do it? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, ex-boat racer, you know what I'm saying.
Mate, they're impressive.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Very physically.
Yep.
Need to be strong to drive these boats, you know. It's not a sport for the faint-hearted, there's no doubt about that.
Absolutely, no, great description there, David. Well done, of course, folks. Dave Bishop and myself, Michael A, just enjoying ourselves here in the commentary for day 2 this weekend of a 3-day weekend at the Adelaide Speedboat Club. The winter spectacular here this weekend, and I tell you what, Dave, there's going to be some action. This water's going to be churning a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm so keen, mate. It's, as I say, again, my first time here, so what a terrific venue. The course looks absolutely magnificent. As I said to you before, mate, that little bit of wind shot, that's absolutely ideal. It doesn't come up too hard, but... Okay.
Oh yes, yeah, the Rudness of Mark Everardi, a good guy. He rings me from Outlaw Speed Shop where I work during the week, supplying a lot of the parts to the guys here in Adelaide and Australia wide, and Mark is forever on the phone and that, Mike, I need this, I need that, desperate, urgent. You know, he's a NASCAR style engine guy, and he works those engines pretty hard out there, 8,500, 9,000 RPM things, and you know, they're working, they're revving, and they do use things up.
Yeah, they do, mate, they do. He's running, obviously, for the Trojan as well.
Yep.
I think points-wise, he's probably not in the hunt, but what he's going to try and do is make everybody's lives hard. Right there on the starboard side, there's got plenty of power this thing.
Yeah, plenty of go out there, and you saw it twist up then, as you were seeing, and I should say. Good to see Mark back out here, a very tough competitor, and he has opportunity maybe this weekend to do quite well.
Up there as it comes through, but that boat looks really set, and it's maybe a little bit lively, mate, but I think that's better than it being doughy. It's certainly got lots to go about.
Oh, again. He's turned the boat, as you said, under the torque down there when he opened up that throttle, and I've never seen an actual boat do that. I've watched this guy many times in previous seasons, and never quite as much. I know he hurt the engine, has redone things in it. Maybe he's found a little bit more horsepower here and there. So I think you'd be happy with the performance of that boat at the moment, but he does need to try and keep it a little bit tidier than what we've just seen, because fair dinkum, the turn-it-ups of the world, the Connor Pattersons will be all over you if you make a mistake and throw the boat up on its side. Spot on, you're a great referee there, mate. You're right in the fine tune, and Mark was listening to that. He said, man, this guy's got me right on board and exactly what's happening out there. But Mark's sounding good and sounding very, very strong. We wish him all the best, mate, with the rest of the weekend. Yeah, engine-wise, that boat sounds really, really strong. Oh, yeah, absolutely. They might widen those cabs down just a little bit, or he might just have to get on them a little bit harder, but no big problems, I don't think, with that boat. It looks really good. Yeah, well done. Well done to you, Mark, and he'll be coming back to the shoreline, I believe, now, and yeah, definitely on a quite a nice early afternoon out here, Dave. The sun is shining at the moment for the guys in live stream land. Beautiful place here in Adelaide, only about 20 kilometres from the heart of the CBD here at this particular venue. It's a great place to be at. It really is, mate. You know, we don't have a lot of powerboat racing venues that are in capital cities. Yes. It's harder and harder to do, and I know it's getting harder to do here as well. But, you know, it's such a historic, fantastic venue, and, you know, massive shout-out to blokes like Frank Lindsay, you know. Oh, Frank, that, you know, really built this club up to what it is today, and unfortunately we lost Frank this year, and we've got a good tribute happening for him tomorrow as well, so I'm pretty excited about that. Spot on, mate, spot on. He was a genuine guy, that guy, man, and in his heyday everyone spoke about Frank Lindsay. Yes. Everyone spoke about him, you know, and early, even the drag races. They didn't know me too many boat races, but who's this Frank Lindsay though? This guy, he is a goer, mate, and his name is well known right around South Australia. Yeah, and look, not just there, mate. I grew up, obviously, I'm Victorian, and don't hold that against me, folks, while I'm here. But it's all right, guys. I'll throw him out the window if you're not happy, but it's all good. Not a great brother. I might need a police escort out. I grew up around Lake Eppalock and the Victorian Speedboat Club, and, you know, Frank was very, very well known. You know, in the VSBC, and also up, you know, the East Coast, you know, because the Dargle, you know, winds are even up into Queensland as well. Frank raced all over the country, so a great man and a great legacy to the club. We all check out at some point, mate. Absolutely. Or you can hope for check out, man. You're right. Yeah, Greg Flaherty, and that's a name that's synonymous with drag racing. Greg used to look after the engine for Frank Lindsay. Tomorrow coming out, Margie, Frank's wife will be coming out, and Clarkie, Dave Clark, he purchased the boat, he's refurbished the whole thing. Yeah, looks fantastic. It does, and it's running like a clock, and it's left or made exactly as it was 27 years ago. Yep. And we'll see it unveiled and out on the water tomorrow. So excited, mate. Absolutely. I'm really keen. This is Blake Ramsey now. So the other Ramsey. Brother. This is Blake's brother. Okay. Sorry, Tate's brother, I should say. Blake's not his own brother. That would be silly. Destiny heading out on the water now. Tate, Blake has been having a really good time in this boat. He's learning to drive and he's coming to terms with it. Again, super reliable for the Ramsey Racing stable. Yes. Brett Newtree does their engines for them. Good engine
builder, except his daughter's junior boat wouldn't start this morning.
Don't remind me about that one.
I know, we need to, well, you know, that's what happens when an indoor guy touches the mercury.
Oh, there's some strong words. Well
Yeah,
done.
I
That'll
know.
rev him up. Beautiful, well done. But let's see how these guys are warming up at the moment, as we can see.
Yeah, so Blake, lovely guy, hard competitor, and these guys make their race.
You'd want to be pretty serious about this sort of stuff out here on the water.
All right, we're just getting our paperwork sorted up here, Marge.
Lovely Joey, mate.
Go we go.
At what she does, that girl, mate. She's been here for many, many years. And she's on the film, the paperwork, and she's put it that day.
Well, mate, I haven't been here before, but I have commentated over in Berry and Murray Bridge. Yes, and Joey Joe's been my support over there as well, so I know how she operates. She's an absolute legend.
Well
mate,
done.
so.
You go from one race back to another, and you get to learn how each other is.
Yeah, mate, so Blake Ramsey in the Destiny just warming that little child's play hull up. And again, he'll be looking at pressures, he'll be looking at temperatures. Gearbox oil, they use the Brett Nidri gearboxes, I think, in this boat. And I don't know if you've seen any of Brett Nidri's gear that he makes, but he does some beautiful CNC billet gear. But he's happy with what he's seeing, and he's lining it up down the back straight.
I've been told plenty about it, and I know he's very professional what he builds and what he makes out there with DNR, but let's have the nose comes right up there. Ramsey starting to put the pedal down a little bit heavier.
So Blake, his boat sounds very, very strong, as we've come to expect from this team. I tell you what, mate, let's watch him exit the corner here. Power's going down beautifully in that boat. Look at it settled. Like a bullet out of a gun.
Spot on, mate. Spot on as you explained that. You can see it's so smooth and so quick at the same time. Let's watch the turn on the bridge land there. Not a bad effort. Power's on now.
Here we go. This is a critical point.
Yep.
And look at that, mate.
That's good.
Really spot on.
Yeah, that's good.
What we don't want to see out of these boats is them throwing themselves up on their starboard side with propeller torque. You can see he's working the cavitation plate, keeping the nose down. Here he goes, even when it jumps. Well, he just backed out of it then, but even when the boat jumps, it's jumping level and flat. That's okay.
Yeah.
You can keep in.
Okay. Lose momentum on it, yeah.
These blown boat guys, the Brett Shepherds of the world, they will be all over you like a fat kid on a cupcake, mate.
You're not wrong about
that.
that. What a way to describe it. Perfect. I can tell you right now, you're spot on with that. Did you see how fast the boat accelerated once he got it happy in the water and he hit the gas pedal? He just woke up and took off like a dart.
Yeah, it really, in fact, mate, to be honest, I'll make a big call, but that's the best boat I've seen hit the water this weekend so far. That looked fantastic.
All right, excellent. Hear that from you, Dave, and you know to read your boat out on the water, so to speak. Have a go. Looks like it's coming out of the trailer shortly also. Looking nice and this morning, but right now, out here at Adelaide, ladies and gentlemen, it is a really cracker of an early afternoon out here, and for the folks that are just coming to the grounds, thank you so much for your patronage and joining us out here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club this weekend. Great to have your company to enjoy the 2023 Winter Speedboat Spectacular. There it is, Dave.
Absolutely fantastic. The Darwin Gold Cup, the Marge Watson and the Brett Howard OAM Memorial and the Trojan Trophy. So a full program of events this weekend. And we've got the Avogo going down into the water and onto the course. And this thing, mate, is a twin turbo power.
First time I've sighted this boat personally off memory, and twin turbo power. All right. Bright green, you can't miss that out in the water there, but don't really know what twin turbo. What was it, LS power? Do you know what their engine block is?
No, it's I don't know exactly the cubic inches, mate, but it is a big block.
Oh, big block twin turbo, even
all
better.
aluminium.
All right.
Yep, Craig Storner's the guy that drives it, and he is a hard charger. I interviewed him this morning.
Right.
He's a big unit, he's a tough man, he's a hard racer, and we love him. He's just takes it very seriously. The boat at Yarrawonga, he said he saw 140 miles per hour.
That's going.
And I believe every mile per hour of that because it was super fast. Yesterday he had an issue with his cavitation plate system.
Right.
They were sucking down. So we spoke about the boat sucking on earlier on.
Yep.
The cavitation plate's basically a flat aluminium plate, runs across the back of the boat.
Yes.
And it's adjustable, and it's adjustable by your left foot. So you can push it down, pushes the nose of the boat down, you let it off, the nose of the boat can come up. And what was happening with Craig yesterday was that the water was actually sucking the cavitation plate down and therefore forcing the nose of the boat down.
Harder to push through the water.
Yeah, well, it's actually driving the nose of the boat in. It's actually a little bit dangerous because you can nosedive and things like that. So they've actually made big changes to, wholesale changes, I'll say, to the spring system on the cav plate. They're trying to get a bit more force on it, trying to get it to pull itself back up again. So I'm going to be really interested to see how this boat sits because he's getting to about maybe quarter track yesterday and was driving it really easy. So let's have a look at it today.
Excellent, wow, great done, great information. Thank you so much, Dave Bishop, ladies and gentlemen, keeping us right in tune and in tune, so to speak, out here on the water as we have a look at this lovely twin turbo big block about to get the warm up and start to play with the throttle a bit. Yet still now starting to get into a little bit, David. You go through the paperwork and I'll tell you what, it sounds pretty clean, this machine out here.
Yeah, have a go, Craig Storner. It'll be a lot quieter, obviously, mate. As you know, turbochargers effectively act like mufflers because they're muffling the exhaust gas as they come out of the engine. So not quite as loud as the blown boats, but this is a much sharper show than yesterday. It looks like they've got on top of that.
Well, that's good news on behalf of Abago. They're getting on top of it. They're going to need to this weekend, obviously, to be competitive.
Yeah, let's watch him just come out of here, mate. About half track is where he's having, or quarter to half track, where he's having those issues. Look at that, mate. Just the two fins sticking out as it sits. That's perfect. That's exactly where you want that.
That's what I was going to say. Is that where you want it? And that's you're telling us exactly. All right, that makes sense. Let's keep an eye on him now and have a look at it. You explain once again, Dave, how we're looking now, or is he getting out of it?
Yeah, we'll just have a look. It looks like the hatch has come up, so
yeah.
I reckon Craig will be happy with that. I mean, I hope that he's seeing everything on the dash that he wants to see in terms of engine, but in terms of handling, that's a different boat today to what it was yesterday, and credit to the team.
Great to hear, great to hear. Well, I wasn't here yesterday, so you've seen what was happening. So a great, vast improvement on the handling of the boat getting through the water. So that's good news on its own for these guys out here. Got to be an interesting afternoon out here. It's going to be some great competition, and you've got the smile and the dollar coming up once again here, Dave.
Oh, I can't wait, mate. Fair dinkum. As I've said, mate, if blown boats don't get the hair standing up on the back of your neck, go and see your doctor because you might actually be dead.
Something's not right. Exactly. No. And I'll tell you now, the fans here in Adelaide, and of course, if you come from interstate or the country, they understand and they enjoy it big time, and that's what we're all about out here once again.
Oh, look at the sun, look at the people here all enjoying the day. It's
beautiful.
Fair dinkum. There's nowhere else on the planet I'd like to be right now. It's I can't think of any other place I'd like to be other than here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club Spectacular, the Winter Spectacular, Darwin Gold Cup, Marge Watson, Brett Howard, Trojan. It's all going to be happening here this weekend, and it looks like we're putting a start boat into the water, mate.
Absolutely, the general lead, the starters coming out, and the general lead is this weekend driven by Darrell Eads from Eads Transport. He's sold the business now. Darrell was an ex-competitor. You'd know, I don't have to explain to you. His son Todd is on board, and it's a LS3 600 horsepower engine on board the starter. He's going to need every bit of that to get the right amount of pace to get this guy started from the inland end when we get to the BAD boats a little bit later on.
Now, mate, I have a couple of lives. I do a couple of different things, but my main life is actually water ski racing. And these boys ski race this particular boat, so know the boat very well.
You know even more. Excellent.
They do a great job with this particular boat. They run in some of the speed limited categories, and the general lead boat's been running around 780, Rockdale, Miltura, Bridge to Bridge, all that stuff. And ripper blokes, and it's great to see the ski racing boys helping out the circuit racing boys.
Excellent information. Well done, folks. Davey Bishop up in the commentary with me. I'm enjoying myself out here, folks. It's a bit like for my drag race when I've got a guy beside me that loves his boat race just as much. Good work, my man. Good work. And let's keep it up and entertain these folks out here. I got Joey and the guys, they're stirring us up over there in race control. But don't worry about them, Dave. We've got ours covered out here in the commentary box.
We got our officer of the day, mate. He's one of my good mates, Johnny Thomas. Good on you, JT.
Well
he'll
done,
he'll be the guy with no hair at the end of the day.
Oh, absolutely. He's the guy who wears all the pressure for the weekend. But, great guys to have over here. As you said, one of the Victorian guys, and he knows what he's doing. Well done.
We might be taking over, Michael. Who knows? Us Victorians. You want to be careful.
Easy now. Have you seen how far it is out this window here? Watch it there, old Davey. I tell you now, you're in Crow-Eater country, my good friend.
I know, mate. I know. It's, just watch us. We can't be trusted, No,
absolutely. Well done. And great to see the crowd coming in. Hey, folks, don't forget about that canteen with those lovely steak sandwiches and all the food that's available. Support them, folks. Well done. Beautiful smells out there, Dave. I'm coming back to you, man. What's happening?
Mate, I tell you what, those steak sandwiches smell like sensational. We need to get some of them up here straight away.
We will do.
Mate, also my old mate Mark Savage and the beautiful Louis. Louis out there. They're selling stubby holders, hats, shirts.
Excellent.
All the
merchandise.
They're like me. All the gear, no idea.
That's it. That's all right. I'm the same. So no drama whatsoever. The General Lee is just getting warmed up. I've learnt more about that boat already here this weekend. Of course, with the skiing side of it. And old Davo, mate, he's got all the info. What's happening, friend?
Well, mate, I've got a good mate of the commentary team and a good mate of powerboat racing, Dewey Nichols, who's the S15 1.6 litre hydroplane legend. He just sent us a message, mate. Hey, great commentary. So he's enjoying it back there in Lake Boga where he lives.
Beautiful, well done. And good to hear from him, man. Yeah, good to hear from him. Well done. Good to hear that. And you're doing a good job, old Dave. Well done, bud. Well done. Keep it up.
Thanks, Dewey. You're a legend, son.
Absolutely, well done. Nice to hear that feedback coming back too, doesn't it? It's good.
It's always good. And of course, mate, I haven't got the Facebook comments coming through to me at the moment, but keep them coming through. We love the Facebook comments coming through.
Absolutely, we really love the support. So I'm going to need it. I know that. Dave's good, but I'm still learning. But it's all good stuff, Dave. All good.
Mate, I might come and do a drag race with you one day and we can swap roles.
Yeah, and then you'll go like a bit of a different world. Basically the same, but a few things will be different here and there, but you'll love it, man. No problem, I can guarantee you that.
I'd just be happy to be in the commentary box, mate.
Oh, yeah. No, it's definitely good stuff when we do that too. 11,000 horsepower top fuel drags, man, they just take your breath away, believe me. When they hit the gas pedal, you know something's happened. The ground rumbles, the walls shake, and the thing goes 300 mile per hour in under 4 seconds.
Yep.
Think about it.
Phenomenal.
Out of control, man, out of control. Take nothing away from all the other Group 1 guys, but yeah, really good stuff.
Hey, the other thing too, mate, GP Hydro Livestream, I'll give them a free plug just while I was that's not what I was talking about. Mark Savage, my old mate, talking about the merchandise. You can also jump on board the website and his Facebook page and order stuff. So if you're not here and you're watching at home on the live stream, make sure you get on the Savage. He's got all that cool gear, and he's got all the old gear as well, all the old shirts, the retro stuff. So we love it. So
that's great if you can do that, eh? That's good stuff. Good marketing. Well done.
Very good. So.
Alright, who we got out there now, Dave? You're going to start circulating.
Alright, so just in excess, mate, heading out onto the course now. So this will be a warm-up for team in excess. And this boat's been very, very strong over quite a few years now. Jeff Stunnell is a very seasoned campaigner, mate, and I expect big things out of this boat, to be fair. They used to run this boat as a 6 litre boat, now they run it as a blown boat. Correct. And sounded really strong yesterday in practice. I know you weren't here, mate, but this boat looked and sounded really good. I probably couldn't, if the other boats yesterday had issues, this looks like it's going to engine everything right, so keep an eye on the Stunnell.
Good to hear that Jeff out there, and off memory, I'm pretty sure that's Jamie Magor. You actually know that name in the boat circles. He would have done the engine and played with the engineer with Jeff. Jeff comes into Outlaw Speed Shop in the heart of the city out here where I run during the week. And Jeff Trevor also coming in, getting odds and ends. Pretty firm and getting things happening. But starting over the throttle now, it sounds real good.
Don't sound that good, I couldn't even hear you just then.
That's why I'm standing so close to you. I think I'm trying to kiss you, but now.
I'm a good looking man.
Easy now. Good stuff.
So, Stunnell, let's keep an eye on how this exits the corners. We've spoken about this all morning, mate. So, although he looks like he's backed out of it there, I wonder whether he's just seen something he's maybe not too happy with. As it heads, I might have put the commentator's curse on him.
Yeah, that happens many times, and hopefully we haven't, though. I'm hoping that on behalf of Jeff, because Normally, the first thing he always watches the oil pressure and that thing. He always tells me about oil pressure. Oil pressure is concerned.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping it's nothing like that, because when something like that, it's a bit like our ticket, folks.
Yeah.
That starts slowing down and things not working. Well, the engine don't work anymore either, basically. But I'm not giving him the curse, but I'm hoping everything should be okay for Jeff Stanelli out here.
Yeah, mate, I think probably there's something that he's not happy with, because he wouldn't have just come across the course like that if everything was okay. He would have just gone down and done another lap. So he wanted to get that boat back to the trailer. Was running. We didn't see a bang. We didn't see any flames, and it was still running. So that's a good sign. But it may be obviously a gauge, maybe a light's come on, something like that, and it's something he's not happy with. I'd say let's hope they get it sorted out.
And as you said, he's brought it in quite early. Wants to get on the trailer. Must get it back in the pits and say, hey, we need to look at something here quickly.
Yeah.
You know, that could be the case. We're only presumption on this, but that could be the case out there with Jeff. But hey, it sounded good.
Having said that, mate, are they turning him back around? I'm not sure. Maybe one of the crew members just having a look in the engine bay there.
Yeah, could be.
So they'll get that boat out, and hopefully nothing major, and they can get it turned back around. But this is warm-ups, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment for some amazing racing that's going to be coming your way this weekend for the Adelaide Speedboat Club's Winter Spectacular. My name's Dave Bishop, and I am with Michael Ages, and we are very excited to bring you the racing this weekend, aren't we,
Absolutely.
mate?
I'm very, very pleased, folks, because I know a good commentator when I meet one in 33 years, and this guy's got a passion for the boat racing and the ski boat racing, and nearly any type of boat racing, in fact.
Wasted childhood, mate.
No. I love that one, mate. Well done. All right, what do you reckon? We sort out a bit of paperwork, and we'll come back to these guys shortly. We'll work out some paperwork, and we'll go off air for a short period of time.
Good on you, mate. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. GP Hydro Live streaming. Right, so Michael, let's talk about this boat a little bit. This is a guy named Mark Goucher now. It absolutely is, mate. And he's just like you, passionate as all get out. So he's a lovely guy, mate, and you know, much like yourself. And but Mark, Mark's had a couple of years off. He had some boat issues, but he also had an injured back.
Okay.
And these boats are very hard on the body, as we spoke about earlier on. So he was in a pretty bad way with his back, unfortunately. And the good news is his back's good now. He raced at Yarrawonga, which is quite a rough race.
Right.
He said he was sore afterwards, but nothing too out of order. And he's back in the boat. But Mark won plenty of stuff. He's super fast. He's out of the Melbourne Runabout and Speedboat Club at Melton in Victoria. And he's a very, very hard charger. There's no holds barred in this one, mate.
This machine out here, that's strong, the sound here for Gouchy and Mortal. Have a listen to that. What do you think about the boat going through the water? How's it look at you, mate?
Just watching him accelerate out now, mate, and that boat's settled. That's setting really nicely, and Gouchy will be absolutely ecstatic with that. No chine walk, nothing, mate, just straight up in. Let's watch him exit turn number 1 here.
Okay.
Or turn number 2, I should say. And it's perfect.
Clean as. You're not wrong about that. The boat is gliding so well out there. I tell you what, Dave, this guy's got it pretty well worked out.
Yeah, he's just backing out of it now, mate.
Yeah,
Hopefully that's intentional. We never really know in the commentary box whether these boys see something I don't want to see and bring it back. But he's had a couple of good laps. That's probably all he really wants. And I think he'll be okay.
Exactly what I was going to say to you. Most people don't feel that's no, everything's good here, save it. I don't need to do anymore. The boat's running good, the engine was good,
yep.
The dash motion shows everything's right. Went to the water as it should do.
Yep.
Bring it back and let's save it and get it ready for real competition.
Well, when you think about it, mate, that run there, he's done, 4 decent corners.
Yep.
Couple of decent straight, 4 decent straights.
And it showed everything's spot on.
And it sounds good as it comes back into the bank. So fingers crossed for Team Immortal. Mark had a huge crash in that boat years and years ago. A boat actually ran over the top of the cockpit and actually injured him as well. And you'll have a look at the boat. A lot of the boats now, but it's actually got an internal roll cage in the boat.
Okay, which is great for our safety, obviously.
It really is, mate, yeah, because obviously, your car people think, the roll cage is there when you roll them over. Well, not the case in boats. It's more for when somebody runs over the top of you.
Top of you, yeah. I've seen that happen many times, I mean, I don't do a lot of boat racing commentary, but I have seen that, and it makes exactly 100% sense of what it's there for. Exactly.
Yeah, just a deflection and to keep the boat from crushing the driver, because back in the bad old days where they're all open cockpit boats and the drivers were just out, it was a serious, even a half serious crash could mean the end of someone. So these boats, mate, we've had so many big crashes in these boats since cockpits have been brought in, and a terrific example of that was a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago at Melton. We've had a major crash in a blown boat.
Okay.
It rolled about 27 times.
That would be shock.
Yeah, and Andrew Walmsley, the driver, he broke his shoulder, sure, but I spoke to him at Yarrawonga. His shoulder's good, he's fine, he got out of the boat, and there is absolutely no way that anyone in an open boat would have survived that.
Well, considering the way you explained that, okay, and he can walk out from that after that, that just goes to show you how good the safety really is on board the boat.
It's really a credit to the association, and
absolutely.
Obviously we've banned any boat that can do over 105 miles an hour now has to have a safety cockpit in it.
Okay.
Any sponsored boat above, I think it's 4.2 litres. So when we say sponsored boat, we talk about hydroplanes, effectively.
Right.
Have to have a safety cell in them. So see a lot of the 1.6s. We got one 1.6 litre boat running here this weekend. Andrew Donoghue, who's a mate of mine from South Australia. He's another ski racing buddy.
You got friends from South Australia.
I have.
Continue on. Yeah.
I just sent a message down to his crew chief to tell him to get stuffed. So
beautiful. All right. Continue what you were explaining though. I couldn't help myself there. That was great.
Yeah. So I mean, the safety is massively improved over the years. All the tunnel boats, so all the outboard tunnel boats have to have safety cockpits in them. And there's been some extra big crashes in tunnel boat racing. In fact, in the series, it is hard and fast racing, and there's a crash, every race. Someone barrel rolls one or puts one over backwards, whatever, and all these drivers just unstrap themselves, get out, dust themselves off. Even we saw yesterday, we had a massive spin out in a tunnel boat, and driver just walks away. So
that's the part I like to hear. The beauty of the end of the story when they walk away no drama, excellent, and that just goes to show the level of the safety as we spoke about.
Yeah, I was chatting to Simon Troy about that incident this morning. He had a spin down the bridge end turn here, and he pulled probably about 8 or 9 Gs.
Yeah, that's out of control.
Yeah, but hands devices,
all the
safety
gear.
cells.
Yeah.
He's a bit battered and bruised down his right-hand side, but hey, small price
considering
to
what
pay.
you just explained, that's still good.
Yeah,
Think about it.
And racing the boat today.
Exactly, and back out again today. So, no, it's good to hear all that. Well done. Turn It Up is out there on the water at the moment, and we're about to turn the volume up a little bit more later, also in the commentary box, but looking good out here. These guys, any explanation with these guys coming up out here, of course, Dave?
Yeah, mate. So you've got Turn It Up, which is Connor Patterson. So Connor and Scott both drive this boat. These guys are out of Melbourne,
right?
And they are super competitive. As I said a little bit earlier on, Connor said to me, "There's one reason I'm here, and it's to win the Trojan." So
they're strong words. Well done.
Yeah.
Good to hear. They're very competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. And the boat's been super fast. Connor, he's an absolute revelation. He's probably a bit smart to race a boat. He's a chemist by...
wow, what a different combo. A chemist and a boat racer.
Chemical engineer, I should say.
All right, okay.
So he's a very clever kid.
Yeah.
Very well spoken. And
lovely to hear.
Just a very good operator and a lovely family. And if you have a look, the rego number on that boat, VS1. Well, the Victorian Speedboat Club has been around since the 1940s, early 1940s.
Long time.
You have VS1 on your boat, I think that tells you something about the family.
Exactly. I tell you what, I'm a bit worried they get my hair to stand up again. A lot of Victorians seem to be here this weekend with these competitors, and you're one of them, so hang on a minute. Folks, if we get too much from him, old Davey, it's not far, Dave, about 3 metres, and you actually bounce pretty well, so it's all good.
All right, well, let's talk about the South Australian next to him then, mate. James Clark in the Tough Enough 6 litre.
Yeah, young James. Yeah, good to see James coming out. Beautiful boat. The Tough Enough entry out here with James, and quite a competitive guy at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. James has been fantastic. Obviously he probably had no choice in the boat racing world with a father like David.
Exactly. Dave, what a guy, mate. Passion in the heart for this club and for the boat racing, mate. Well, of course, speedboat racing with Dave. Mate lives for it and supports it day and night.
Yeah, and a lovely guy too.
Yeah.
Chatted to Dave this morning, and he's he's always the guy that says, "G'day, Bisho," when you walk into the pits, and we've had a good chat with him. Very close to Frank Lindsay.
Oh, definitely.
And and this weekend I think it'd be quite emotional for him. And in a lot of ways, I really hope that the big Tough Enough boat can maybe take it down this weekend, because
that would be lovely. That would really make it. And as you can see, major sponsor for the weekend, Dave Clark, Simons Clark Logistics, him and his brother. Well done to those boys, and the love of the passion of the sport is right up there 100%.
Yeah, I tell you what, every truck I've seen since across the border has been a Simons Clark truck. So
he's got plenty of them, I can tell you now, and they run around all over the place.
120 of them, so he's going all right.
He works hard at it, and I tell you, it's been going for a long time, Simons Clark Logistics, I can tell you now. But plenty of trucks around the nation, so to speak. And the guys, mate, a lot of them come to the speed shop, Outlaw Speed Shop, which is where I am at.
Yeah,
he comes in the
gratuitous free plug. Well done.
absolutely. But no, really good stuff coming out from these guys once again. And another beautiful red machine. Look at that, yellow, red, blue in the early afternoon sunlight. The colour out here alone, Dave, just makes you feel happy.
Yeah,
it does, mate. Just by looking at it.
Absolutely. The thing about boat racing is, racetracks by nature are pretty, a little bit inhospitable, aren't they? They're bitumen and they're towers, and when we race
beat
boats,
water and shimmer. You've got me there, right? You've got me there as a boat racer. You're right. The shimmer and the water, the green grass, the colour.
So
you're on a winner.
I'll tell you a little story.
Tell me.
A very good friend of mine is Todd Kelly. I tow him in water ski racing.
Okay.
And I went out to Sandown once, and Todd walked out the back of the pits because he invited me up there.
All right.
And he looked me up and down. It was a cold, wet Melbourne rainy day at Sandown.
Typical Melbourne day.
Yeah. And he said to me, "What the hell are you doing here?"
All right. Yeah.
Why would you want to be on a racetrack?
Oh, no, nothing wrong with the racetrack. It's all good, mate. Yeah, you've got to be on the stronger side, but it's all good. I can hear the accent in there coming out, Victorian too.
Yeah, I know.
From all the days I raced against Victorians, man, we have some great days over at a place called Adelaide International Raceway in the early days of motor. And I tell you what, the Mexicans used to come over with the Pablo hats. It was a sea of them everywhere for the competition. Brilliant days of motor race with drag race. A little bit different than the boats, but you guys here are really supportive again from Victoria.
I think we're united in our dislike for the cockroaches, aren't we? So you know, it's probably fair and reasonable.
Spot on, mate, spot on. You've got that one too, with the eyes are listening about that one at the same time. But, yeah, can't wait to see these three guys get out in the water shortly.
I am going to need a police escort out.
You will do,
couple of these New South Wales guys get hold of me later on.
I'll sneak out quietly. They won't know who I am, but I'll get you. That's not a problem. Beautiful. Good work. Well done. Gee, even more of a crowd coming into the grounds at the moment as Dave Bishop, folks, he's getting all his paperwork organised out here. But to the people that are just coming to the grounds once again, obviously if you've just finished work or enjoying your later weekend on a Saturday, thanks a lot for coming out and being supportive out here and to enjoy a great Saturday afternoon of some great supercharged and so forth boat racing out here at North Arm, the Adelaide Speedboat Club. Of course, the Winter Spectacular for 2023, incorporating the Darwin Gold Cup tomorrow. Today, the Marge Watson Cup a little bit later on, with the Brett Howard OAM Memorial, the Trojan Trophy, with the full support program happening for the entire 2 days. So enjoy what we have to offer out here one more time.
Well, mate, getting boats loaded into the water, and this should be our heat number one of our Trojan Cup. Heat number one, race number one for the Trojan. Boats that we should be seeing will be the Turn It Up, the Rooters, and the Tough Enough 6-litre. See other boats sitting down there, mate. I'm not sure if they're going to be waiting for heat number two or what's happening there, because heat number two is Image, Wife's Anxiety, Workhorse, and B&R. So
what I am deliberating, I believe, out here, Dave, is getting ready for the first three boats, and we'll get the next race organised also ready. So when one comes in, the other guys are ready to go out, I would imagine.
Yep.
General Leisure said he's out there ready. He's shut down and just, of course, floating through the river at the moment. Driven by Darren Eads and his son Todd. They're the starters here for the entire weekend. Great to see that machine out here, as you were mentioning earlier on.
Yeah, a couple of good ski racing boys. Always good to see the ski racers helping out. The boating community, mate, it's, it's everyone knows everyone. Don't worry about that. You walk through the pits and we know everyone and they know us, and it's fantastic. And even the old school boat thing's starting to get a little bit of traction. We've got a few guys over here in South Australia that, Big Darren Collins actually, that's running an old school ski boat, and they've been doing a few runs. And a lot of the racing guys have got old boats as well. They really enjoy restoring them and driving them, using them. And a lot of that's been going on as well. So
that's great to hear. Excellent stuff to hear.
Yeah, it's really good, mate. It's been good. I've been on a few runs with the Victorian branch of them, and I'm going to be doing a little bit more. I've got an old, mine's an outboard, so half those inboard guys don't talk to me, but that's okay.
That's okay. Don't worry about that. You still enjoy yourself. You give them a bit of a rev at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to keep them honest. But yeah, it's been really good, the old school boat thing, and the boating community as a whole. We're not that big, but when we're all together, we are quite big and quite strong, so that's what we need to be. Turn It Up, Connor Patterson being pushed out and kicks it in the guts, Barry.
Love it. Kick in the guts there, Barry, as Bizzo's a soldier. And this guy's now getting out of the water. But the bright yellow, Turn It Up, he leads the way out there. Keeping an eye on Rooters out there with Mark Everrouter in second there, and of course Tough Enough third at the moment, but that'll all change when they get out there to get this race underway. They're going on the inland end to get milling short. They'll warm up, that's probably first up. Go a few laps out here, Dave, and then head out on the inland end. The starter boat is already headed out that way. We'll find out and see what's going to come up shortly.
Yeah, mate, this has... All these guys have done a warm-up, so I think they'll all be ready to go. They'll head down and then the start boat will pick them up. So, Turn It Up, Connor Patterson, Mark Ebenruder in at the Rooters, and James Clark in at the Tough Enough. Ready to rock and roll, mate. This is going to be a good one. I'll tell you what, there's really nothing between these 6-litre boats, so they'll be absolutely going to go into 2 to 1.
Spot on, Dave. And I don't know if people are driving Trevor earlier on this morning, but these three guys here will have a quick chat and they don't grab each other up. And it's a great laugh. The laugh at the same time and serious as well. Mixed in and great.
Yeah, they're all good guys and they all love their racing. 6 litres suck is strong category power racing at the moment. Really looking forward to seeing this one, mate. We send them up with the Stimulus start boat, and the next time we see these boats, Michael, they'll be on it.
Absolutely, and would I be right in saying, Dave, most of these guys here NASCAR-style engines on board the boats?
Yeah, they would be mostly, but it's interesting, talking to the Patterson boys, they start with a NASCAR basis, but then they heavily modify from there as well.
How they want them engines to be, okay.
And they're actually saying that if you buy a NASCAR engine from the States now, it's not enough. So you have to go the extra mile. So obviously NASCAR engines basically do whatever they like. Yeah.
No problem, okay.
These boys look like they're ready to race already, don't they, mate?
Yeah, I was looking at you and thinking like these guys haven't even been out milling yet, and they're wide open looking at each other as well like, hey, I'm going to show you the short way home in this particular race coming up, and here we go. Bisho's moving the seat.
Oh, we're getting fair.
Put up for the first time, getting a bit serious, mate.
You didn't realise how short I was, did you?
That's all right, mate. No problem. I tower over you, not by much, so only an inch or two, so it's all good.
I always tell everyone I'm a tall, good-looking man until they see me in real life.
Oh, dear me. I tell you what a comedian. Great guy. Brilliant player, ladies and gentlemen. Rightio, we go into the inland end, of course, of the Port River here in Adelaide. It's the Torrens Island Power Station, North Arm, we call it out here. And the starter boat has taken the 3 entries out there to get themselves organised. And it won't be too far away for the very first time we get a start from the inland end with the power boats. And it'll be quite interesting to see what's going to come out of it. But they're pretty hairy and hot to trot just by watching them going out there, Dave. You can pick it up straight away.
You were actually looking at me going, they racing?
Yeah, that's how I'm looking at what are they doing? But what they're doing, looking at each other, most probably like, nah, I'm going to get you, and they're giving it to it even more and more.
Yeah, no, young Connor, he wasn't having any of that, was he? He just backed out the back door. But yeah, those boys are keen to race. Here we go, mate. We've turned them around. We're bringing them back down. So just trying to pick them up as they come from the... What is it? What?
Inland, and we call that the inland end and the bridge end.
Right, I was going to go north, south, east, west.
Yeah, no,
go inland.
North, just inland. We know inland is that side with the hills, and the bridge land, obviously the big bridge. Folks, these guys coming for you guys out there watching very, very hard at the moment. Normally aspirated engines, 6 litre, go like the blazers, and there's no supercharger, turbocharger, no nitrous oxides and nothing like that. Do you have nitrous in boats at all, Dave? You do?
No, what, sorry?
Nitrous oxide in boat racing at all? Nitrous oxide, do you have that in boat racing?
Oh, no, sorry, mate. I just went a bit deaf there for a second. No nitrous allowed in this particular category.
Yeah, I thought
although, you never know with half these guys.
Oh, how you might be dobbling someone in there.
Those Patterson boys, they can't be trusted.
Oh, man. He's revving up the Patterson boys. Ladies and gentlemen, cast your eyes to the inland end at the moment. The General Lee is bringing in the first of these style of races coming in for the normally aspirated 6 litre class. And Turn That Up is on the from lane 1. Mark Eppenroder in Rudis from 2 and Tough Enough from 3. All right, you see him coming at an angle at the moment. The General Lee will now straighten them out. They'll come on parallel with the shoreline. Dave, it won't be far away. We're going to about to drop the starter. Your eyes are cast on the start line. Let's go. The flag has been dropped.
Eppenroder's way back, mate. Eppenroder's way back. What's happened there? This is a disaster for Mark Eppenroder, but they are hard and fast down into turn number 1, and Turn It Up's going to be tough to knock off from here, mate.
Absolutely. Definitely trouble there for Mark Eppenroder. He's never that far back, whatever's going on there, but Turn It Up is going pretty good. The nose comes up in the air. Tough It Up is throwing everything out of it. Oh, no. Turn It Up's going to be good.
Turn It Up, James Clark is on the box seat here as he tries to get around the outside of the hard-charging Connor Patterson now as he tips it into the port 10 at the top end of this beautiful Adelaide course now. It looks like he's going to be tough to beat from here, mate.
Absolutely. Mark Eppenroder, of course, he's a half a lap behind. In fact, he might even come into the shoreline and take him right out of it. Let's go back to the leader. Turn It Up out here at the same time with, of course, young Tough Enough trying to keep pace with him.
Oh, this is a disaster for Eppenroder here as he brings him. Oh, Patterson has a big fly. Clark goes over it as well as they charge over. We've got the caution flags out on the course and 2 laps to go, mate.
Okay, there it is. You heard that from Bishoy once again, ladies and gentlemen. But Tough Enough, I tell you what, he's giving you a young Clarkie. He throws everything at it. But Turn It Up is turning it up down the back main straight. The nose is up in the air. The power is on down here, Dave.
No, Connor Patterson charging hard, and he looks like he's going to be tough to beat from here. James Clark can only watch him drive away at the moment. He really needs to find something here. He's probably going to have to make a decision and maybe try and duck up the inside. In fact, he drops onto the inside of the wash. It's the only way he's going to try and make some ground on him here, mate.
Wow, what a great explanation coming out. Okay, the yellow flag, 1 more lap for this race, ladies and gentlemen. Clarkie and Tough Enough just can't keep the pace on with Turn It Up as his Turn It Up is going now. Oh, through the water here. Splashes it up down the back main straight once again, Bish.
Connor Patterson hard on the throttle and off the cabs as he comes down the back chute. Turn It Up, charging hard as he tips down into the port turn at the bridge end of the course now. He's going to be tough to beat from here. James has not given up though. He needs to try and do something here. Can he run it up the inside? I don't think he's going to have enough to get there. It's going to be Patterson all the way, and he's number 1 and the Trojan takes the win.
Well, a great race and a great call. Bisho, what a way to go. Turn it up. They'll be pleased, mate. They'll be pleased with that. Hey, tough enough, Clarkie. He threw everything at it. But I feel so sorry for Mark Ebenrouter in Rudis. Whatever happened to him out there is a very, very rare commodity. Whatever happened to him.
Yeah, mate, everything was fine. And then, you know, as they were bringing the boats down, something went away in it. He dropped right out the back door. And here we are looking at him just floating away. He's looking for a tow now, unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely. And it'll be interesting to find out if I can get someone down. And, of course, when he comes back in from his crew boys to let us know what goes on with that. Because I'd love to know that. Things are going so well at the time. But not for now, right now. Like you said, just floating away. You have to be a rescue out there for him.
This particular category too, mate, brought to us by Tough Enough Racing. So Davey Clarkie, the sponsor there. And rescue boat will go over to Ebenrouter. Let's hope it's only a minor issue. Certainly it can't itself at the pace they were going up there. So I think maybe he's definitely seen something on the dash or felt a vibration. Something's gone away. Or maybe it lost fuel pressure and just stopped on it. Who knows? But let's hope it's just something minor.
I tell you what though, Bishop, you explain it like you're sitting in the driver's seat and you haven't been in there for years, mate. I can just feel it being there with you, like we're just checking it out right now. Well done, man. Well done with the explanation. And Don P. Farrell will obviously be rescuing Mark and bringing him back to the shoreline.
Yeah, it's a ripper rescue boat they've got here at the club.
Oh, yeah, it's a good one, mate. It's been here for a great number of years and they do a superb job, not to say that anywhere else around Australia, but these guys here are passionate and they've been doing it for so long and they've got their job worked out 100%. The Don P. Farrell rescue team here in Adelaide.
Yeah, fantastic. And we do shout out to all of our crews, flag wavers, our safety crews, our divers, everybody that works really hard to make these events happen because they just don't happen by themselves, mate.
You're not wrong about that, Bish. I can tell you now, mate, that the folks that come here for the day on this beautiful grassed area down here, if they only knew how much homework, how much things happen, and to make this event happen, and the preparation 2-3 months before this, things are going everywhere, all sorts of things are happening, club level stuff happening, and getting the grounds all ready, the entrance themselves, getting their machinery ready. You know, it takes so much, the travelling, you name it. Hey, good fun, and that's what we're here for this weekend.
You just have to wonder what, if the roles were reversed and James Clark was on pole, how he would have gone in that one. So I think James, he knows he's pretty close. He's pretty close to Patterson.
Correct.
Just see the boys popping out of the cockpits now, but just probably needed that inside run. He thought about it a couple of times, but really Patterson was very, very tough to beat off pole there.
Spot on, but as you said there, as they raced, they didn't really, they got a certain amount between them, I'd say, 60, 80 metres, but they held that for the entire 3 laps, so his performance for Clarkie is up there.
Oh, absolutely, and you've got to remember that turn-it-up boat is absolute quality of the field and leading the Trojan at the moment. So you're racing the best, and, certainly young James was very, very close to Connor. So great drive there from James Clark, I feel, and we got another 3 6-litre boats about to head out now, mate. We got Craig Lewis, 4 in actual fact. Craig Lewis in image. Wife's anxiety, that sounds like my partner.
Careful, she'll hear you at home, mate. You'll have no dinner tomorrow when you come home.
There's no way she's watching boat racing at home, mate. I'm sure of that.
Mine's the same. It's all good. Workhorse from 3 with Michael Newton, and from lane 4, B&R Engines with Brett Nidri. So they're the 4 starters coming up in the next event coming our way out here. Bish, not a problem at all.
Fantastic. Joe's back up here sorting us out because she knows that we're hopeless and we don't know what we're doing. So she'll get us all tidied up. But this is going to be a cracker. Maybe we might take a short break just for a moment. We'll send these 6-litre boats out on the water real soon.
There it is.
absolutely, mate. This is going to be an absolute cracker. I'm looking forward to this one because we've got 4 very strong 6-litre boats out here in this one. So Craig Lewis we just watched all the way down from Queensland, mate. Great effort from Craig. He does everything. He races every race, and he's a real hard charger. And he is in the points for the Trojan, as is Michael Newton over there in the workhorses. We'll see him going down the back straight away. So there are 3 competitors that are actually in with a chance of taking this Trojan now. We've already seen Turn It Up run, and now we've got the other 2 in the Image and the workhorse. So they're the boats we're really looking out for, but Nitri has a huge fly down the back straight away in the B&R as well, and this is going to be an absolute cracker.
You can see that already just by listening and watching out there. I can hear revs big time coming out from these guys here. Personally, I love non-aspirated engines. I love them with their carburetor on top and big RPM, and they work like hell, and the boat driver's got to work and drive a good B&R. He's real tough, you know that.
Yes, it's good, doesn't it? The mum's anxiety.
Yeah, good name.
Wife's anxiety, sorry, I should say.
Wife's anxiety.
Wife, mum, same.
Yeah, same thing, exactly. Thomas behind the wheel and Tom out there. Great stuff coming out from these guys once again. A B&R engine with Brett Nidri, a name that's well known not only in the boat racing series, but the young guys that do the burnout stuff. Those guys also.
He does, mate. Yeah, he does a lot of burnout stuff and does a great job with that. But his passion is boat racing.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's where he comes. That's where the heart is. I'm pretty sure. With Brett, that'd be from the heart with the boats.
Absolutely, but no, I think there's plenty of bread and butter for his business in burnouts. There's no problem
you're
there.
You're not wrong about that. I do a lot of that commentary over the years. Not so much now, and the amount of engines that not to say that his engines are no good, but the young lads that drive them,
a bit loopy.
They hold them wide open, flat out onto the rev limiters and onto the valve springs, and when they chuck rods, there's something wrong with this thing. Well, hang on, 3 minutes and 9.5, 10,000 ain't really going to do that.
Not really designed for that, are they,
exactly.
mate? Yeah, so
exactly.
Mate, we'll send them up to the top end of the course, the inland end of the course, and they're just all getting a little bit of temp there and doing a few laps. Brett Nidri there. I noticed that a lot of them head up there, mate, and there's plenty of room up there on the top end of the river, and they're all sort of doing some circle work.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of room out there on the inland as they're milling, getting themselves organised with the general lead, the starting boat out there once again out there, Dave. But they get themselves all organised, and the starter gives them the opportunity to get into their right lanes as they start. And it's from 1 will be an Image, from 2 Wife's Anxiety, from 3 Workhorse, and from 4 B&R engines. And the starter generally out there with Daryl Eads and his son Todd will make sure that they start squarely off the start line and in their right positions.
Yeah, and the starters are looking for that too, mate. But a lot of people may not realise that when they bring the boats down, it's actually his discretion as to when he drops the flag. He's not getting instruction from the race tower.
No.
It's actually on the starter. When he's happy that you could put a piece of dowel through the bow eye of all 4 boats, that's when he'll let them go.
Spot on, mate. Spot on. That we look for that as we call for the start of the race, which is coming up shortly out here, ladies and gentlemen. Keep an eye on things out here on the inland end, of course, of the Adelaide Speedboat Club here this afternoon. Good to see the next entries coming up. 4 starters coming up in the 6-litre for the Trojan. Let's have a look at these guys out here. The General is coming into the 45-degree angle. He'll straighten it up shortly and run parallel once again to the shoreline. And then the starter.
Oh, push and shove here.
They are. He'll look over to the right-hand side. He's waiting till they all come up. He's dropped the flag. He's going to let them go from there, Dave.
I tell you what, Workhorse came across, but I tell you what, a clean start for the front 3 boats. Wife's Anxiety's out the back door a little bit as we tip into the port, turn the bottom end of the course. You can throw a blanket over him, Michael.
Absolutely. He's on the bridge land and Lou Warner fly.
Oh, we've got a spin.
We've got a spin over there.
That's Workhorse, mate's gone round. Michael Newton. Oh, he'll be absolutely devastated with that. That turns it into a 2-horse race. We find out the front straight away. Craig Lewis in front of Brett Nidri.
Absolutely. There's him coming us now. But what a spin on the bridge land end previously from those guys. Man, this is a 2-horse race now all the way down the back straight, Dave. Over one of these guys here pulling away from the leader.
Craig Lewis on pole, and he's going to be tough to get around from there. Nidri's going to be thinking in his mind, what do I have to do here? Can I get up the inside? Can I maintain momentum and get around the outside of him? This is going to be really tough for Nidri because Lewis is a hard charger.
Absolutely. Nidri, though, is pretty wise. He went out wide. He's making a little bit of pace. This is looking like another good race. Check this out with Nidri. Does he go wide on this turn once again, Dave?
Came out of it a little bit down the front straight away, and that's left the door open a little bit for Nidri now. As he tips drops around the fourth turn, but Lewis gets a nice run on the inside there. Workhorse into third, and Vice Anxiety into fourth place at the moment.
Absolutely, but the leader pulls away from Nidri out here for the previous turn, which is quite surprising. But Nidri now on the outside once again is throwing everything at it.
Look at the boat speed Brett Nidri's carrying into these corners here, and he has to, mate, because Lewis is running pin to pin, he's running the short course, and he's got plenty of front lumber in the straight line.
You're not wrong about that. Image has got plenty of power on board, and he's tight. He's tight on the turns here once again. Nidri is throwing everything at it. The boat bogged in his spot the fraction out there. Does it give any opportunity out here to B&R? Let's have a look.
Workhorse up into third place, but it's all Nidri, and we've got a problem there for Life's Anxiety boat coming back into the pits, Michael.
Absolutely, he's coming back to the shoreline, as you said, in the pit area. Let's go back to the leaders at the moment. Image at the moment is looking at the chicken flag, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it is Craig Lewis. Bring it over the Image for a big win in heat number 2 of race number 1 for the Trojan. Brett Nidri into second place, and it'll be Michael Newton just trying to salvage some points after a big spin in turn number 1.
Yeah, that would have upset him big time. Disappointing. He was throwing everything at it as he goes over the finish line and collects the checkered flag. And what a race. Not a bad effort coming out from race 1, heat number 2 out here for the afternoon in the Trojan. Good stuff and a lovely afternoon down here, Bisso.
Absolutely spectacular, Michael. That is good racing, and the boat's going in the water, mate.
You see him smoke, and then I thought something's going on. It's just another boat warming up.
Just a good 2.5 litre
Yeah,
mercury,
I thought,
mate.
wow.
Just turning some good fuel into smoke over there.
That's it, mate. I love the way it's flowed. That's some good fuel into smoke. Spot on, mate. Spot on. Oh, what a way to do it. What a crowd we're getting out here this afternoon also. The Adelaideans are hungry for some powerboat racing here this weekend. Great work, guys. Great work.
Good win there, Craig Lewis, and that is, he's one of the contenders for this the Trojan Trophy. I couldn't spit that out, mate.
That's all right.
I've been commentating for a while, you know.
We get caught out the Trojan, yeah, the Trojan Trophy.
But the boat that won the previous heat is also one of the other boats that's a hot contender, and Workhorse in third. That's good points in the bag, even though Nudo had a spin out there. So this Trojan's going to come down to the wire, mate. It's going to be really exciting.
Definitely. No, that's great, and that keeps your eyes peeled out there on the racetrack. That is our racetrack, the water racetrack here this afternoon.
Absolutely, mate. So fantastic racing, and this 6 litre displacement category brought to you by Tough Enough Racing, Dave Clark and his team out there, and of course Simon's Clark Transport. So big thank you to those guys and all of our other wonderful sponsors. I know you've been plugging all day, mate. We've got some sad news. We've just had crew come up from Rival Racing, and unfortunately Rival has spun a bearing.
Yeah, he did say. I heard him actually spun the bearing on the engine.
Yeah,
what a
so
sad thing to come all that way.
There it is, Johnny Backer out of Terrelgan in Victoria.
Okay,
and, he's
another Victorian.
Another Victorian. He is South Australian, be happy he's not running. Johnny, ripper bloke, hard competitor, fast competitor, and very disappointing that boat we are not going to see this weekend. However, you can support them, folks. If you're in the crowd, they've got a whole bunch of Rival merchandise, which looks really cool. They're a really good team. They're a great team to support. Get down there and support them by buying a hat and a shirt and a stubby holder.
Spot on. That helps them, mate, getting here and getting home with the problem they've had spinning the bearing in the engine. A lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of cash.
Yep.
That would help them. So support them. As Bisso said, go buy some of their merchandising and say, hey, thanks for coming over anyway. Hopefully we'll see you again next year.
Absolutely. And once you've got the Rival gear on, you can be supporting them at the next race meeting because they'll be back. They've got 3 engines. They've unfortunately only got 1 here. So
I left the other 2 at home thinking they'd be okay. But it's all part of how they play.
So, Johnny Baggers, please get down and support the Rival team. Try and support all the teams where you can. I see Chrissy Palmer's got some Outlaw merch on the go there as well. And of course, Chris for a rod yesterday, so it'd be great if you could try and support Outlaw. Everybody loves the Outlaw merchandise. It's just
definitely
cool stuff.
And Chris Palmer from Outlaw rang Outlaw Speed Shop looking for another engine quickly, and unfortunately we don't get an engine in stock. You know, and I didn't actually speak to one of my boys did, and I said, no, we've got nothing here that we could give you to continue on. Wish we could have.
Yeah.
But, that sort of an engine, not every day someone's going to walk and say, give me 2 of these. But, bit sad for Chris, and very rare, I might add once again. Anyway, let's go back to what we're doing out on the water once again, Biff.
Mate, the quality keeps coming. Have a look at this.
It just doesn't stop.
Alcohol displacements.
I love those words.
They're bad boats for a reason, Michael.
You're not wrong about that. Absolutely love them.
Mongoose, Trevor Stanley. We've got the Avigo, Craig Stonner, and this man, we haven't seen him on the water yet, Brett Shepherd in the Unleashed. This boat had its port side ripped out of it up at Raven Terrace a few months ago, and the boys have got a sense of humour. They've put the side of the boat back together. Child's Play Boats did the rebuild on it, and they've actually put a big sticker here, no standing any time, where it got damaged. So the culprit, young Nathan Barry, ended up parked on top of him. So
I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that. Absolutely.
Big shout out to Nath. Hope he's at home watching up there from New South Wales. Shame his boat couldn't be here this weekend. But
absolutely. Hope you're enjoying if you are watching.
So we'll send these boats out. This is going to be a big one, folks. So we've got 2 blown alcohol displacements and 1 twin turbo displacement, the Avigo.
Avigo one, yeah, absolutely. And Trevor and Kevin standing here from Adelaide. The Adelaide boys out there from coming out from lane 3. And Kevin, Trevor been going for a good number of years here in Adelaide, out on the northern side of Adelaide, place about around Elizabeth Downs, or Elizabeth West, I should say. Great workshop, great passion for the boat racing. Trevor, Kevin, his brother, passion for drag race and boats.
Yeah.
But great guys, and hopefully they can do something this weekend.
Trevor's previous boat, the Ancient Orange, has been around a very, very long time. Trevor is very, very meticulous builder. Hasn't driven this boat a lot, so he's still in a learning phase with it. Beautiful looking bit of kit. Love the name, the Mongoose.
Yeah, good name, and the lads, they think about it before they come up with something, and well done to the Stanley brothers out here this weekend. Great to see them out and, of course, competing. 2 great boats like this Avigo, like I said, big block twin turbo. Just that alone gets my hair standing up straight away. Twin turbos on a big block. How much power do you want? Brilliant.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was actually chatting to Craig this morning. Did an interview with him, and for those watching at home on the GP Hosro live streaming, you'll see the interview that we did with him. But the boat has taken a little bit of development in terms of its power delivery and also, how he drives the boat. Obviously, it's got a different power delivery. Having said that, he said to me, I've never driven a blown boat. I've only driven 6-litre boats and now this turbo boat, so it's probably been an easier learning curve for him than someone coming out of a supercharged engine and trying to re-adapt back to the interesting to see, but we saw it run this morning. It did have problems with that cab plate, but look at that run just through there now, mate. That's sitting up really nice, so keep an eye on Avigo.
And as you said earlier on, also not quite as loud as the supercharged entries, but plenty of go. Did you see the top end speed just then when he gave a bit of a pedal? That was going, and of course Unleashed with Brett Shepherd, another guy that's right up there. Folks, again, they're out there on the inland end, milling and getting organised with the start of the General League for this next race coming up. These guys out here for the Unlimited Scratch, out here, of course, at the Adelaide Speedboat Club this afternoon.
Calm before the storm, this one now, and first time that we've had blown boats on the track, so this is where it really gets exciting. This is where the fans really get up and about and on their feet, and what a spectacular crowd we got here too.
What a crowd, folks. Adelaide, hey Adelaide, come on, put your hands up, give us a wave, come on, get into it.
You're having a good time. Yes.
These are the guys and girls that support the motor racing, the boat racing here in Adelaide, South Australia, ladies and gentlemen. And brilliant to have your company out here, and they're always going to be really screwed down onto the start line here to see what's going to happen out here with these guys coming up shortly out here, Bisho. Another great race coming out. And as you said, first time for the supercharged BADs coming out to play.
Yeah, the big blown alcohols, the bad boats, we love them. Everybody loves them. Even our board guys love them, mate. It's they're just something special, and we are about to unleash, if you'll excuse the pun, some serious horsepower out here on the North Arm. So as we bring them down, let's see, there's a little bit of push and shove in the last race, Mike.
Spot on there, David. Here, ladies and gentlemen, cast your eyes on the inland end as the starter. Have a look at him. He straightens it up. The 3 starting boats, they're lined up. He looks across. He says, keep your noses level. The flag is white. It's dropped. Away we go. The supercharged race is on, Davo.
Go as you call. We're away. And this is you can throw a blanket over them as they come down into turn number 1. This is going to be on, Michael.
Absolutely. Keep an eye on these guys, ladies and gentlemen, as they go on the Bridgeland end. They're going out wide. And the water just flying through the air.
Wow, so Shepherd, the big winner out of turn number 1 as he flies down the front straight away. Storner had a problem there. I'm not sure whether he got a little bit shut down. And Mongoose on the outside. This is going to be tough to get over the top of Shepherd. He comes down the back chute now.
Yeah, Shepherd is good on the top end down the back straight. I tell you what, Mongoose with Trevor Stanley, he hasn't got a lot of track time out there, but he's doing a good damn job. Have a go. Oh, Stanley. go. He's throwing everything out but losing pace.
Yeah, he's in a bad place now at the moment. He's just not going to be able to bridge that gap. He needs to hope for a problem in the Shepherd camp. That doesn't happen too often, mate. As we see the yellow flag come through, and Shepherd sets off on his final lap.
Absolutely, one more lap as you said there, Bisho, and let's take a look once again at Adelaide with Brett Shepherd. He's on the back main straight for the last time in this particular race as Abigo now comes to the final turn on the inland end.
See Stoner just landing hard on the pads as he's going for about 3/4 track here, mate. He might still be having a little bit of trouble with that cavitation plate system. We watch him accelerate out the back straight here. Boat sits up nice about half track, but Shepherd's going to bring it home, mate.
Absolutely, what a way to explain it. Dave Bisho, ladies and gentlemen, as we see Brett Shepherd in Adelaide take the team flag, butting off early. Well done and well deserved. We go back now to Abigo, of course, with Craig Stoner behind the wheel. And mate, he gave it a good shot out of you, Dave, but just didn't load enough bullets into the machine gun.
I'll be interested to see the discussion on turn number 1 there, mate, because I don't know what happened. It's very hard to tell from our angle, but
yes.
The boat certainly went up in the air. Obviously, you had Unleashed on pole. Whether Unleashed ran any wide, whether he just got himself sampled up, or whether Mongoose came in, we don't know. Yeah, but I did see the boat get caught up on something straight and dumped and went straight for a while, and he lost his momentum, he lost his run, and that's really all that stopped him from being side by side with Shepherd at the end there.
Okay, we go back to Mongoose from lane 3. Of course, Trevor's there. I spoke to those guys earlier this morning. I wasn't here yesterday, as you're aware, and they did say that they didn't have a good day out here yesterday, so whatever's going on there, maybe it's still hanging around with the boat.
Yeah, it's a shame for Trevor. Always a very, very strong competitor, and he doesn't like getting beaten. He certainly doesn't like stopping. So
you're not wrong. He's a really competitive guy between the two brothers once again.
Yeah,
good
lovely
race, eh? Great race coming out.
Yeah, good race, and next race on the card, so we've got more blown boats lining up, so this is what the Marge Watson's all about, isn't it, mate? Just
Brilliant.
blown boats after blown boats after blown boats. So we got Wild Child, Titan, and Tough Enough. So David Clark, this is his first foray out onto the track for today. He's a guy that, we're sort of semi-rooting for. We can't be biased up here in the commentary box.
Correct.
It would be lovely to see Dave have a great weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every year he throws everything at it, and every year, obviously, things do plague him, but it'll be great to see it happen in 2023. Of course, Dave Satterley in Titan, great guy, and he's only just got back into the water not too long ago, really, and Wild Child with Darren Robinson, you know more about him.
Yeah, Darren is a Victorian, of course, so I know a little bit about him. But ripping bloke, and there's not a trophy in the country that he hasn't won except the Marge Watson.
Oh, he'd be well. Obviously, he'd be desperate. Another Victorian that's desperate to win the Marge Watson.
He said to me this morning, he goes, "Oh no, we're pretty relaxed about it, Dave. We're racing, but we enjoy our racing and rah rah." Yeah, mate, he won't be relaxed about it.
No, mate, he's just telling you that. He's out there, mate. I'm telling you now, the teeth will be grinding. I've got to get this one, and we'll find out by the end of the afternoon who will be the winner of the 2023 Marge Watson here this weekend.
Yep. Well, we've obviously it's all about attrition as well. This race. It's one lost in the workshop. Already we've seen two of the top boats drop out with engine failures.
Yes.
We've seen Rival go. We saw obviously Outlaw go yesterday. You've got to be there at the end, and turning the wick up on these boats, it can be a double-edged sword. You can get the pace out of it, but unfortunately, a lot of strain on them. They can fail.
You're spot on, and sometimes it's not the right thing to do to turn the wick up early in the event. Now you got to get there. You got to finish the win too at the same time. So you got to think about what you're doing.
Balance.
Yeah, you got to have that balance right. All right. Well, I reckon just quickly we'll go to a quick look at what we've got here with our paperwork, and we'll be back with these guys shortly.
Roger that. a speedboat spectacular here at beautiful Adelaide Speedboat Club, and we have boats hitting the water. Wild Child, Darren Robinson, the Titan with Dave Slattery, and Big Davey Clark in the Tough Enough.
Yeah, man, you're spot on there, Bisho. And they're the three guys going out for this next round, and they're going to do a lap or two, maybe of warming up out here once again. As you said, unlimited scratch race out here in the blown alcohol displacement. And what a beautiful array of boats, three boats. You know, Davo, just by looking at them, the shape of them, they look fast, just cruising along.
Yeah.
They look mean, they look tough, beautiful piece of machinery.
Yeah, we love them, mate. I mean, you know, fast boats is nothing quite like, you know, the look of a beautiful, you know, Everingham, Child's Play, you know, Evercraft. We got those Clark boats. But these boys are going. The Roman sandal, my friend.
You're not wrong about that. Yeah, nah, looking real good out there, absolutely. I've just opened up the window out here, and quite a nice breeze out here, Bisho. I wouldn't say exceptionally strong, but there's definitely a breeze coming in. And good to see my good friend Mr. Bob Demerow, old Demo, enjoying himself out there. But let's get things going out here once again.
Yeah, this is great conditions too, mate. That breeze is actually helping these guys at the moment. Nice little ripple across the water, and these guys will be really looking forward to this one. Sun's hanging high in the sky. Davey Clark, he's got everything to prove here this weekend. He really wants to get the job done for Frank Lindsay and the Insane Racing team. Slattery in the Titan, always super fast, this particular boat. A fast and hard driver. And of course, Darren Robinson, as we said, he's won just about everything there is to win in the country. He wants to put a Marge Watson in the trophy cabinet.
Spot on there, Dave. And I was talking to Dave Satley from Titan during the week, and he's told me he's moved the engine, I think, back, or he didn't say how far, it wasn't much, in the boat out there of Titan. He wasn't too happy the way the boat was riding in the water, as you've taught us here through the day once again out here, Bish. But yeah, tough enough, Dave Clark. He would love to have a win here this weekend. Out of all of them, he's the guy that's tried year after year after year after year in life. Been a bridesmaid, but never really getting to the final lap.
Yeah, 100%, mate. You're exactly right. It's interesting. I was looking at the setup on Titan. The wing on that boat is a long way back towards the transom of the boat. Okay. It's interesting. If you watch the boats come through, so Wild Child doesn't run the wing at all. If you look at Clark's boat, it's exerting force down just behind the engine. So well forward of the transom. So we're just watching the boat come through here now. And I'm really interested in the way the aerodynamics are working on these boats. You can see that wing is it's almost directly above the transom on that boat. But if we watch the Titan come through and have a look at the wing placement on this boat, it looks to actually be a little bit further back to me. You can see that it's almost hanging over the back of the transom on that boat. So that's another, you know, and they've moved that engine back as well. They're trying to get bow lift out of that boat if they're doing those sorts of things. It's obviously got plenty of wing on it, but the wing's a long way back. They've moved the engine back. They're trying to get that boat to sit up. It must have been a bit nosy, I'm guessing.
What a great explanation out there, Bish. Well done, and the folks out here will be loving that to understand exactly the setups of these three different entries out here at the moment. It makes it so much more interesting, ladies and gentlemen, that you can enjoy it out here once again as the lovely Saturday afternoon sunlight, I should say. We're not on Sunday yet, Bish. We're still a bit of a distance away from
You're wishing your life away, mate.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to do that. It's too short as it is. Rightio, let's go back to the inland end out here once again, and these guys are getting organised for this race coming up. As we said, from 1 would be Wild Child, who'd be right beside the starter, the General Lee. From 2, Titan with Dave Satley behind the wheel. He'll be in the centre. And, of course, Dave Clark in Tough Enough. He'll be on the outside looking in as they're coming in for the start shortly out here, Bess.
Yeah, Clark will be thinking, I'm going to have a really good run down into turn number 1, and he's going to have to run 3 wide. So what that means for him is he needs to be really delicate on the cavitation plate. He needs to bring the boat round in that number 3 position and maintain more momentum than the other 2 boats, because he's got to travel further than they do. So the only thing he can rely on is actually going around that corner faster than them. So that's what he'll be concentrating on at turn number 1. It'll be really interesting to watch Clark into turn number 1 here.
Well, there it is. Great information. Makes the folks feel like you're in the boat with them when Bisho explains it to you. How's that? For great commentary. Well done to you, Dave, and good to hear all this coming out as we continue on. But at the moment, they are milling on the inland end and getting themselves organised. And as they go there in circles, I reckon the drivers, they peg each other out, looking through the cell and anything like, I'm going to stitch you in this.
Oh, 100%. It's amazing. It's 100% a mind game out there.
Yeah, for sure.
And you push and you shove and you just give a little bit of a pushover and you.
Yep, I can see it now.
You just want to be as intimidating as you can. You want to get into the other drivers' heads. You want them to think that you've got it over the top of them, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Exactly. All right, Bishop, here we go. One more time, ladies and gentlemen. Cast your eyes on the inland end as we've got the starter, the General Lee. Have a look at the angle as he straightens them all out. 3 starters. BOD, bad unlimited boats coming out. Alcohol. Here we go. Davo, Bishop, have a look at this. The guy's about to get the start. One's right behind.
Flag drops and the other one stops and Clark gets a good start. So too does Robinson. Robinson's both got plenty of pace. And the fire's down into turn number 1. Keep an eye on this one, Michael.
Absolutely, Wild Child. He's on the inside and a great turn too. Tough enough Clarkie on the outside. Go to these guys once again. And the front lane straight, take it with him.
Darren Robinson looks very, very fast. He's using that pole position to his advantage. Right hard on the gas, always comes off. The boat stands up a little bit loose there from Clark as they come up into turn number 2 for the first time.
Absolutely, Clarkie is throwing everything at it. He was making up ground on him, but it's the turn that gets him. Oh, Wild Child. He just really accelerates away.
Darren Robinson is absolutely on fire here at the moment. That boat looks spectacular, although he's run wide. He's run a little bit wide, but I think Clark's going to stay on there. Oh, Robinson has a big jump and it's beautiful. And this boat looks spectacular here this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely. The boat was right out of the water. Oh, tough enough, mate. I think we lost power here in the Wild Child. Something's going down.
There is, just as we brought Robinson up. He's had a drama. He's had to come out of it. As Clark gets on the gas, and we're tough enough. Assumes the lead of the race.
Absolutely. Clarkie right now. Oh, Wild Child's down the power again. But at the moment, Clarkie's leading. Can he hold it? Let's have a look. There'll be one more lap coming up shortly when they turn this boy down here, Claire. This side, let's have a look at these guys now.
Robinson looks like he's back on, mate, but I don't know what happened there. But now he's got a really hard job to try and get past Clark. And Clark's really fires under that turn. Robinson comes back at him, 1 lap to go.
Absolutely. I know Clarkie knows he's right behind him. Ah, what a tight turn for Wild Child. Is he going to change the positions right now?
Absolutely. Gun on the neck to neck down the back following. Who's this coming out of the horse race at the moment? Wild Child. Let's go. Lead back again. 1 quarter to go.
Absolutely. Wild Child is throwing everything at it. Clarkie and Tuppenup is trying to maintain his position, but no, I don't believe this. Wild Child's going to have a winner here. Clarkie, here we go. Coming up this road. I reckon Clarkie might have got him by a nose. Ladies and gentlemen, what a race. Did you see that?
I'm calling it. Let's for it, but I don't believe it.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
What do you reckon on the finish line, ladies and gentlemen? That was a close race. What a way to do it. I reckon Clarkie might have just pipped him on the finish line. I don't know. We'll wait till as Satley comes in with Titan. Wow, what a finish to that race.
I'm on the group chat with the Victorian Airport Club, and the boys were there saying, oh, you can't have a 3-boat race. What a load of crap, you can't have a 3-boat race.
Yeah, tell me not wrong about that. Wow.
Wow-wee.
Man, I tell you what, Wild Child, he was throwing everything up. Satley, of course, out there tough enough, or Dave, I should say, Dave, he was working hard on Clarkie, mate. He knew that he was around him somewhere. He backed up a little bit through the race, and then he saw him again like, whoa, I better get back into this and give it everything it's got once again.
I really don't know what happened there, mate. Something happened with the Wild Child, you know, on the 3rd lap, and he had to back right out of it. Something went wrong, and then he really caused himself some pain, didn't he? Because he had to fight his way back. But I tell you what, credit to Darren Robinson. He didn't give up and he kept on it. And credit to Clarkie as well.
Yeah,
round the outside.
Absolutely. That was a great race between them. You know, and there's a bit of a problem just there for Darren out there, Wild Child. But as they come back to the shoreline, that was a great and enjoyable race.
Fantastic. We'll take a short break and we will be back with a 6-litre boat in the Trojan race number 2, heat number 2, race number 1. Yeah, absolutely, mate. This is going to be a great category. We have got 5 boats in the field. This is our 85 mile an hour category. So boats are looking for. What I like about these ones, Michael, is the eclectic mix of boats that we have out there. I'm just looking at Titan coming back into the pit, so I hope Zach Slattery hasn't got an issue there, but I think he might have, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, green round. It's coming back in there.
Adrian McGlynn, crew chief, is going to be busy. They've been working on that boat, so hopefully they can get that sorted. But what I was speaking about, the eclectic mix, you've got tunnel boat there, which unfortunately not running, but we've got a little 1.6 litre Ozlight hydroplane, which is Andrew Donahue, a good mate of mine, in the Predator, very aptly named boat. And we've got the Mild and Wild and the Demon and the Hombre, which are all displacement boats. So Rick Fenwick, Josh Sawyer, and Michael McArdle. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, what we're going to have from there, now the starters are going to change their positions a bit out here, I believe, at the same time, Biss, because we've just lost Zachary Satley. He was from lane number 1 out there. So now that'll change. One will be Predator 85 with Andrew Donahue, with Predator. From 2 would be Mild and Wild with Rick Fenwick. And from 3 will be Demon 95 Josh Sawyer. And from 4 will be Hombre with Mick McArdle.
Yeah,
right, so that'll be the starters coming up next.
That'll be good for Andrew. To be fair, the little 1.6 litre hydroplane, it is an 85 mile an hour boat, but probably only just. Whereas these other boats have got the power to get them up to 85, and they can probably go over that. They're not allowed to. The other thing we probably should explain about this category, we were talking about open cockpit boats earlier on.
Yep.
So open cockpit boats overall in powerboat racing are limited to 105 miles an hour. But there's also speed limited categories for boats that are older boats, that are open deck boats, that limit the speed to try and keep the safety in there in these open cockpit boats. So that's what these boats are doing. They've all got a GPS in the boat.
That's how they govern the speed, so they can watch the speed, correct?
They can watch the speed, and they also, these GPSs are the club's GPSs, and they come back to the officials at the end of the race. You've got a recall on them, and if you've gone out over your speed, you are out. No questions asked.
Just like that?
Just like that.
Okay, well, that's interesting stuff, so you've got to be right on it. So what you're saying, an 85 mile per hour, you're going to be trying to do 84.9.
Exactly right. Yeah. The problem is, mate, when the boat jumps and leaps and comes out of the water, they also go forward. So if you're doing your 84.5 and it jumps out of the water, you might go 86.
I get what you're saying. That's all it takes. If they see one thing over 85, you're out.
You're done. Yeah, no scope for any movement there. So we're bringing him down now and see Andrew Donahue on pole position, and he's got some displacement boats to contend with in this one. Going to be interesting to see what he does in the first corner. Very different cornering attitudes in all these boats as well. This is going to be a good one, mate.
Absolutely. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eye on the start line. The flag has been dropped. Away they go. Bisho, they're into it. Let's take a look at these guys.
Oh, Demon looks like it hasn't quite got the pace to go there. And in fact, it is going to be Hombre that is going to lead in. And we're missing a boat there, mate. The Mild and Wild missing in action as well. So we'll call this one as we said. As they go down into turn number 1, Donahue on pole in the Predator. You can see the spray coming off the skid fin, a little hydroplane. Yep. And Hombre is the lead boat at the moment with a Michael McArdle.
Yeah, Mick McArdle. He looks like he's going pretty damn quick to me. I've been watching that GPS and that was hit on board, I can tell you now. That's behind these guys.
Exactly right. Joshy Sawyer rounding out the field. So Andrew Donahue doing a good job to hold off Josh Sawyer at the moment. They've had some issues with Josh Sawyer's Demon boat. Donahue's had a problem here. Look at that. What's going on there?
Yeah, definitely. He's lost a lot of speed now. He's coming back on again and puts him back in the 3rd spot on the track.
I think he might have just hooked it a bit, mate. Maybe boat looks like it's going all right now, but it's all Hombre at the moment as he fires up the front chute for the second time.
3 boats out on the course here at the moment. I'm sure we had 4 earlier on. Yeah. But only down to 3 now. Hombre, Mick McArdle, is going through and still leading from a fair distance.
Yeah, we've lost Rick Fenwick, mate, there with the Mild and Wild, unfortunately. Of course, we lost Titan F2 even before the race began.
Yes.
So down the back straight, it is Hombre. Now the Demon has managed to overhaul the Predator there, so Josh Sawyer doing a lovely job. We're getting fed, mate. How good is this Adelaide Speedboat Club?
Absolutely. Take a look at that.
Living like a king. we need utensils. Anyway, there's a boat race going on, Michael.
Oh, yeah, this is brilliant, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at these guys out here once again. And, of course, Hombre, Mick McArdle is coming over for one
flag there from Mickey McCardles. He goes down up into the top turn. And Joshy Sawyer, this boat looks a lot stronger than what we saw at Yarrawonga. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a poor showing from him at Yarrawonga. This boat is much, much stronger as Josh goes up into the top turn. And Donahue, we thought a little bit outpaced by these displacement boats. Unfortunately, that little bit of a problem in the top corner has seen him well back into third place, but he's pushing on at the moment.
Absolutely. Now we go back to these guys once again. Let's take a look. We go to the Bridgeland end. It's Mick McCarthy in Hungary. He turns at the last time. He points the nose towards the finish line end coming our way. Looking at the checkered flag here, ladies and gentlemen. And he puts the nose up in the air. Mick McCarthy for Hungary takes the win out here, Dave.
Mate, he's leaning on it pretty hard across the line. I hope he doesn't break out across the line there.
Took the words right out of my mouth, but I'm confident. Oh no, he was going real quick.
Joshy Sawyer has a little bit of a pop and a fluff there. Might have been on the rev limiter potentially.
Yep.
One of these guys run a rev limiter to stop him going over that top speed bracket.
Yep, absolutely. That'd be a wise move to be doing that, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Donahue brings a little 1.6 litre Oz boat hydroplane for third place. A good run from him, but he'll be disappointed with that one corner. Well, mate, we've just got some food delivered to us and we're going to take a break, I reckon.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. We'll be back real soon. Thanks, guys.
one of our folks taking a bit of water over there ago, the guys that have been organising everything K.O.K. On the shoreline I'm talking about, there's no great dramas, and we'll be back on the water shortly. So, enjoy it. So much at the moment out there, lovely afternoon weather. Now the force of the Adelaide is both coming in this afternoon. And tomorrow, of course, the Dawn Gold Cup, another day of great performance out on the water. Alright, that's one too far away to us, and it's going to be actually one more time. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a later at the give them up the motorway to see how we get out to Thank you.
And my name's Dave Bishop. And the race that we have on the water now is Trojan, race 2, heat 1. Boats we've got, Brett Nidry in the B&R, the Tough Enough with James Clark. Mark Ebenruder in the Rooters, and Turn It Up, Connor Patterson, mate. So welcome back, and here we go.
You're not wrong about that. Here we go once again, ladies and gentlemen. And another great race coming up, as you just said, the Trojan race 2, heat 1. And they're looking real sharp at it at the same time. We've just had a beautiful lunch on behalf of the Adelaide Speedboat Club. Thank you so much, guys.
Mate, I need a little lie down, maybe a little siesta now.
You've come to the good country here, Bish. All right,
mate.
All right.
Johnny Thomas just took a photo of it. We've sent it club that I commentate for and said, this is living.
This is how you got to do it.
That's how we do it.
This is how you got to do it out here. And no, great to have you over here, man, and enjoy immensely here once again. All right, and you're getting yourself organised. And thanks once again this weekend for GP Hydro live streaming with the guys. Of course, Scotty, Neil and Paul. Guys, they do a superb job too, those guys. Hey, well done. And you're part of the team also.
Yeah, I drove over with Neil, most frightening day of my life yesterday, mate. So
that's a bit rough.
I think he thinks he's Brocky or something like that. But I said to him at one point, I think we won the race. Not sure who we were racing, but anyway, we won it. Here we go, mate. Boats coming down under starters' orders now.
Absolutely. All right, Dave, we'll take a look at the start area and, of course, the general lead. And, of course, these guys here getting organised. The big white flag is standing in our way. But here we go. They're parallel to the shoreline. They're about to get the drop of the flag, ladies and gentlemen, the starter. Look at the flag. There it is. They're on their way. Bishy, take it away.
Patterson gets a crack at one of the boats. Has got something flying off the back of it. That looks like Everruder. Got something loose on the back of that boat. Might just be some tape or something. I'll tell you what. They'll blanket over as they go down into turn number one. Patterson holds them tight, mate.
Absolutely. I tell you, they're all bunched up. The water flies in the air. But the guys are wide open. Turn it up on the outside. And there's he got some top-end speed coming at us.
So Connor Patterson really throwing it at him. I think it's just a bit of tape or something coming off the back of the Rooters boat as they head up into the top turn, and it is very tight. Nidri and Everruder side by side and gunnel to gunnel. Nidri the big winner out of that one as they come down the back chute for the second time.
Absolutely. I can't see or work out what is in the back of Rooters. That is flapping around big time out there. We go back to, of course, Everett Nidri. He's throwing everything at it.
Connor Patterson absolutely looking dominant here at the moment, mate, as he fires up the front chute, and he's going to be very, very hard to beat from here. We've got Nidri really throwing it down, taking a couple of big hits as he exits turn number one there for the second time, and then we've got tough enough back to Everruder in the Rooters boat as they become a little bit processional now.
Absolutely, they start to spread it a bit, as you said, exactly processional. Keeping an eye on these guys, but turn them up down the bridge lane there, and he is fast. Rooters, I don't know what that is. It's flapping around, but it stands out big time.
Yellow flag comes out now. Connor Patterson as he lights up the boat. Then gets this on the lap, and it's going to be very hard to knock off from here. He's out in front, and I tell you we've got a problem. Michael, what's happened?
I don't know, there's a lot of blue smoke in the back here with Rooters from Mark Everruder. That don't look like a good sign to me at all, and he's dropping right back down here. Whenever that was flapping around, I don't know if that's affecting the boat, but there's definitely smoke coming out from the engine. Take a look at that.
That doesn't look good at all, mate.
No.
Everruder's in a lot of trouble, but have a look at the battle for second place. James Clark on the inside of Brett Nidri. What a stunning drive from the young fella. It's going to be Connor Patterson, but the real race is for second place here.
Absolutely. Is it going to be a double-up race? All right, let's have a look at these guys. As Turn It Up takes the win. He's got the two flag, and young James from Double Up. He comes up front to the second spot.
James Clark knocks off Brett Nidri, and Brett Nidri's where did the young fella come from?
You're not wrong about that, and he'd be thinking like, man, that guy was quick, because Brett Nidri, he don't hang around. And at the same time, over the far side, we've got Mark Everruder pulled up out there in Rooters, and that was throwing out more and more blue smoke towards the end of the race out there, Dave.
I'm just glad it's not on fire, mate, because
absolutely
that looks like a fairly serious amount of blue smoke coming out of that boat, and that looked to me like an engine failure, to be honest, mate. I hope it's not.
Yeah, same here, hopefully not, because that's an expensive thing, and also the end of the weekend for him, but it didn't look good from here.
Just weird too, you know, it had something flapping off the back of it, whether maybe it was a hose or something come off, but
it looked flat and wide, but we're a big distance away from the boats, but I've never seen something like that before. Could not pick that. I couldn't tell you what it was, and Dave, I'm pretty sure you're in the same boat with that, hence here at the boat racing. But Turn It Up, well done for a great win out there once again with the young Connor Patterson behind the wheel.
But tell you what, the previous race, mate, that 85 mile an hour race, we should mention too, Big Chief Hire for the sponsor of that particular race, and Big Chief have been a great supporter of this club.
Absolutely. On the northern side of Adelaide with Big Chief Hire, they've been around for a long time, and they're very, very popular business here in Adelaide. So thanks a lot to those guys from Big Chief Hire here this weekend on Saturday. The running of course, the Marge Watson Cup this weekend. Tomorrow the Darren. But thanking those guys once again. And we'll try and find out a bit later on what was going on with Rufus out there with Mark behind the wheel. And that guy there, mate, he put so much time into repairing. He blew the engine up at the previous race, I'm pretty sure. Interstate somewhere. You might know more than me about that, Dave.
I'm not sure on that one, mate, to be honest. But,
I know you heard it. He come to work, he was buying bits and pieces and did another engine. And
got the inside info. He probably didn't want anyone to know. You told everyone.
Told the world, but I'm thinking it'll be along those lines that I'm coming up with at the moment. If we get the opportunity, I'll get a word in with Mark a bit later on and see what is coming out of it.
Yeah, real shame for him. That did look pretty terminal to me. However, hopefully I'm wrong. But can we actually see boats getting towed back in left, right and centre here at the moment as we've got Mould and Wild getting towed back in as well there, mate. So disappointing there for Team Mould and Wild as they come through. That's Rick Fenwick. Unfortunately for him, that was from the previous race. I don't know where he ended up. He must have gone out into the ocean somewhere.
Out there somewhere. We couldn't sight him, and until now he's been rescued, obviously, and being brought back to the pit area. But nevertheless, and the second one's being brought in with the Don P. Farrell, the rescue guys, with Mark and River Ruthless coming our way. But that's how all this unfolded, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, mate. Next heat is a race 2, heat 2 for the Trojan series, and the boats we're looking for.
Thank you so much. TKD, Toolkit Depot people. Rob, well done, man. In the gold area, Able Roofing, Jeff Stanell. Jeff, thanks again, man. In Excess Man. SA Lift and Loader. Davo, thanks, buddy. We move on, of course, with Tyre Right. And they're a platinum sponsor also, Tyre Right. So well done to those guys. Hallmark trailers here in Adelaide and Australia-wide. Thank you guys. We move on with CP Used Trucks here this weekend. Another great supporter of this event. In the bronze section for the sponsorship deal this weekend. Marine Tyres, Bob Stern. Thanks, Bobby. Well done. Braden Amado, of course, with APF Motorsport. Thanks, Braden. And you love the motor racing, I know that. Along with Vale Signs this weekend. All the signage you see around the place. Vale Signs, thank you very much. Also, the Lakes Resort Hotel. A lot of the competitors staying here this weekend. They've been supporting our races for a long time, the Lakes Hotel. We move on now with Truckworks. Lyndon and all the guys over at Hackenden Road in Wingfield, not too far away from here. And of course, Rolf with all the talk photography. That guy's always here. Best photographs you'll ever see of the boat racing. Thanks again there, Rob. Keep it up, Rolf, I should say. Chili Billy, Mobile Cool Rooms. We've got 4 of them out the back that these guys look after us with. Well done. Quick Stripe Sign Shop. Thanks, guys. Matt and Terry Smith, part of this place out here once again. SA Building Supplies. Thank you so much for servicing the north and the south here in South Australia. In the silver medallion, thank you so much to, of course, Mark Ebenrouter. And Mark at the moment just getting towed in. He runs Ebenrouter diesel service over at Wingfield and a boat racer on the weekend like this weekend out here. Topco, glass fibre specialist and concrete. Jared Smith, the Club Commodore. Thanks, Jared. A great Club Commodore also doing a mighty fine job. Access Express, a specialised hire experience. They're also supporting us out here, along with Action Line Marking. Thank you so much, guys. Also, Big Chief Hire. We spoke about them a bit earlier over at Waterloo Corner. Well done. Professional Solutions. They're the guys that all the truck hire. Rentco, Transport Equipment Rentals. Thanks to those people also. Comwide, SA leader in sales, service and solutions for radio communication. Supplying all the radios here for the weekend, in fact. Well done. And we move on also in the Commodores Cup. Cosy Amato, thanks guys for the Port Panel Shop. Cosy over there at Lipton Street here in Port Adelaide. We move on also to Oz Brokers, the insurance brokers out here. Bruce Lindsay, thanks Bruce. Port Adelaide Auto Parts. Well done to you guys for all the years you've been behind us. And of course, the security firm looking after this event for the entire weekend, Proline Protection, and I'm pretty sure 7 or 8 of their guards out here this weekend, making sure we have a safe and a great event out here once again. So thanks to Proline Protection, and they are the sponsors that support the sport we enjoy out here so much. So thank you very much to all of our major sponsors, and we'll be back with you not far away at all, back out on the water with more action once again.
Thank you, mate. It is good to see them enjoying themselves, and make sure that if you're having a drink, Michael, obviously have a succession plan to get home.
Spot on, mate, spot on, and we always, of course, advertise that. Enjoy yourselves, definitely, but make sure there's always someone to get you home safely and have a great afternoon. Mr. Chris Palmer. Chris, my good friend, so sad, buddy. You're one of the strongest contenders that ever comes to Adelaide. He's right down here now at the moment, down here, Dave, and engine chucked out rods yesterday, and very, very disappointing for him, and he tried everything to get another engine in the boat, but unfortunately things just didn't go exactly the plan. But I'll tell you what, he'll be back next year, bigger and better, as he always does.
He will. Chris can come up and see us in the commentary point if he would like to at some point. Well,
yeah.
We can have a bit of a chat about what that was all about, but we've got race boats on the water at the moment, Michael.
We have Chris. You're straight down the bottom here, right in front of me, Chris. Up here, Chris. If you want to come up for a bit later for a bit of a wah-wah, come up if you want. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. All right, well, we've got his attention now. He's going to come up and say hello. So you can have a chat to him on air a bit later on and find out exactly what was going down. What do you reckon, Dave?
Let's do that, mate. Absolutely. Always good chatting with Chrissy.
Oh, yeah.
One of those guys that always makes sense when he speaks, which I like.
Yeah, and you like to listen to him, and you should listen to him too, because I tell you...
Oh, yeah, I can't run and I can't fight, so I need to be nice to everyone, mate.
All right, let's have a look at this. And ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to commence the next race coming up, Heat 2, Race 2 of the Trojan. And at the start of the General Lee is bringing in the 3 start boats now as I speak. Rightio, the General Lee, she straightens right up. 600 horsepower engine, he gets it up to about 70 mile per hour. He's got the white flag up. When does he drop it now? They're away. Let's go, Davo.
It's a 2-boat race, mate. We've got Craig Lewis on the inside, Mickey Newton on the outside, and there is absolutely nothing in it as they go down into turn number 1 for the first time. Workhorse, can he get through without spinning out this time around? He had a spin in the previous heat, but that's a nice turn number 1 for him.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good turn, and that'll take good competition between the two guys here at the moment as they go around for the first time on the first lap. And I tell you what, Davo, very, very close in the competition, very similar.
Absolutely. The Gunnell Racing as Lewis now makes a little bit of a break. He gets around about 2 boat lengths there on Newton now as they go down the back straight away. What can the Workhorse do here?
Exactly, but Craig Lewis, he pulls away a bit down the back main straight, ladies and gentlemen, towards the Bridgeland end. Comes in smooth and tight around the boys once again out of your Bish. Not a bad turn coming out the guy.
Yeah, look at the momentum that the workhorse carried in, and he's running that wide line. His only hope here is to try and keep momentum in the corners while Lewis is running hard on the pin.
Exactly, and that's what the idea is, and make it up as we go. As he does it again now. Bish, have a look. He goes wide once again. As we see Image out there, very tight on the pin, and now it's the back straight again. Horsepower going down the back lane straight.
Lewis has got a lot of acceleration in that boat, and that's where he's winning this run at the moment, because Newton can't go with him. He's running in. You can see Newton closes up the gap on the entry to the corner because he's running that wider line, but unfortunately for him, he hasn't got the go with Lewis as they come out of the bottom turn.
Exactly what's happening out there, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep an eye on these guys once again, and his Image going very well. Craig Lewis, one more lap, and he's leading quite well at the moment down here once again, Davo.
Craig Lewis doing a fantastic job out in front. Newton's doing a storming job. He's not in the box seat, he's on the outside, and it's a hard way around for him, so he's really having to work hard for this. He's probably got the boat speed, but he just hasn't got track position at the moment.
Exactly, spot on, and that's what's happening at the moment. Craig Lewis in Image. He turns for the final time. He looks down the front lane straight. He looks at the ticket flag, ladies and gentlemen. He heads towards it, and he says, "Thank you very much." Image takes the race. Right behind him, workhorse Michael Newton. Not a bad effort either. There it is, Bish. Good little race between two guys.
Mate, that's a ripper drive there from Nudo. Unfortunately, just didn't have track position. That outside run, the boats are so evenly matched.
Yeah, definitely.
He wasn't going to get over Lewis. Lewis is just too professional and too hard at it, and Newton wasn't going to get over him in that one. Great racing from our 6-litre boys.
Spot on. Great between the two guys once again, and keeping an eye on everything once again as that sheet is now going to disappear. I believe we'd be going back to the 105s, but we'll get that clarified, but I'm confident with that by looking out there on the water at the moment. And if it is going to be, we'll have a look as we wait for these two guys first to come back into the pit area.
I'm looking at the 105 entry here. Motor got Hombre 95, tough enough F2. A little nuts, Andrew Cameron. He's one of our junior boats. I'm not sure that he'll be running in this one.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that.
Sure that
yeah,
quite right. But,
exactly.
AMR racing as well. So we'll wait and see what boats head out on.
Yeah, no, definitely.
With our officials to see what boats we have.
You know, we'll wait on that to make sure again, once again, to make sure it's all happening correctly. But what a fabulous afternoon here this afternoon for the Marge Watson weekend this Saturday. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning we're open again at 9:30 a.m. and we continue with racing around about 11 a.m. finishing off the weekend with the running of the 2023 Darren Gold Cup. And always a barnstorm with that one there, Bish. And good to see things happening out here once again. But the Darren Gold Cup, a great one. Always well loved every year out here at this fabulous racetrack.
Yeah, definitely. I see Cliffy down here, and we're really looking forward to the Brett Howard Memorial Race as well, which Cliffy gets to choose who goes into that one. So don't drink too many of those VBs, mate, before you make that decision, please.
Yeah. Can you hear us, Cliffy? Let's have a look. I think he's enjoying himself too much out there.
Listen to us, mate.
Nah, he's too busy wiring and doing his thing, but that's all good. Good to see the General League coming up close. Thanks to everyone out there, Darren Lee, Darren and Toddies, in fact. Darryl Jones on the boat and just shut her down. And that's not a bad position to be in all weekend out there. It'd be nice out there. That's the lovely shimmer out here this afternoon. Something about the boat racing out here. Once again, Bish, you said earlier on, makes it all part of it. The colour, the sunshine, the shimmer of the water, you name it. It's got the right atmosphere. Well done out here once again.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And boats we got heading out. This is actually going to be one of our unlimited outboard races. I'm just seeing Adam Smith going out. There, who else have we got there? So these boys doing a warm-up. be an interesting one because we've got 3 F1s up against the displacement. As I just see AMR Racing just come through the front of the commentary point, but we've got Hombre, Tough Enough, F2, and Impulsive. So this is going to be a good one.
Okay, boats now going on the inland end and milling to get themselves organised to come back with us shortly. And Bish is just going to find out a bit more up-to-date information for us. He won't be too far away. And we'll get this race underway shortly. And from one, when I say one, the one closest to the start boat, of course, the General Lee will be Mick McArdle in Hombre and Cooper Bernstein in Tough Enough. And let's give an eye on fact. Yep, we're getting some paperwork happening. AMR Racing and be Austin from 3 and Impulsive with Adam Smith from 4. But Austin McDonald is the driver of the AMR Racing entry. Good work there, Dave. I tell you what, Davey Bishop, folks, has got all the info and make sure it's up to hand. Well done, Dave.
Seem to be going good. So welcome back to everybody in GP Hydro live streaming land as well, mate. Hope you're enjoying the racing here today as much as we're enjoying bringing it to you because it's been absolutely spectacular here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club, and it won't be too long before we're moving into heats and final of the Marge Watson here this afternoon.
Oh, yeah, everyone be waiting for that, and they love that one there. People are now, of course, learning all about the Marge Watson, and that they come and they know towards the end of the afternoon all that's going to happen out here. But let's go back towards the start line area once again on the inland end as the General Lee is bringing in 4 start boats at the moment. And they're spread out reasonably well. But we'll keep an eye on the General Lee as he comes in the bend and, of course, the dog leg in the river out there, folks. As he comes up towards us now, you'll see the General Lee turn nice and hard and get the boat parallel with the shoreline. There it is. He's got to make sure he gets that part right now. Bisho, 4 boats are coming our way. I'm about to hand it over to you. In fact, you can take it away right about now. Take it away, Bish.
Here we go. White flag flying high. White flag drops, and the you know what stops. We're racing. Hombre gets an absolute barn burner down the first chute, and Smithy gets a good one as well as we head down into turn number 1 for the first time. Sorry if my microphone was off, folks. Down into turn number 1 we go. Here we go. So, Smith now in the Impulsive F1 machine leading back to Hombre. Then it's the Tough Enough, and on the outside, the AMR with Austin McDonald.
Absolutely, McKinney and Iron once again, but Adam Smith, Smithy, he leads the way. I love the way that boat just turns down there on the inland end, and the good top end speed down the back main straight at the moment out here, Bish. Hombre throwing everything at it with Mick McArdle up in 2nd spot.
Yeah, Mickey McArdle's doing an awesome job here trying to hold off these hard-charging tunnel boats, and he's the sole invalid guy out there at the moment. He feels a bit lonely, I'm pretty sure, but he's running a solid 2nd place at the moment.
Absolutely, you're not wrong about that. He's got 1 in front of him, 2 behind him, but he's throwing everything at it. Adam Smith is pretty smooth, he's quick, that boat is like on glass at the moment. Hombre goes on by, wide open throttle. Here come the back 2 runners at the moment. Bishler giving everything they got.
This is a terrific battle for 3rd place here at the moment.
Yeah.
Between the AMR with Austin McDonald and, of course, the Tough Enough with Cooper Bronstein. Cooper doing a fantastic job on the inside there as they run through, and our race leader's about to pick up the yellow flag and set off on his last lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam Smith, he's a guy now coming down the front main straight, ladies and gentlemen. But lovely rooster tail coming out from Smithy. He goes over the yellow flag right about now, which means 1 more lap to go for him out there, Bish.
Yeah, he's going to be hard to beat from here. We'll want to check that GPS when he gets back to Adelaide to go over 105 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Hombre runs through, 2nd place, still a solid run for him. Cooper Bronstein has definitely done a number there on Austin McDonald and put him back a little bit as Austin runs the wide line.
Absolutely, a good race, but it's spread out pretty well evenly as we get over the 3 laps at the moment. Well, here we go. Let's take a look. Adam Smith and Impulsive. He comes down close to the shoreline. I guess you guys have a quick show, and he goes over The finish line to take the win. There it is, Davo.
Adam Smith takes a win. Beautiful drive from Adam in that particular impulsive F1 got the time on Gold Coast. And it's Hombre charging hard to the line and picks up second place with Michael McArdle. Into third place, a hard charging Cooper Bronstein. That was one more lap and he would have got there.
Yeah, absolutely. But the interesting part, I wonder if the GPS will tell them any stories about their speed.
You've got to be careful in these ones,
Yeah,
mate.
you're not wrong. It don't take much, you know, and when you're racing, obviously you're concentrating and try and stay ahead. You forget about the pedal wide open and that could cost you.
Yeah, mate, Austin McDonald comes through and rounds out the field. A good drive from young Austin, but couldn't quite hold out a hard-charging Cooper Bronstein. Good job from Cooper in what's one of the older boats in the field too, mate. So really good effort from Cooper there.
Well done, and good to hear that from Cooper Bronstein. And exciting race. Nice to see those guys giving it everything. But Adam Smith came up trumps. Well done, you Adam. Good work. And now coming in, of course, to the pit area and getting ready shortly for more action to come out for another fresh race once again.
All right, so next race on the card, ladies and gentlemen, as I just desperately turn my paperwork over here, we have got F1 scratch race. So this is going to be a couple of boats turning around and heading back out, but Craig Beetle Bailey, first time we see him on the water this weekend.
Now that you mention that, I'm sure you're going to know a lot about Craig Bailey. Let these lovely folks know on the short line a bit about Craig Bailey's background.
Well, Craig Bailey is an enigma of Australian powerboat racing. Started as a junior, effectively. He's come through the tunnel boat ranks. Not only has he won pretty much everything there is to win in tunnel boat racing, Australian Championships, Australian Formula 1 Championships, he's also raced on the International Formula 1 circuit. He currently cruises on the International Formula 1 circuit. He's one of the greatest boat builder, engine rigger, mechanics. He also does triathlons. He's super fit. He's he's nearly 60, I think, getting close. And he's as fit as anybody out there, and he's a really professional guy. Not only that, lovely bloke and a good friend of mine, I'm happy to say.
Wow, well, that was a pretty colourful list of achievements coming out from Craig Bailey. Well done there, Bish, and bringing us right up. I know he's had a lot of great deal of success here at Adelaide over the years, and a great racer, like you said, and very, very tough competitor.
You know his favourite thing in the world, Michael?
Tell me.
Beating guys with inboard engines in their boats.
Yeah, I can see that in him actually too, and you can see that in his eye. Makes sense too, because he's a very quick racer though, and very, very good at what he does.
Well, you watch Craig's strategy on the track. He's very deep thinker about his racing. He outsmarts guys a lot of the time, and he just, what he does, and he always comes in these blown boats. Obviously, we're running tunnel boats in this one, but later on with the Darwin Cup and things like that, you'll see the strategy that he runs. He'll never be first to the first corner, but very often he's first when he crosses that checkered line, and he's just a very deep thinker and a very smart racer.
Yeah, and that's why he's got where he is today, and he's very good at what he does, and it'll be interesting to find out what will come out of it a little bit later on this afternoon and also tomorrow afternoon once again.
Absolutely. Looking forward to so he's out there with some of his tunnel boat buddies in this one, of course. We've got TRG Transport, which is Craig, and then two Impulsive, Jared Smith. Impulsive F1, Adam Smith, so he's going to do the quick turnaround. And Mainline Dynos with Simon Troy. Simon had a big spin yesterday. That's the guy I was chatting about a little bit earlier on down the bridge end turn.
Yes.
Massive spin, pulled something like 8 Gs in the boat, lost the cowl off the back of it. And it was because one of the course boats had left a few rollers in the corner.
Oh,
and he
wow.
came in a bit hot and didn't see them.
Yep.
And just the boat hooked up, but it spun. If you want to have a look at that, you can jump on GP Hydro live streaming. The footage is there. Massive off. Very lucky for the boat not to go over.
Yeah, all
flat
right.
spin. But it's great to see Simon Troy back out. He had a couple of good runs after that yesterday, and the boat looks spectacular. I had a chat with him this morning. He's good to go.
Good to hear, and great homework there once again. Also, Bish Jared Smith, ladies and gentlemen, he's the Commodore of the Adelaide Speedboat Club here also, and racing this weekend in from second spot in 2 Impulsive. Great guy. Family's been involved in the boat racing for a great number of years.
Yeah, Jared's one of the real genuine good guys of powerboat racing, and just a lovely bloke, but a hard racer as well, and loves his tunnel boat. And he's been doing spectacularly well this season. He's clocked up plenty of wins, and the boat's going really, really good. He's driving it really well. He's in that zone. And as you say, mate, his family is behind him. They love the club. They love Adelaide. They love racing. and you know, he's just a ripping bloke, and we really we love to see Jared doing well.
On top of that, he looked lovely in his Commodore suit this morning at the driver's briefing out there with Jared Smith, and you can see the passion from the heart, mate.
Yeah,
well done to the guys, and they're out there racing, doing what he loves best.
Yeah, 100%. You know, and that's. I think we lack a bit of that, you know, sometimes in the modern age, mate. There's a little bit of tradition and that little bit of pomp and ceremony, and I like it. I think it's important.
Very important.
And he does a great job. So what a great club. First time I've been here, as I've said, mate. I'm really excited to, well, come back. Hopefully
you want to come back in next year?
Oh, yeah, I think I probably would.
I think you will be. As long as they don't give you no cheek and go out that window. It's pretty high up, 3 metres, and you're only short. No, mate, it's all good. It's all good. All right, I tell you what, the guys are still getting ready to get out in the water here. We've got some more paperwork to do. What do you reckon we come back to them very, very shortly?
Yeah, getting boats organised. Let's do that, mate, and we'll be back with some racing real soon.
There it is.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Winter Spectacular here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club. My name's Dave Bishop, and I am with Michael Age as we are having a fantastic time up here, mate.
Oh, absolutely, Bishop. And my nickname here, they call me Hollywood in Adelaide, but Michael Hollywood Ages. Hollywood's the nickname, but I'll tell you that story another time. But let's continue on here the same. Another great race coming up, and we've got 7 starters coming up at the next round.
Let's have a look at them, mate. So we've got TRG Transport, Craig Bailey. We've got the man that just went past us there is Simon Troy, I should say, in Mainline Dinos. Also got Jared Smith in the 2 Impulsive F1 with Adam Smith, his brother. We also have Ryan Stunnell in, I don't know what Ryan's...
Yeah, Ryan Stunnell.
So that's Jared just going through there in the 2 Impulsive.
Yep.
I think this is Ryan here. And Austin McDonald, mate, in the AMR Racing. So, good field of boats. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. And you're just penciling in some more, of course, information that we require up here in the commentary box. If you haven't seen Formula 1 boats before, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on these guys because they go so fast out the main straights and almost as fast around the corners.
Yeah, well, a well set up tunnel boat, or F1 boat, or Grand Prix boat. Generally, the driver probably doesn't really have to back off coming into the corner. They can actually just settle the boat with the trim, turn the boat in, and the speed that the boat washes off when it hooks up that inside sponson is enough for them to be able to just keep the throttle planted. 400 odd horsepower out of these engines.
The other thing with that, Dave, just quickly, up in the mind, the brain to actually keep your foot in it and actually do it because they're hard to be beating like. This is scary stuff.
Yeah,
You've got enough of these to get around the corner and do it.
That's right, mate. It's these guys, all of these guys have been driving these boats a long time, and they know what it's about. That's Austin McDonald just heading out there now, along with Adam Smith on the outside of him, and then it is Cooper.
Bronstein of memory.
That's Cooper Bronstein in the Tough Enough, just heading out there. So sending them all up the top end of the course, and Craig Bailey a bit of class in this field, but I'll tell you what, it's not a given, mate. He's got a lot of strong competition to try and knock off.
Spot on, absolutely. We're going to keep an eye on this one here coming up also. And as we're doing that at the same time, we can hit out here in the pit area at the same time out here, Bisho. I can hear Supercharged blowing out of displacement, getting tunes and playing with at the same time. Things are revving up as the afternoon unfolds. The engines have been shut down. But let's go back to the infield of this racetrack once again on the inland. They're milling and getting themselves organised for a 7-starter race coming our way.
I tell you what, Michael, just a look on your face when you're listening to that blown engine. That's a bit of you, isn't it, mate?
You can see it, can't you? You understand, you know. You've got the racing in your blood just like myself. And it's all about what we do out here, ladies and gentlemen, enjoying high-octane and high, fast-paced action out here at the racetrack.
Beautiful racetrack it is too, mate. The Adelaide Speedboat Club, what an absolutely spectacular venue. And the gods have turned on the weather for us. I thought it was going to be rubbish.
Yeah, I was worried about that, but we were wrong, and he was good to us, and we thank him so much for that. Beautiful. All right, let's go back. Well, the supercharged machine in the background, it's got my hair standing up again, the buggers, but I tell you what, let's go back towards the inland end, and they're getting organised now, Bish. Let's have a look at these guys. One is accelerating hard to get into the right spot. And they won't be far away. Let's have a look. They look quite sharp in the afternoon sunlight. About to come our way. They're going to be 7 wide. The General Lee, the bright orange start boat to the right-hand side. And as they head our way, let's have a look at these guys. Man, there's revs, there's action, there's everything happening out here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in the commentary box with us now, we've got supercharged action behind us. We've got a great start coming up. Bish, I'm about to throw it over to you shortly. Here we go. The General Lee is about to start this race, and away we go right about now. The tune's on, Davo.
Go, it's a call, and Craig Bailey gets an absolute barn burner as Jared Smith goes with him, but you can throw a blanket over the rest of the field. We've got a couple of stragglers back there, Austin McDonald and Cooper Bronstein, but we tip into the first turn, and this is going to be absolutely on for young and old here, Michael.
Oh, absolutely. The first 3 runners. Have a look at the rooster tails, ladies and gentlemen, in the afternoon sunlight here as they go on past us once again. There are three very fast boats. Look at the cornering.
Simon Troy on the outside having a real go here. Jared Smith doing a beautiful job running up into second place, and Craig Bailey charging hard down the front chute, and the rest of the field is charging on as well. It is going on all over the course here at the moment.
Down a battle for second and third at the moment out here at the bridge land end as they come around. Look how quick they come around that turn. Coming in wide, but trying to keep it tight now. Here it is, Bess.
Have a look at Beetle Bailey as he leans on the trim as he fires up the front straight away here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club. Simon Troy charging very, very hard down the outside, and Jared Smith doing a beautiful job, just running that tight line and holding on to second place over the top of Simon Troy at the moment.
There it is, yeah, absolutely. But the second and third, this is a great race. Have a look at the backman straight. Oh, what a drag race. He just passed him over the far side lane.
Simon Troy's got plenty of midfield pace, but have a look. Jared Smith comes back at him, sticks the nose of that beautiful blue machine up the inside again and pushes Simon Troy out. He says, mate, you want this one, you're going to have to work for it. One left to go.
You're not wrong about that. Going to have to work for it for second and third spot. Oh, mainline on the outside. Giving you everything they got, but I'll tell you what right now, Craig Bailey, who's leading the way down the backman straight. Dug into the water deep.
Yeah, Jared had to just take a little bit of evasive there as Simon Troy really, really held him tight as the rest of the field comes through. Cooper Bronstein comes past to set off on his last lap, but it's going to be a drag race to the finish line. Craig Beetle Bailey getting it done nicely as one of the back markers pulls out his way. Bailey takes the win. Unbelievable stuff. That's Austin McDonald coming through. Second place, Simon Troy. A great try from Jared Smith. Only lost it in the last straightaway.
Oh, spot on there, Bisho. Exactly what happened here on the finish line, ladies and gentlemen. What a great race between these two guys, and coming out rear of field,
Adam Smith coming through to pick up fifth place. Great drive there from Adam in one of the older boats on the field, and a good battle that's been going on towards the back of the pack as Ryan Stumble on the outside.
Yep.
And in the inside is Cooper Bronstein. So great racing. Wow, don't we love tunnel boat racing?
Oh, you're not wrong about that. They create exciting style racing, that is for sure. Well done with those guys, but Craig Bailey just goes to show you why he's a real Australian champion, eh?
He did that one pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, having said that, he had pole position. It's a good thing to have on this, these two-turn boy courses. So he should have won that one. He did win that one. Yep. I think he'll go back and go, righto, well, we've done our job. I don't think there'll be too much excitement about it. I think he'll be concentrating on what's coming next for him.
Exactly. And you might be right in his mind with that one there, Bish. I reckon you're 100% right on that one there. Well, another great race here. Put your hands together, folks, down there on the shoreline as they come back in towards the pit area. Great to see that coming out with Craig Bailey taking the win, not a problem. All right, and the folks down there enjoying out here once again, and a lot of support from what the spectators did this afternoon, Dave.
Yeah, everybody, you're having a good time here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club. Give us a big wave. Give us a Mexican wave if you can hear us out there and you're enjoying the weekend. Give it up for us and give it up for the Adelaide Speedboat Club, because we are having a fat old time up here in the commentary box.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And our lovely Joey, she's just coming straight back into the commentary box now, pen in hand.
She's giving me new stuff. She gives me a little cuddle every time she comes in. This is pretty special.
Beautiful girl, mate. Beautiful woman, and that does an exceptional job.
Okay, two votes.
The next heat coming up for the Marge, heat 1 coming our way shortly out here, Bish. Unleashed from 1, Brett Shepherd. And from 2 will be tough enough. 6 leader James Clark, only 2.
Yeah, mate.
Who we lost? We lost Trevor Stanley.
Yeah.
We've lost, who else we lost? Stanley and also Michael Newton.
Yeah, so Workhorse, of course, the 6 litre boat that, he was running pretty strong when he finished the last race. So
he was going well.
Not sure what's happened there. We know that Trevor did have an issue out on the course in the last race.
Yeah, definitely.
So it looks unfortunate that they haven't been able to turn that boat around. So heat number 1 of the Marge, mate. This is where it's about to hot up. Unfortunately, we're down to only 2 boats in this one, but 2 of the best. James Clark in, James in the 6 litre boat. So Brett Shepherd, it's a pretty good deal for Shepherd here on pole in a blown boat, only up against a 6 litre boat.
Yeah.
He should win this. He needs to do fast time, and he needs to bring the boat home in one piece.
Exactly what's got to be, called on upon with unleashed with Brett Shepherd, the fast time, bring it home in one piece so he can continue on and put himself in a good position.
Yeah, exactly right, mate. So, it might seem like it's just a foregone conclusion, and look, to be fair, it could be, but blown alcohol boats are temperamental beasts at the best of time.
Yes.
And Brett still needs to be just on his game, make sure that he gets a fast heat time.
Yep.
And also keep the boat together because if he stops, it's all over, mate.
All over Red Rover, spot on there. All right, we'll wait for these guys to get organised. They won't be too far away out here on the water once again. And we're going pretty well also. Let's take a look out here, Bish, at the moment. I'm just trying to hit some buttons. Just right on almost 3 p.m. in the afternoon out here. And we've been blessed here this afternoon with the weather once again. It's been really, really good comparing to what we thought we were going to have out here. So things are looking up.
Absolutely, mate. They certainly are. And I tell you what, just looking at the sun glare as well, mate. Hopefully that doesn't become a factor a little bit later on in the day. So the boys are telling me that it can. Obviously, this time of year, we're coming into winter now.
And now that you mention that, I remember this morning at the driver's briefing asking what time the Marge Watson is going to be run for the very reason we're talking about what you've just stated about the sun coming down with the glare on the water. Very important part for a racer to be out there, and that'll make the heart tick like, what, can't see where you're going. You know, it's something to think about.
Yeah,
in a very,
100%.
very fast boat.
You know, it's not a problem that they have on racetracks. It's only a problem we have on water. So,
exactly right.
The glare off the water it can be tricky, and you can already see there's a little bit of glare just from our perspective.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
probably not affecting them out on the course at the moment, but we can certainly see some. But, this is going to get exciting now. So, Marge Watson around about a couple of minutes away as we see, in fact, Unleashed fired up and getting ready to rock and roll.
Rightio, yeah, fired up for the second start, not a problem out there. Rightio, Unleashed, Brett Shepherd heading out, and right behind him, James Clark in the Tough Enough 6 litre. Okay, 2-horse race, so to speak, coming out for the Heat 1 of the Marge at the moment.
Yeah, this will be good. Young James did a great job in the Trojan races. He's not going to have the power to go with Unleashed. That's a given.
Well, we understand that. That's obvious. But like you said, do a good race, get a good time down, and that would help him also.
You've got to be there at the end of these 6-litre boats.
Exactly.
He's certainly capable. The other thing that James will have, over Unleashed is his corner speed, entry speed. Obviously, the blown boats are a lot heavier than the 6-litre boats. So the 6-litre guys can stay on the throttle for that couple, 1 second longer.
Doesn't sound much, but in time and distance, that's a fair way, man. At 1 second, that travelling that speed.
Yeah, it's a massive amount, mate. And you'll see it. You'll see the amount of ground that'll get made up by a 6-litre boat on a blown boat on the entry to the corner. In theory, the blown boat makes that up on the exit, but the blown boat has to be able to put the power down. We've spoken about it lots over the weekend.
Yes.
If you're not putting the power down and you're throwing the boat up on its side, you're losing momentum. The 6-litre boat will be all over you.
Exactly. So we're going to find out exactly. You mentioned that shortly when these two boats come back for a start. Stick around, folks. It won't be long at all. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, cast your eyes on the inland end out here once again. I can tell you now that generally the start boat is about to bring in the 2 starters around here now for Heat 1 of the Marge Watson out here this afternoon. Okay, a blown boat up against a normally aspirated boat. The flag has now been dropped. Take it away, you Clark. Let's have a look at it once again, Bish.
Marge Watson for 2023, and Brett Shepherd needs to stamp his authority on this one in heat number 1. That's the Unleashed. Fires down into turn number 1 for the first time. Have a look at the pace that Clark carries into turn number 1. Great effort from him. Shepherd needs to get the power down here.
Absolutely, as you said, the 6-litre very quick around the corner, but in the straight, it's the supercharged boat. But it's doing not a bad job out here at the moment. Let's keep an eye once again down here on Shepherd down the back main straight. The nose comes up in the air and the power comes on strong.
Shepherd looking really good here, mate. So he fires away, and Clark has a little bit of a flip-flop there as he comes out of turn number 2 for the first time. But Shepherd looking really strong here. He's got to get the power down cleanly again. He does.
He does too, very well so. Have a lot of speed coming on by. Have a listen to the supercharged engine working really hard out here on the inland end for a turn. As I speak, here comes young Tough Enough right now. There's a difference in the distance.
Shepherd throws the nose of the Unleashed boat up into the air as he fires down the back chute. Absolutely hard on it now as he tips it in. He's coming down to pick up a yellow flag and set off on his last lap, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. They come around there. The yellow flag's been thrown out into Shepherd. big top end from the blowing boat out here. Doing a great job as he heads inland. We'll take a look down here. Of course, it's Tough Enough 6 litre still coming our way. Nearly half a lap difference over a 3-lap race.
Yeah, 6 litre. Oh, Shepherd! This is what we spoke about. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Red flag on the course, mate. He might be stopping for a red flag here.
I believe red lights on the Don P. Farrell.
Yeah,
and they will be telling us something.
Young James needs to be on his game here, mate. He's just driven straight past an obvious red flag. That is not going to bode well with the officials for him.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute. About that. Let's have a look.
And I think he's going to have an uncomfortable discussion with the officials, young James.
He will do. He's realised now, obviously concentrating extremely heavy on the drive, but the red lights flashing up in the control tower. The red flags round the complete course. So we'll leave it at that. But the race has been pulled up now. Oh, we've just been told we have the dolphins coming through out here in the water. So we've pulled up the race instantly out here as we give the dolphins their turn to come through the river.
Absolutely, mate. And, since 1935, the Adelaide Speedboat Club has been 100% committed to establishing a safe and sustainable environment for the marine wildlife that share this river, mate. So, dolphins come on, we stop. Simple as that.
Yep.
We don't want to be running any dolphins over. I really like dolphins.
I do. I love them. And the families love them out here also at the same time. Mums and dads and the children looking out for the dolphins. So, no, they're out there again. We'll pull up.
Great effort and so professional there from Brett Shepherd. He saw a red flag before I saw it, actually.
Yes,
I thought the boat had stopped, mate.
Exactly. I looked, I thought mechanically something's gone wrong.
Yeah. I was just about to say we spoke about this, and I glanced across and saw the red flag, and sure enough, Brett had seen it before I did. So well done, Brett Shepherd. James, well, as I said, I think he's up for an uncomfortable discussion with the officials.
Yeah, that'll happen, but the main thing is we're pulled up, and we'll wait until the dolphins have gone through. So, folks, stick around. Have a look at the tide right now out here, Bish. Right up, covered the rocks. She's right up now. We've got the tide right in. Not a problem for the amount of water we got in the river to play.
It's right where it needs to be, mate.
Yeah, where it needs to be.
That race may get called too, mate. Definitely over 75% run.
Yeah,
so,
I believe it would be. It would be called, I believe. But we'll wait on confirmation on that one there at the same time. But we'll go off air, folks. But as we said, the reason why, until the dolphins clear the course, obviously we don't race until they've moved on. So we won't be too far away. And as soon as they've moved on, we'll be back on air and we'll let you know what's coming our way. What do you reckon there, David?
I reckon we'll be back real soon, Michael.
There it is. Thank you.
folks, now might be the perfect opportunity to head over to Savage Sports, Marj and get your merchandise. Plenty of that going on. And they're doing a great job over there. We've got stubby holders, the hats, shirts, you name it. They've also got all the old gear. So Louise Vendorf, she's running the show over there. And make sure you get your gear, but if you want your memento, wonderful weekend for the Dawn, Marge Watson.
Connor Patterson, here we are again, mate. This is the big one for you guys, though. Running a 6-litre boat here this weekend is going to be a big challenge for you.
It is. It's the final round of the Trojan, so it's pretty much what we've come here for. I know there's a few other races up for grabs, but for us, we're here for the Trojan, so yeah, it should be good.
Yeah, obviously the premier 6-litre race in Australia. It'd be pretty special to try and get that one. Who's made your competition this weekend?
Workhorse and Image are really... We started with 9 boats at the start of the series and just everyone pushing to be competitive every weekend. We've ended up with 3 who have made it all the way to the end, and Brett has come back in after missing the second round. But yeah, Workhorse and Image, if we fall off our game, they're still there. They can take the lead from us. So yeah, they're the ones to look out for.
It's a good series, isn't it? Really punishing on the gear. I mean, how much work goes into keeping this boat going for every round?
There is a lot that goes into it. Almost after every round we strip her down. We've had the engine out twice. We've had the hull looked after twice. Yeah, we keep not having to, but just checking everything. Every time we check things, we find things that could be that, that 1 or 2% that means you get past. So same as bringing it into the Premier sort of, not quite the supercars, but the Premier Series is where you have to be on it. It is borderline full-time job for the old man. He is out in the garage every night for hours. I've taken over a bit more of a role at work, so he can be here playing with this. So it's awesome, and you can already see the pressure and the amount of work you have to put in, because unfortunately the 2 guys who I was really competing with at the start ended up popping, trying to keep pace with everyone, and we were right on the edge as well. So it's important to us, and it means the world. So
that's great, mate. What about stepping up this weekend? Are you stepping up?
If everything's good after our first 2 Trojan, if I win the first 2 Trojan races, I can't be beaten. So if we win the first 2 outright, then yeah, we'll have a look at having a play in the Marj and the Darwin. Not this boat. We won it in 2016, I think, doing 125 mile an hour with Quinny and Dad owning it and then working on it together. We did 124 yesterday. I don't see why we can't do it again.
Yeah, the 6-litre boats, obviously, they put their power down a lot more evenly. They're probably a little bit more drivable out of the corners. That's where you can get the blown boats, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think there's going to be a 5 or 6 boat final, so as soon as it chops up over 4 laps, I usually am able to drive through the chop a bit better, and yeah, I might be able to get on a bit earlier and be a bit smoother, so that's usually what gets us to the end.
Good on you, Connor. We love the way you boys go about it. We love your passion, and we wish you all the best for the weekend, mate.
Thank you very much. You too.
Craig Beadle-Bailey, mate, welcome to one of the ones that you really love. Tell me what you love about this one.
It's been an event I've been supporting since 1989. I think it was the first time we came down, so it's been a long time we've been coming down. Really enjoy the event. It's a fair hike from Sydney to come down, but we get good local support. Love to support the Adelaide Speedway Club.
Had a bit of a nightmare at Melton this year. Tell us about that.
Yeah, the boat was brand new basically, and we hadn't even tested it before we went to Melton. We had a gearbox failure, which is very unrare. So we didn't actually get on the water with the big engine. We did a couple of laps with the small engine, made sure everything was okay. Did all our pre-race checks the next morning and found our gearbox problem. So unfortunately we had to withdraw from the event. Disappointing, but the bonus was the boat was already in Melbourne and our next event was in Tassie. So we left the boat in Melbourne with a good friend of mine, Don McClimate, and then he organised to ship it across to Tassie to our sponsors in Tassie, King's Trailers and Jayco Caravans.
Yeah, and a better run over in Tasmania, mate?
Yeah, for the first time with the big engine on, we ran the boat with a small engine on it for the actual Australian title that we were racing for down there. The boat ran well, won the title. We put the big engine on and we ran it the next morning. It made 38 more miles an hour than it did on the Saturday. So
that's massive, mate. I won't say what I said people would do for a 1 mile an hour in powerboat racing, but tell us, you say the big engine, just a few specs for the technically minded at home.
Okay, it's a 2.5 Mercury basis. I designed all our own sleeves and machined all the sleeves ourselves and fitted it to run alcohol. So it's a steel bore engine. It's basically a standard V6 Mercury outboard 2.5, which we remove all the sleeves and liners, fit all our special liners, and then fit all the race technology to it.
Awesome, mate. Methanol, it's a hard stuff to use because, you know, it's very corrosive and pretty temperamental. What do you do for that?
We flush the engines every time after we use them after a day's racing, so we run 2 straight through them and 98 fuel just to protect the engine internally because, as you say, it's very corrosive. Actually, yesterday we had a small problem because the boat's been in storage for the last 2 months, pretty well before it got shipped to Adelaide, and we had a small amount of fuel in the tank and it was contaminated with water. Methanol absorbs water, so everything went white as soon as we put fuel in it, so we had to drain the whole system and flush the whole system yesterday.
A lot of hard work, mate. You've been doing this a very, very long time. Do you see yourself stopping at any stage?
I'm getting towards the end of my career, to be honest, Bisho. People say that I've said that many a times, but this boat's only new to us, but we want to get a nice new home and help develop it with the new owner.
Mate, this is a massive weekend. I know one of your favourite things in the world is beating blown boats.
Absolutely, I like the David and Goliath challenge, that's for sure. The inboards have definitely got like 1,500, 2,000 horsepower, whatever they have, and we're battling them with 400 horsepower. So looking forward to the challenge. You know, weather conditions play a lot to whether we can compete strongly or not. So we'll see how we go.
Obviously, you do go into the race with a game plan. Is that really planned out prior to the race, or is it something that changes as you go through the race?
Obviously, depending on where we pole and where we position in the field to where we start. The outside is very good for us because we can carry good momentum into the first corner. But also, everybody's supposed to hold their lanes around the first corner, which didn't really happen last year here and caused an incident. So, but anyway, that's racing.
Well, mate, you've got some great sponsors on board. We need to give them a plug, please.
Yeah, I have. Very good to have Tony back on board with TRG Transport in Adelaide, and also Tim from Pacific Marine. He's been a long-time supporter of us. TRG's been with us for about 4 or 5 years now, and really appreciate their support. Also, Quick Stripe, striping and signage. They look after the boat when it comes down, do a fantastic job.
Well, mate, you know I'm not allowed to barrack anyone as a commentator, but I'm a Mercury man through and through. You know what to do.
I'll go out there and do our best, mate. We've got a bunch of boys here and girls helping out this weekend. Got to thank all them as well for all their support.
Good on you, Craig. Good luck this weekend. Always great to see you here, mate.
Thanks, Bisho. Have a good weekend.
Rightio, well, welcome back everybody, and we have boats on the water. This will be heat number 2 of the Marge Watson. Now, we're going to have to sort out heat number 1 because obviously we had a little bit of an issue, red flag obviously, and young James actually did an extra lap on the red flag, so yes. I don't think that'll probably go down like a cup of 6. So, unfortunately, he might not be out in the next one, I don't think. Anyway, we'll leave that to the judges. That's not our call. Yeah. But so the next boats that we have a go, Wild Child, Rooters and Immortal. So we're setting those boats up. This is heat number 2 of the Marjorie Watson for 2023, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it right out of course, Dave Bisho's lovely lips. And he's calling them out exactly as we see it out here on the race track. And we'll keep an eye on things out there as I've gone to the milling end at the inland end, getting organised out there. And there's some pretty cracker boats out there about to do as you said, the Marge Heat 2 coming up out here, Bish, I can tell you now.
Yeah, this is going to be a wild race, this one, mate. Very excited. Have a go, Craig Storner on pole, twin turbo boat.
Yep.
The boat, the handling is not exactly where it wants to be, but I think it's a lot better than it has been.
Okay.
And pole one's going to be good for him. Robinson looked really good earlier today. The boat just looked perfect. I couldn't fault it. Reuters, Mark, again, looked pretty good this afternoon, or earlier today, I should say.
Yeah, we saw the smoke coming out of the earlier event, though, and he pulled up with the boat. So whatever that was, hopefully he's fixed that up.
That's right. So whether they've got that sorted or not, it didn't look ideal, did it? We thought that might have been engine failure. So that boat may not be running. And Immortal, Mark Gauchi. So Mark, hard charger on the outside. This is going to get interesting.
You're not wrong about that. It's going to be an interesting race coming up, ladies and gentlemen. So let's keep an eye on that once again. And, of course, we're talking about Heat 2 of the Marge Watson Cup coming our way. So looking really sharp, and some good boats out there about to do battle out here over 3 laps for this fabulous course that we run here this afternoon.
Bring the boats down now. So we've got Avago on pole. On the outside of him is a Wild Child. And as we thought, Evan Reuter not there, so that means that we've got Immortal with Gauchi on the outside. 3 blown alcohol displacement, hard charges, 3 very experienced operators. Nobody's going to want to let anybody in here. Michael, do you want to bring this one away, son?
Absolutely, the starter. The flag is risen and now the flag is dropped. Here we go. Oh, the big drag race down the back straight. The twin turbo big block. Oh, no, it's the Adelaide going faster.
Immortal hasn't got the pace off the line, but have a look at the ground he's making up on him around the outside now as Avago just chips it in really hard, nearly peels the deck off the boat into turn number 1, and now we're accelerating way down the front straight away.
I tell you what, Wild Child, like Immortal on the outside. It's looking really quick out here, Davo. Check these guys out. Oh, Avago deep in the water once again. Have a look.
Storner and Avago running that pole line, but it's all Darren Robinson at the moment in the Wild Child. In fact, Avago managing to hold off Gauchi at the moment. Gauchi looks very speedy down the front straight, and he's carrying massive boat speed down into the corners, but the wide line is not being his friend at the moment.
Exactly, that's what's happening out there. Oh, ducking and heaving out of the water. Keeping an eye on these guys out here, Wild Child. Immortal making up ground pretty well out here, Bish, I tell you what.
Gauchi, you can never write him off, can you? He's coming back now at Robinson. Robinson has a little bit of a moment, puts the boat up on its side, he does it again, he has to back out. Gauchi's coming at him hard. Have a look at it, beat Gauchi and carry down into the bottom turn.
Absolutely, check these guys out, have a go at rear of field, he's giving everything he's got. Let's go back to the leaders though, Wild Child. Let's have a look at him. Oh man, go, one more lap coming up.
One to go for Robinson. Gauchi's still down the outside, still harassing him. He makes up more ground as he comes up into turn number 2 for the final time. Gauchi, it was Robinson, he hasn't got the power down. Gauchi comes back at him. This is absolutely on down the back chute.
Yeah, Wild Child, he hooks up, he gets the acceleration down the back lane straight. Gauchi throws something at it. Avago's got a big top end, but it's going to be all too late for him.
Round through the bottom turn for the final time, but it's going to be Darren Robinson who's against the power down nicely. Gauchi comes hard at him across the line, but it's Darren Robinson in Wild Child wins heat number 2 of the Marge Watson for 2023, followed by Mark Gauchi and Craig Storner in the Avago into 3rd place.
Well, there it is. There's that race, ladies and gentlemen, of course, for Heat 2 of the Marge coming out there, and what a race between the first 2 guys out there. Hey, Avago, he had big top end here and there, but the boat is still not really right in the water out there, Bishay.
Yeah, and we spoke about it at the start of that race.
Yeah, definitely.
Michael.
It's not right.
It's got the power.
Yes.
Definitely got the top end speed, but he's still battling a little bit with the cavitation plate system on that boat.
Yep.
And he just can't quite settle where he needs to. And in this game, it's a game of inches, mate. These guys, they're too professional, they're too fast. If you're not perfect, they'll be all over you.
Well, there it is, and we saw that out in the water in that particular race right there, ladies and gentlemen. What a great heat that was once again out here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So there it was for the Heat 2 of the Margie out here. Now we're going to move on now. Heat 3 for the Marge Watson coming our way. But we'll wait until these guys, of course, come back into to the pit area. But we'll go to the starters here from 1 It'll be Titan, driven by Dave Sazali. From 2, Reckless with Tate Ramsey. From 3, Destiny with Blake Ramsey. From 4, here he is, tough enough. Dave Clark is coming out.
This is going to be a very exciting final, especially with the 2 Ramsey boys next to each other.
Exactly.
I spoke to them, we spoke about it this morning, didn't we? How's the relationship? At the moment it's good, but give it another 15 minutes and let's talk about it then.
Exactly, and no matter what, when it comes to competition, everyone wants to be the winner.
Everyone wants to be the winner, and both the Ramsey boys are desperados. Saturday, the Titan, it's a quick boat. He's got pole position, so he's going to be hard to get around.
Yep.
And Clarkey, well, he's going to have to do the hard work around the outside in the big dog, the big Evercraft, the big blue monster, the former loose cannon boat of Mark Williams and Tony Walsh.
Yes.
So it's a great boat. It's been a great boat for a very, very long time. And even Johnny Cross drives that boat at one stage.
I know that name also. I know Tony Walsh from early days gone by, but you're still teaching me plenty of things out here this weekend. Once again, great to have you here, Bisho, and it's all happening big time. All right, folks, we won't be far away as these guys from the previous race all come in now and get themselves back into the pits, and we'll be coming up with the starters of the next heat in a few minutes' time. trouble on the water out here. Bisho, they're coming out once again. They're going to run them out. Heat 3 of the Marge this afternoon is out on the water as we speak.
David Clark and the Tough Enough heads out of the pitch, as to the Ramsey boys, Destiny and Reckless, and Dave Satterley in the Titan. This is going to be another one, mate. The Marge Watson, we just keep sending blown boats out onto the course, and the racing is hot and heavy.
Oh, yeah, definitely, and that's the beauty about the Marge Watson, and there are so many guys here, obviously, that just want to win the Marge Watson no matter what it takes. And the amount of blown entries, I can't remember, 13, 14 blown entries here this weekend. That's a vast number here at Adelaide.
Yeah, it's fantastic, to see the sport still so healthy and going ahead in leaps and bounds, and particularly as we spoke about earlier on with the safety in these boats. Once upon a time you're always worried that someone was going to kill themselves. In these boats, now with the safety cockpits, we know that these drivers are as safe as we can make them and as safe as they're going to be.
Exactly.
So it's great racing, and it's not quite as scary as what it used to be. So fantastic. Dave Satterley out of pole number 1, Tate Ramsey out of 2, Blake Ramsey out of 3, and David Clark on the outside. That's going to be a tough gig for Clarkie and the Tough Enough.
Oh, yeah, but he's used to that. He's been around Adelaide for many, many years, and he'll have a go at anything out there. So we'll keep an eye on him, but this is going to be a great race coming up from these guys, ladies and gentlemen. And at the moment, milling out there on the inland end is not a great drama whatsoever. And, of course, the general lead, the starter for the entire weekend out here this weekend, driven, of course, by Darren Eads and his son Todd, the starter.
Couple of good ski racing boys, mate.
Yeah, you know about that too. There we are. There's more information instantly coming out of Bisho, ladies and gentlemen.
We love the ski racing boys.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're talking about ski racing quickly.
Yes.
SA state titles. Ski racing, 10th, 11th of June, Murray Bridge. Be there or be square. Simple as that.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
All right, make sure you get out there. That's a great event, skiing. You want to watch these guys go. You were one of those players once, weren't you?
Yeah, I've won 5 South Australian titles in my boat, mate. So
well done, mate. Big hug from me. Well
the South Australians hate it when the Victorians take their trophies home. I'll give you the tip. But
the Crow Eaters, mate, will pick you to death, mate. We'll peck and peck and peck, but it's all good.
Yeah, look, mate, it is just for anyone thinking about going, please do, because it's a ripper venue. You're up so close and personal to the races,
absolutely.
To the boats, and we send heaps of boats out. Skiers are phenomenal.
Yep.
Really good to watch. Anyway, that's ski racing. This is the Marge Watson heat number 3, and we're about to send these boats down the front chute. It's about to get wild, Michael.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, cast your eyes on the inland end of this fabulous racetrack here this afternoon. We've got 4 wild boats about to start this heat for the Marge Watson, one of the heats this afternoon. Okay, let's have a look. The general lead, ladies and gentlemen, he's got these guys. They're starting to line them up. They've got to be pretty well neck and neck. Let's have a look at these guys. The flag is about to be dropped. There it is. Take it away, Bisho.
Go, go, go. We're away. Reckless. Tate Ramsey gets an absolute cracker on a start. His brother, Blake Ramsey on the outside of him, gets a good start as well. And they tip down into the port turn at turn number 1 for the first time. It is absolutely on as Ramsey leads the field down the front straight away.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Ramsey. He is down quick and reckless. Have a listen to that. There goes Destiny. There goes Clarkie and Tough Enough. Titan in the rear of the field with Dave Satterley.
Satterley is looking for some pace here, but it is all Tate Ramsey down the back chute. Blake has a couple of big jumps and flies. Clark is after him in the Tough Enough and goes right down the back chute. Destiny has a bit of a rock and roll. They are pushing very hard, but Tate Ramsey looks strong here, mate.
Oh, you're not wrong about that, Ramsey. Looking really strong. And the boat is so nice through the water. Have a look at this. Ramsey in reckless. What a piece of machinery as they now all spread out.
The Ramsey boys pushing hard. 1 and 2 at the moment. This will be an exceptional result for this team if they can pull this one off. Dave Clark still pushing hard. Destiny stands on its calves. Satterley, not the pace required to go here today, but it's Tate Ramsey down in the bottom turn for the second last time.
Definitely Tate Ramsey, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look. He's coming up towards the flags. Take the last lap coming their way. Titan coming out the water down the backside of the racetrack, but Reckless still leading the way.
Tate Ramsey picks up the yellow flag and sets up in his final lap. Blake Ramsey takes a couple of big hits as he fires up into turn number 2 for the final time. Ramsey now. That's Tate Ramsey trying to get the power down. Dave Clark can't catch up with him at the moment.
Absolutely, Clarkie and also
to win this one this weekend, Michael.
Absolutely. That boat, that was a shot and a half driving that machine right then. Here we go. Clarkey going over for third spot. He gave it everything. In fact, fourth. Gave it a good shot, but just didn't load enough bullets for that race that time round. There it is, Bish, once again.
Yeah, tough gig round the outside for Dave Clark as we see Saturday.
Yeah, Dave Satley's still rocking home on the way down with Titan, and Dave hasn't had a real lot of track time action. Understandably, still just the next flag. There it is for Dave Satley.
So Dave comes through and completes the course, but that's a big win there. Tate and Blake Ramsey will both be absolutely ecstatic with that one.
Absolutely, well deserved. Well deserved, I might say once again, Dave. A great race and a very, very fast race at the same time. I think, Clarkie, we've got something coming our way right here, Bish. Let's have a look. In fact, I believe, let's have a look. Laurie from Trojan. Adelaide Speedboat Club 100 Club prizes. Rightio. Let's have a look. $20 a ticket, ladies and gentlemen. First prize, and they're all sold. Rightio, first prize, $700. Second prize, $200. Third prize, $100. And obviously, we are going to raffle it right now. Folks, if you bought a ticket in the raffle, get them out of your pocket right now. You're about to call the winners. Right, the 100 Club, all right?
What am I drawing here? I'm drawing third, am I? Okay, so for $100 for third place, it is an orange ticket. It's not getting there. Calm down. It's an orange ticket. It's the letter I, 98.
98.
Scotty Jarman. Well, congratulations, Scotty Jarman.
You just won yourself $100 wherever you are, buddy. So 100 tickets, rightio. Laurie.
You pull one out, mate.
I'll pull one
we'll
out.
This
oh, you
spare.
mean the ticket?
Yeah, the ticket.
Out?
That's what I was talking about. Yeah,
No
that's later.
All right, orange ticket. I-09 for $200. Justin Ramsey. What a way to do it. Well done to you, Justine. Justine Ramsey. And ticket 09. You just won yourself $200. Well done, love. Well done. Rightio, let's have a look. You can pull out the winning one coming our way. In fact, let's get one of our
ladies first.
Yep. Let's get the ticket and have a look. Here we go. Rightio. For $700 for the win at the boat racing this afternoon. Ticket I-93. Rob Casfard. Where are you, Robbie? You just won yourself 700 bills. Rob Casfard. $700 over in the corporate, so he's getting VIP treatment.
He doesn't even need the money.
Well, you better keep those 3 tickets for evidence. There it is. Thank you so much on behalf of the Adelaide Speedboat Club, the 100 Club. It's been drawn and won. Thank you so much. Come to the clubhouse and you can collect your winnings divisions. There it is there, Bish. What do you reckon? Nah, mate. Nah, we just work hard here. That's what we do. We work and work. So whoever those winners are, head over to the club room and collect your dividends. Well done. Right,
well,
what's coming our way down here, Dave?
Just having a look at that for you now, mate. It's heat number 4, the Marge Watson.
Yep.
So boats were looking for, here we go. They weren't sure if they were going to do it, but it looks like they are. Connor Patterson in the Turn It Up.
Love that boat. Turn It Up with Wife's Anxiety with Thomas Schrader. Is coming up also from number 2 and from 3. Image, driven by Craig Lewis. From 4, In Excess with the great Jeff Stanell behind the wheel. And from lane 5, B&R Engines, Brett Nidry. And Brett, I don't know, this weekend is going reasonably well.
Yeah, no, mate, he's good. I mean, obviously there's a bit of a mix in this one. We've got 6-litre boats, we've got blown boats. So,
yeah, definitely.
Going to be interesting. You know, Turn It Up. Connor's going to do a fast heat time. So, because he's going to run on the pins, he's going to run fast.
Yep.
He's going to make no mistakes, as a rule. Hope I don't put the commentator's curse on him. But Connor, as a rule, definitely will run a fast Anxiety boat. We haven't seen the best out of that. It had a little bit of an issue in its previous race.
Yes.
Lewis in Image, In Excess, the only blown boat in this field. So, you know, Jeff should be he should be at the first corner first, but it's what he does after that that's going to count.
Exactly.
And as you said, mate, Nidri on the
Yep. Well, there's Bisho's prediction, folks, and well done to him at the same time. We take a look at Marge Heat 4, and Marge Heat 4 this weekend, proudly brought to us by Able Roofing, and Able Roofing is Jeff Stanell. That's his business. So well done you, Jeff, and supporting Heat 4 of the Marge Watson by or with Able Roofing. So thanks once again.
Fantastic stuff. All right, we might take a short break, mate.
Yep.
We'll get our voices in order for this Heat number 4 of the Marge Watson for 2023. Stick around, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, boats heading out onto the water now. Turn it up, Wife's Anxiety, Image, In Excess and BNR engines.
Okay, just having a quick look at the same time. So Bishop, 5 starters coming up in this heat now, heat number 4 for the Marge here this afternoon. And 5 starters, be an interesting race coming out from the start line.
Able Roofing, the sponsor here, mate, and this will be another good one. So, gee, this final's going to be, whoever gets into this final's going to have earned it today, whoever wins the Marge Watson is definitely going to have earned it. So, yeah, it's going to be a good one. As you say, mate, the tide is right in now, so it'll probably it's still flowing in a little bit, I can see. Just watching the water flow past the finish buoy there, you can see a little bit of water just peeling off the front of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Means the water's still going that way.
Still coming in.
Yeah, so...
it's a good high tide too, I can tell you that now by looking at the shoreline right down here. It's good.
Yeah,
Plenty
fantastic.
of water in the river. What a great crowd out here once again. Bish, sorry to cut you off, I'm just having a look out here in the afternoon sunlight, and so many people from Adelaide and all the surrounding areas, the VIP area. Everyone enjoying themselves, and they've been really catered for this weekend, I can promise you that.
I'll tell you what,
mate, eh? What a place to be here in Adelaide.
I reckon you and I might be down there a little bit later on.
That's not a bad idea. I think we deserve that after we finish being up here. But it's great to see such a good crowd here in Adelaide once again, all the way down. How about the cars parked all the way up the Grand Trunkway? Car park is loaded completely. Hi, guys. Who's that out there giving us a wave? Who's that one there? Oh, Lawrence, LA Motors. Hello, Lawrence. That guy there has spent many, many years out here, obviously doing race car boats out here. Lawrence, LA Motors, one of the guys from Adelaide.
G'day, Lawrence.
Yeah, he's looked after plenty of the boats over the years.
He might have a beer with us later. What do you think,
Lionel? He would
Lionel?
do, mate. A grand guy and very smart boy, and he's a Ford man.
Is he?
Yeah, he's a Ford man, but he's good at what he does. That's good.
Hang on, he's a Ford man, but he's good at what he does. What does that mean?
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that. But there's so many people out here from Adelaide, and lovely to see, obviously, and all the surrounding areas enjoying and supporting the event here this weekend. All right.
It's great to see. It's good looking through the crowd and seeing everybody.
They almost caught us out. Bisho, we've got to start with some crazy boats. The flag is dropped. We're rocking and rolling. Here we go.
Goes the caller. This is going to be really interesting. In fact, In Excess, as we said, charging down into turn number 1. But have a look at Patterson up the inside here. He's going to run the tight line, and I'll tip you, he's going to lead in P1 at the moment.
He certainly
Patterson fast. In fact, he has a bit of a fly. Throws the boat up onto the starboard side. Have a look at Lewis up the inside.
Yeah, driving around Nidri. Gets a big job out of the water.
That'll nearly put the boat over. In excess. That was a wild ride. That'll be a trip to the dry cleaners.
Oh, you're not wrong about that. Yeah, get rid of that creamy underwear. I can tell you now. As they get him going hard, they turn it up. He rock and rolls over the finish line. Take a look also down here, Ramsey, Image, and of course Nidri. First, second and third. Keeping an eye on them once again.
Turn it up. Connor Patterson absolutely stamping some authority on this at the moment. He's been the cleanest, the smoothest and the fastest. That pole position's really helped him as well. Craig Lewis running in his wash and Stunnell down the outside. He had a wild ride down the back straight and lost a lot of ground. Nidri to the outside of him.
Absolutely, but you're right. Turn it up. He's got his boat worked out in the water. It's done so well. Bucking and heaving over the far side of the back straight.
Absolutely so. Last lap now for the yellow rocket ship. Connor Patterson. Stunnell trying hard to get over the top of Craig Lewis in the Image boat now. But it's all Connor Patterson in the turn it up down the back straightaway here at the 2023 Marge Watson. And he is on fire, Michael.
Oh, you're not wrong about that. Turn it up. These guys out here with Connor Patterson, ladies and gentlemen. He comes at us now. And there's the second leg coming up. Straight up.
Coming through with Brett Nidri getting the job done. So in excess, only able to lock down third. Oh, Patterson's got blue smoke coming out of his boat,
yeah,
mate.
you picked it right, exactly, and that's not a good sign. Blue smoke is not a good sign coming out of any engine, and it's pulled it right up out there in the deep water. I was going to go back to Stunnell and the blow-on boat. He had a tall order ahead of him. These guys, mate, they were fast.
Oh, mate, they were, yeah, and they always are, particularly the boats.
Yeah,
they're really tough to beat. And we've got Wife's Anxiety just coming through to complete the course. That was a tough gig there.
Oh, yeah, definitely a tough gig for those guys there, but I'm a bit concerned about turning it up. That blue smoke, I'm hoping mechanically minded as I am. There's no great dramas out there for those guys because they've been going like a rocket ship so far here this afternoon.
Yeah, Pato hatches up. He knows there's a problem with the boat because he's not bringing it back into the pits. That'll be a tow-in job. And we see the rescue boat heading over to him now.
Yep.
So although he's won that heat, has he stretched it just a little bit too hard? And has he hurt it? I think he probably has, mate.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I hope you don't put the commentator's curse on him as we speak again. But
I did too, didn't I?
Yeah, well,
oh, God.
Wasn't me, it was you, all right? It's recorded, so
yeah,
make sure
no
of that.
worries. Yeah,
but
thanks.
they're great races, those guys, and I'm really hoping on their behalf that whatever that was nothing too critical. But that colour blue, and the way it was coming out,
yeah, it's definitely
something breaking or letting go of the engine. But it's very hard to say from the end of it.
I mean, it could just be spraying some hot oil onto his tractors or something like that.
Yeah,
but,
that's another but it is what it is. And we're only, of course, estimating what's actually happened out there. What we do want to happen, though, is hope they can come back and compete. That's what we need.
Yeah, well, Connor, and the other problem for those boys is they're not here for the Marge Watson. They're here to try and win the Trojan Series, and that could be an absolute disaster for that team.
Exactly, and hopefully not, but you might be right on it there, my friend, and we're going to find that out a bit later on. And that race has been run and done.
Well, mate, I'm going to go and grab some more paperwork because we've run out now, so I'll go and grab the next couple of races.
You go pay a visit to young Joe in board race control, and we'll go off air shortly and obviously get ourselves organised for the next round of competition, and you'll find out what we've got coming our way. Rightio, thanks again, folks, and a great afternoon out here, and it always is at the boat racing here at North Arm, here towards Torrens Island, and good to see so many folks out here always supporting the event. Pretty cool area out there, but a lot of guys and girls are wearing some T-shirts, some with jackets on, mainly with jackets, but the wrist and elbow action still works all right out there in the afternoon. And plenty of tall stories, most probably being told from young days how good they really weren't. And it's good to see it all happening out there. Enjoy, folks. Love having you out here. Love being part of the show once again. Stick around.
Volky out of 1, Demon from 2, Toughen Up F2 from 3, Hombre out of 4, and AMR racing on the outside in 5. You want those folks on the water, please? You are the next event. Following that will be running 85.95. Pole positions for 85.95s are Hombre out of 1, Demon starts from 2, Mild and Wild out of 3, Predator from 4, and Titan F2 on the outside in 5.
Craig Storner, and have a go, mate. Gee, the boat's been spectacular. It's still a work in progress, I guess. Fair bit going on.
Yeah, no, it's only our second race, mate, in this package, but it's getting pretty close. Yesterday we tried a few different things with the cab setup, and it was just a bit light in the spring, so you would have noticed down the straight it was lifting up and then dropping down probably mid-straight. So around 100, 105 mile an hour, the plates want to sort of suck down to the water. So we just tried a few different things with the spring setup, just so it wasn't running so high, because at Yarrawonga it was starting to lift a bit too much in some of the heats. So we just tried winding the plates down yesterday with some on the practice, but it was just a bit too much and the springs were a bit light, so we've just tightened all that up now. So
tell me about the turbochargers, mate. Obviously they deliver the power a lot differently to a supercharged engine. Yeah, well, I've never driven a supercharged boat, but driving these turbos compared to the 6-litre thing, the only way I can describe it is it's got like the gears are 3 times bigger and it accelerates probably 4 times faster. Like it's you sort of just come out of the corner, see the pin, and then line up and hang on and just go. Like it's crazy. Is that the big challenge? Obviously, with the blown boats, we always talk about the fact that getting the power down out of the corner is a secret to winning races in those things. Same with this, especially with boost coming on. Yeah, well, that's the whole idea of the thing, because with a computer we can control how much power sort of delivers out of the turn. But that was yesterday the same thing. We were playing around the cab plate, so we would come out of the corner and stand on it quicker without it getting too aggressive out of the water. So that was the main thing we went out for yesterday. But no, it's getting there. We'll be all right today. Holy grail, this one, mate. Are you here to win it? I'm not coming to come second. I'm very competitive, so we always come down to do the best, but yeah, I don't ever turn up to come second. Good on you, mate. The boat looks fantastic. You've been driving it really well. We wish you all the best. Thanks, mate. And hopefully it's a good day, and hopefully good luck to all the other competitors, and just thanks everyone for coming down and helping. So that's good. Thanks, mate. Cheers, mate. Be good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're just getting a little bit organised here with the next couple of races that are going out. And obviously the Marge Watson heats have been run and won, and our officials are just working through the times. Obviously, it's the top fastest. Not sure how many, actually. I'll find that out for you, but it'll be top 5, probably.
Top 5 or 6 normally around the mark, yep.
But the next race that we do have on the card, mate, is the 105 mile an hour category, and the boats that we'll be looking for will be Impulsive F1 with Adam Smith. We've got Demon 95 with Joshy Sawyer, Hombre 95 with Cooper Bronstein, and AMR Racing. So they're the guys that we're looking for in the next one. And we've got still a few races left to run here, so stick around because we also have, obviously, the major one that we're here for this weekend, the Marjorie Watson final coming your way as well.
Yep, there you heard it from Bisho, folks, and also at the same time, a big thank you to all the officials here this weekend with this sad day, and of course all the volunteers that we've had to make these events happen, and we do thank you from the bottom of our hearts, guys and girls, that have been helping out with us out here. We don't forget you, and you've always done a superb job, and we call you up when we need you. And of course also the Women for Wheels, the fire and rescue guys. Thank you so much for your attendance out here as usual. Been around Adelaide for a great number of years and always supporting all of our motor racing and boat racing here in Adelaide, South Australia. So thanks again for that. And of course Mississippi, the hot coffee and donuts van. Thank you so much for supplying some nice sweets here for this weekend. And of course anyone else that we've forgotten, there's a few more obviously that we'll mention about tomorrow. But it's been a grouse day. What do you reckon out here, Bish? It's been a boomer for day 2 this weekend. Of course, and we've got to run, as you said, the Marge Watson. Who will be the winner of the 2023 Marge Watson? That's the big question.
Well, that's a question that we don't even know who's running in it yet. I mean, we have a pretty good idea, but we haven't had anything confirmed yet, so we won't speculate just yet. But Brett Shepherd's going to be tough to beat.
I agree.
He's running at the moment.
Yeah, he's running real good.
Hey, big shout out to my home club, well, a couple of home clubs of mine, the Victorian Outboard Club, but a lot of the crew are at the Victorian Speedboat Club watching on the big screen there in the clubhouse over at Lake Epilock, and they've been enjoying our live stream and live coverage, and also the Godsell boys who are watching as well, and got a message there from Greggy Godsell. Good on you, mate, and I hope you guys are enjoying the racing.
And a quick plug also for the 2023 Australian Formula Future titles over at St George's in Corrigal Bay on the 24th and 25th of June. I'll bet to you guys over there. Spectacular over there.
Fantastic. The St George Motorboat Club, absolutely spectacular venue, and the Commodore of that club here this weekend, Mr. David Toyer. Great to see David here in amongst powerboat racing. He's now living in South Australia, so it's great to have Toyer over here in South Oz.
Yep, no worries, and we'll have him anytime. Welcome, and nice to have him over here in SA as the entries coming up for the 105 are heading now inland to get themselves organised for this race coming our way. And from 1, Impulsive with Adam Smith behind the wheel. From 2, Demon 95 with Josh Sawyer. From 3, Tough Enough with Cooper Bernstein, I should say. From 4, Hombre with Mick McArdle. And from 5, AMR Racing with Austin McDonald.
Yeah, it's going to be a good race, isn't it? We saw a great race from these guys earlier on. The poor old Hombre machine with Michael McArdle. He's the sole displacement guy out there. He feels a little bit lonely. He's got no friends out there.
Oh, man, if he heard you right now, he's grinding his teeth. I know old Mick McArdle. Bonzer of a guy, loves the boat racing, but the part about this that excites me, 105, those GPSs don't let you lie out there once again, Bish. You've got to do the right speed.
Yeah, you do, mate. I haven't heard of anyone breaking out today, so that's good news for us, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened, just means we haven't heard that it's happened.
Yeah, we haven't been told, but we haven't heard nothing, as you've said. But 105 miles per hour is the limit that these guys could run at, so it's interesting stuff what they come up with at the same time.
Okay, looking forward to this one, and only a few more races left for the day, including the Marge Watson final, folks. So Keep your backsides trackside because fair dinkum is going to go off here on the river this afternoon at the Adelaide Speedboat Club for the Winter Spectacular, and we are going to crown a winner of the Marge Watson a little bit later on this afternoon as the sun, probably a good thing, mate, going in behind a couple of clouds here and settling down that sun glare.
You're not wrong about that. I was about to announce that, and the glare is disappearing from the water right now. Great to see a lot of the Adelaide old rock and roll time guys out here. Mitch Crank out here this afternoon. Good to have you out here, Mitch. And Mitchy Crank enjoying his chips out here for the afternoon with a lot of Adelaide guys. But let's go back towards the start line and on the inland. And these 5 starters coming our way at the moment. And they won't be far away for the 105 mile per hour effort. And the starter, the General Lee, has now got him coming in. And he'll keep that white flag raised. As you can see, coming in at a good 45, 50 degree angle to the shoreline. The General Lee now swings right around and straightens it up, and right beside him, Bisho, they're about to get going. The speed is coming up from the General Lee. The white flag has still been risen. Cast your eyes up the start line. Here we go, the green white light. There we go, take it away, Bish.
And we do have another displacement boat out there. Joshy Sawyer in the Demon, mate, but they fire away, the flag drops, and the Hombre gets the jump on everybody as they fire up into turn number 1, but Smith is going to be twisted hard on the pins here.
Absolutely, Smith's real tight, and look at the difference on the first turn. Unbelievable, Hombre is right out with Nick McCardle.
Hombre's got plenty of boat speed here, but unfortunately corner speed is his issue. Joshy Sawyer doing a great job up into 3rd place in his machine, and that is a great runner. We've got a boat stop down the bottom corner, mate.
Yeah, boat stop down the bottom corner, but the shine is coming back on the water from the sun. The glare pretty open pick from this position at the moment. But Nick McCardle's right at the end. This race with the 105 mile per hour bracket.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Austin there as he brings the boat back into the pits. I'm sure they'll get that boat sorted. Adam Smith does plenty of shred into that particular boat. The impulsive S1 as he fires up the front straight away. Caution flags on the course, but Austin McDonald's well and truly out of the way. No problems there. Hombre is really harassing the tail end now of Adam Smith in the impulsive F1.
Spot on with those words once again, and Hombre throws everything at it down the back lane straight. Hombre makes a bit of a pace up on from Adam Smith. It's the corners that cost him.
Yeah, it's a good race going on, and I shouldn't have mentioned anything about the sun going in behind the clouds, mate. As soon as I did, it popped back out again. And we've got some serious sun going on the top end of the course now. Adam Smith comes through, picks up the yellow flag, hits on a lap. On the outside of him is the Hombre, Michael McCardle, and Joshy Sawyer doing a good job in the Demon in 3rd place.
There it is. There's the classes at the moment, the positions I should say, but Adam Smith, he's the guy at the moment, leading down the front, back lane straight. Hit the down there, the Hombre. He pulls on the power, 105 mile per hour around the mark. But there's no way no one's going to catch up with Adam Smith, and I'm pretty sure the last turn for Adam Smith right now. Bisho, here comes out the checkered flag. It's going to be a lovely happy end.
Checkered flag, Adam Smith takes the win in the impulsive F1 machine. Quite comfortably at the end. A hard striking Hombre with Michael McCardle comes through the 2nd place, just couldn't quite get around the tunnel boat in the corners at plenty of boat speed, and just going down into the bottom turn. This new boat for Joshy Sawyer, they had all sorts of drama with it at Yarrawonga. They seem to have got it sorted now. Now they just need to find a little bit of boat speed out of it.
There it is, exactly what's happening out there with those guys. Thanks again, Bisho, but at the start of the race, just like previously out there. Hombre out here with Nick McCardle, he had the sting out the start. And it shows you the difference, but of course Adam Smith, the impulsive on the cornering, what a difference that makes over a 3-lap race.
Yeah, it certainly does. You know, the tunnel boats are very, very hard for the displacements to get around in the corners.
Definitely.
The problem with this category is for those guys is that they can't go any faster than 105, so it's not as if you can just line it up down the straight and make up that ground. Once you lose, it's very hard to get back.
Exactly. The other guy's must be on 105 himself, so how are you going to get that back? You can't. But there's the run for that event out there. Let's have a look once again. 105 bracket out there. That event has been run, event number 19 on the paperwork here this afternoon.
So next race on the card will be another speed limited category. It's the 85-95 category boats. We've got Hombre and Demon heading back out in this one. Mild and Wild, we saw that boat get towed back in for Ricky Fenwick there, so hopefully they've got that boat sorted out. We've got my old mate Andrew Donoghue in the Predator and Zach Slattery in the Titan F2, so it should be another good race between these boats.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll check those guys out. They're coming up next, as we were saying, event number 20 out here on our listing. And coming up 85 places on board the boats once again. And it'll be good to see who's going to come up trumps with that particular part of the event.
85 brought to you by Access Hire. We'll be back with more racing with you in just a moment.
Okay, folks, we're just waiting upon a few things being organised in that race control, but we won't be too far away at all. Getting a bit longer in the tooth in the afternoon out here for day 2 this weekend out here once again, Bish, and I tell you what, it's been a great day, but we're all hanging to find out who's going to be running in the Marge Watson for the final here this afternoon.
Yeah, 100%, Michael. It's definitely getting down to the pointy end of the day, and we're pretty keen to see it happen. So as we know everybody on the bank is as well. So we're waiting in anticipation like you are, mate. These weekends don't happen without our fantastic sponsors, though, do they? And gee, we've got some great sponsors on board here.
Absolutely, and we'll call them out pretty quickly because we like to get them across the air. I'll start with the Platinum, of course. We're going to be quicker than these. Are the major sponsors: Simon Clark Logistics. Thanks, Dave. TKD Toolkit Depot guys. Thanks, Rob. In the gold area, Able Roof and Jeff Stanell this weekend. SA Lift and Loader. Thanks to you, Dave. Platinum sponsor Tyre Right. Thanks this weekend. Hallmark Australia. They're the Hallmark trailer guys. Thank you. Also, we go across to CPU's trucks this weekend. Thank you so much.
Mate, our bronze sponsors, fantastic. These guys coming on board. Marine Tyres, thank you so much to those guys. Along with APF Motorsport, Brendan has done a fantastic job out there, and we thank him so much for his support. The Lakes Resort Hotel, mate, what a beautiful spot that is out there.
Absolutely.
Vale Signs, another one of the great sponsors on board. They do the beautiful signs there. And Truckworks out there in, how do you pronounce that? Hacken Road, is it?
Hacken Road at Wingfield, not far away from here at all.
Fantastic. Now, a couple of good mates of mine and blokes that do a lot for powerboat racing.
Oh, yeah,
Rolfie and Mateo Stanisic, and also young Darcy, who's involved with those guys as well. All the Talk Photography. They're at every powerboat race that I go to, that's for sure. Chili Billy Cool Rooms. We got to keep those bourbons nice and cool, Michael, that's for sure.
Spot on. Also, Quick Stripe Sign Shop. Thanks to Matt and Terry Smith, good guys. And also SA Building Supplies. They are, of course, servicing the north of Adelaide and also the south. We'll move on quickly to the silver section over here. And Edinburgh, I should say, Diesel Services.
It is getting late in the day, mate.
It is, Edinburgh. Mark Edinburgh, he's racing here today. Of course, Topco, Jared Smith, thank you to Topco this weekend. Access Express, well done. Action Line Marking, Big Chief Hire. Thanks, Morris, for your support out here. Rentco Transport and Equipment Services, ComWide, they're the guys that supply all the radios this weekend. Of course, we continue on with the Commodore's Cup.
Absolutely. The Port Panel Shop, mate, fantastic. They do all that beautiful custom work.
Oh, absolutely. Cosy Amato and Joe, great people out here. Of course, Osbrokes, these are the insurance broker people out here, along with the Port Adelaide Auto Parts. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Last but not least, Proline Protection. They're all the security guys here this weekend.
Yeah, and they're all friendly too, mate. I like that in a security guard.
They make you feel at home out here, and that's what we like about those guys. And at the same time, they make sure everyone is safe at this venue. So they are all the guys that support the sport that we enjoy out here. And with that, we do thank them dearly. What do you reckon, Bisho? They're not a bad group, eh?
No, ripper group of sponsors, mate. And, you know, as we know, I do boat races all around Australia and overseas, and you do car racing all around Australia and overseas as well. And you know that none of these meetings happen without the support of the sponsors. They are the lifeblood of any motorsport.
Absolutely. And they're right behind you now to your left, You might want to have a quick word with this fine gentleman that's coming our way. I'll let you be with him. I'm talking about Craig Bailey. But you want to be pretty quick. I'll let you work in with him. What do you reckon? You want to go for it?
We'll need I might just steal your microphone there if I can, mate. And we'll pop that on Beetle. So, Beetle Bailey, welcome to the commentary box, mate. And you've had a good weekend so far. We haven't had a word on the final yet of the Marge Watson, of course, which probably doesn't interest you particularly much, but the Darwin's the one I guess you're really here for. How's the bow, mate? Does it look strong? How's the course?
Yeah, no, it feels okay. The guys are a little bit rusty out of the first shoot. That sort of messed up a little bit, but apart from that, just once the race progressed, it got better and better, so I'm happy with what's going on.
Yeah, good crew of tunnel boats out there with you actually, mate. And Simon very quick around the outside. Yeah, and I think Jared's really stepped up as well. His boat's looking very speedy.
Yeah, he was right beside me down the first shoot, so he sort of come and spoke to me. He said, "Well, so maybe we're having a go. We messed up a little bit."
Oh, when you say messed up, what are we talking about there?
It's a little bit too much trimmed down into the wind, so that's all. Nothing major. Just
Don't want to blow one over, mate.
No. This one's for sale, by the way. So
unblown over, folks. So well, mate, you've got a big weekend on your hands. Thanks for coming up and chatting with us. I had a chat with you this morning as well. Sponsors, please.
Yeah, TRG Transport. Tony there's looking after us this weekend. And Tim as well from Pacific Marine is always a long-time supporter of us. So really appreciate their support this weekend. And I've got to thank all my team. We've got about 10 people here this weekend working with us. So from Sydney, from the Central Coast, from everywhere. So thanks to all the team for coming down and helping.
Love having you, Beetle. Good luck tomorrow, mate. You know I've got that little Mercury badge just under my shirt here.
I know, mate. I'll do our best trying to represent you out there, mate.
Thanks, Beetle. Good on you, mate. Good luck tomorrow. Craig Bailey, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most professional operators you will ever come across. Absolute superstar. Thank you, mate. You're a legend. And I don't... He is a legend. I don't use that term loosely either. You know, there's not too many blokes around. Everybody knows Craig Bailey, and there's a very good reason that they know him, because he's a super professional guy and a super fast racer.
Okay, let's go back towards the inland end. They're coming at us right now. Bisho, let's have a look what we got coming our way. We've got the 85, 95 mile per hour bracket. 5 starters coming up. And let's have a look. They're right on us right now, ladies and gentlemen. And the flag is dropped. Here we go, Bisho. The drag race down the back main straight.
As the sun goes in behind the clouds, and thank God for that. Hombre gets an absolute barn burner of a start. Tell you what, Soil looks pretty good down the first shot as well. But Andrew Donahue doing a great job in the little hydroplane as they tip into turn number 1 for the first time.
Absolutely, but if Hombre can do a good turn and keep his lead all the way around, he might be successful by the end of 3 laps out here in this particular race.
See Ricky Bentley's up and running now in the mile and wild as well. We saw him drop out of race number 1, but now he's up into second place and doing an awesome job. Sawyer on the inside into third, Donahue in fourth, and on the outside is the Titan with Zach Slattery.
Wow, there's the call, and they're doing pretty well at the moment. Mick McCardle has got a pretty good lead down the back main straight as we speak right now. I can tell you now, Bish, but the boys are starting to spread out reasonably even, except the last 2 guys.
Yeah, good little battle going on here for last place. No one wants to be last, but Donahue looks like he's got a little bit of pace over Zach there at the moment. They fire into that chute, but yeah, it's looking very comfortable at the moment out the front in the Hombre with Michael McCardle.
Yeah, absolutely. Mick McCardle, Hombre has got quite a good lead out here and going past the front main straight. Right behind him, or not right behind him, a fair distance up there is their runner-up guy at the moment. Looking quite good.
Wild getting the job done very nicely in second place. Sawyer's having a very nice run up into third. This could be his first podium in this boat, which would be fantastic for him. Donahue working pretty hard, and he's actually managed to put a little bit of a gap between him and the Titan boat.
Okay, great stuff to hear once again out here. Keep it up here, Bishop, can tell you now. Hombre, he turns on the bridge lane end. He looks down there and you can see the flag coming out. 1 more lap straight after this one out here. And he's built up quite a good lead out here as we speak. Take a look at that. A fair distance, almost half a lap ahead. Not too far ahead.
Yellow flag, mate, so the Hombre getting it done nicely. He's probably afford to turn the wing down even a little bit. But it's great to see the Mild and Wild running so strong after that problem they had this morning. Great effort from the crew to turn that boat around and get it back out on the water, and now running in podium position.
Absolutely, and keeping in mind with the GPS 85, 95 mile per hour at the same time. But Hombre out the back end over there. Has Hombre slowed right down?
Yeah, the Hombre has, and we've had a change of last place as well as Slattery has gone past Donahue there, but Hombre's come right off. Oh, this is going to leave the door open for the boat that didn't even finish the first race. He's going to come through the Mild and Wild with Ricky Benwick. He's going to overhaul the Hombre.
Yeah, absolutely.
Straight away.
He'll be cheering.
Oh, Wade, you had some programs, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wow. What a way to do it.
Ricky Benwick comes through, takes a checkered flag. He'll be absolutely pumped with that one. First place for him. Unfortunately, the Hombre struggling home. Sawyer might just get over the top of him. It's going to be a slow race, drag race to the line. Sawyer gets in for second place. Hombre in for third. Good to get the boat home there for McArdle, but a problem there. Then we've got Satterley coming through there in the Titan, and Andrew Donahue rounding out the field in the Predator.
Well, there it is, and what a race call. Thanks there, Bish, once again. Hombre out there, Mick McArdle. I'm not sure, obviously we're up here in the control box, in the commentary box, but might have been a fuel issue out there with him, because I saw him out here, he accelerated a little bit, and then it slowed down again. So whatever's going on out there, man, he would be really gritting the teeth. Thinking, man, why now?
I hope he wasn't out of fuel. That'd be embarrassing.
It could be that too, but it was running right, but the power wasn't there, off and on a little bit. So I wonder what happened there. And he was out on the previous race. Did he refuel? Who knows?
Yeah, hard to say, mate. I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back into commentary, because I have just been given the polls for the Marge Watson, but you have to wait till I get back.
All right, I'll be waiting. Don't you be long, because I want to find out myself what's going on, and I know you'll come back with the info once again. Great work, and of course this weekend, folks, out here today, Saturday, running the lovely Marge Watson Cup here this afternoon. Of course, the Brett Howard OAM Memorial, the Trojan Trophy. Of course, we've had a full support program here for the weekend. $10,000 event prize pool, great money up for grabs here for the competitors at the same time. And a lot of the competitors are travelling from interstate here this weekend, and we really do appreciate these guys and girls coming over to make such a great event happening out here once again for 2023. Of course, it is the Winter Speedboat Spectacular, proudly brought to you by the Adelaide Speedboat Club. So there you have it. Rightio, the guys and girls from the last event now coming back towards the pit area on the shoreline, and we'll get ready for the next event straight after this. Whatever you do, don't go away now, because we're getting close to the running of the Marge Watson Cup for 2023.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 2 races left to go. This boat will be our Formula 1 tunnel boat race. Mainline Dino, Simon Troy out of pole 1, 2 Impulsive with Jared Smith out of 2. Out of 3 will be Impulsive F1. out of 4 is Tough Enough F2 with Cooper Bronstein. Then it's AMR Racing with Austin McDonald out of 5. And out of 6 is Orion Stunnell. And this should be a great race. We saw some terrific dices go on between this group of boats earlier on today. We line them up, we bring them down. White flag flying high. Let's see what we can do here. Flag drops, we're racing. Hard charge down into the bottom turn for the first time, and it's mainline dynos. Simon Troy absolutely smoking him. Jared Smith goes with him as he tips down into the port turn at the bridge end of this beautiful Adelaide course. Getting the job done nicely. Simon Troy's going to be hard to pick off from pole position here as he fires up the front chute. Plenty of trim going in. Smith, both the Smiths look very good. Jared, then it's back to Adam Smith, but on the far outside there is Ryan Stunnell as well, and can't see AMR Racing in this one. They did have a problem earlier on in the day, and welcome back into the commentary, boy, Michael Aegis.
Thank you so much there once again, Davo, and the guys are running hard around this racetrack. All right, this event now for the F1 boys going hard. Straight up to this, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight into the Marge Watson Cup for the weekend. Let's go back to these guys. There's a quick boat going right by us now.
This is big. So Palmer keeping an eye on what's going on as well. Smitty down the back straight. Now a little bit of a gap to him. Simon Troy's pushing very, very hard indeed. Got a few of the puns down there. That might happen in a moment. But Simon Troy is the man of the moment as he tips into the port turn. Up here, turn number 2. Jared Smith still running strong.
Absolutely, down the back main straight, ladies and gentlemen. And maybe look at that young Simon Troy on mainline dynos. He has got some great top end. And real quick, look how quick it goes around the Bridgeland end. A beautiful turn. That boat is working real well. Here comes out the checkered flag for this particular race, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Simon Troy in the mainline dynos that takes the win.
Tell you what, that was quick, wasn't it? Simon running a methanol engine here this weekend, and it goes absolutely flying. Jared Smith, a great effort from him. This boat just got quicker and quicker every time he sits his ass in the seat. And Jared comes through second place for him. A good run there, Jared Smith, the South Australian, the local boy.
Absolutely, he'll be rapidly over the moon with that there once again as entry number 22 goes over the finish line.
Adam Smith getting it done there, mate, and followed closely by Ryan Stunnell. So great racing there from our tunnel boat guys. And the next and last race on the card, mate, is the Marge Watson final for 2020.
Yeah, I've just been informed that Brett Howard OAM Memorial will be run first thing tomorrow morning, Sunday morning, okay?
Going to be very exciting. I'm really looking forward to that. We haven't had a draw for that yet, so we'll let you know on that one. We'll probably let you know tomorrow morning.
Yeah, but right now, what we're going to do right now is these guys are coming in. We haven't had this opportunity all day. Chris Palmer is here. I'm going to take this headset off. I'm going to give it to him. You have a chat to him so these guys can find out what happened with Chris here this weekend. And by the time we get that done, we'll have this ready for the Marge Watson. We'll call that and we'll call it a day. What do you reckon?
I like the way you're operating, Michael.
Thanks, buddy. I'll hand this over to him now, and he'll be back with you shortly. Stick around.
All right, so we're going to get Chrissy Palmer all mic'd up here for you, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll get him on the microphone, and we're going to have a chat with him about what's happening down there at Outlaw Racing, and also what he thinks about this final as we run through. So we've just got you all organised. We've got microphones everywhere, mate. Here we've got live streaming, we've got PA systems, it's all going on, so confuses me. Good afternoon, Mr. Palmer. How are you, mate? Obviously not the weekend that you wanted to have.
New Zealand, Queensland, Tassie, Victoria. I had, all my family came over as well, so it's very disappointing.
Yeah, just tell us what happened, mate. Obviously, a practice run yesterday through a rod. Do you know why? What's the story?
No, I'm not 100% sure, but that motor's gone now. We're not even going to attempt to do anything with that, so it's time to get a new combo. That's a 525 Cuba. It ran well last week, and for some reason it's thrown a rod, and we don't know why. And so what we're going to do is we'll go back to the 510s and put all new stuff. Get all new stuff.
Yeah, so a little bit of going back to what you know, type of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of deal.
Yeah, that's it. We did try to run around trying to get another engine to put it in there, but because we're a little bit hard on the gear, I'm sure, I'm not sure how long that would last.
Well, mate, it's a real shame. You know, we love seeing you here, and you know, your commitment, your effort can't be questioned ever, mate. So we do love having you here, and we're glad you're sticking around, having a good time. Hopefully, you can enjoy the racing today. Let's have a look at this final, mate. I'll run the people through the final because nobody's been told yet. We've just had it handed to us, so I'll quickly run through. Out of pole 1, it's going to be Tate Ramsey in Reckless. Out of 2, Brett Shepherd in Unleashed. Out of 3 will be Wild Child, Darren Robinson. Out of 4, Mark Gauchi in Immortal. Destiny's out of 5 with Blake Ramsey. And Craig Storner in Avago out of 6. Your thoughts, please, Chris. Yes.
So that's even though that turning up might have made it, you know, like he's not in there.
Yeah, no, he's not, mate, and I think he had an issue at the end of his last race. There's a bit of blue smoke coming out of that as well. So Tate Ramsey, can they get him from the outside? I mean, that's got to be the spot you want to be, doesn't it? Pole position.
Yeah, like you always want to be pole because then it shows that you're the top dog. But I would say that's where I like pole, but pole 2's not bad. Pole 2's not bad, and Shepherd's got the pace, so Wild Child's on the outside of him, so that's not going to annoy him.
Can you dictate a little bit if you're in pole 2 or 3 as to how tight you can hold the other guys, obviously leaving them enough racing room most of the time?
I can't divulge that. That's against the rules.
No, mate, there's no rules up here in the commentary box. We can do what we like.
Yeah, no. So, you know, you choose your lane, and now the sun's sort of like not in the way now, so you don't have to judge the bridge.
Oh, mate, don't say that. Last time I said that, it came back out and the sun glare was horrific, so, yeah.
No dolphins either. I can't see any.
No, I can't see any either, mate. So, all right, well, finally, before you go, I need your tip, please. Yep. And don't tell me to be good to my mother.
Number 2 vote in the country, Unleashed. He'll take that.
There you go, folks. Mr. Chris Palmer, Outlaw Racing. Thanks for coming up and having a chat, brother.
Don't forget talk about tomorrow about the bad race running in January.
We'll talk about that. You come up and we'll have a chat about that tomorrow with all the fans here. Thanks heaps, mate. Sorry the weekend didn't go the way it was meant to go. But Chris Palmer, ladies and gentlemen, look out for him. He might be drinking tonight, so it could be dangerous. Good on you, mate. Well done.
Check 1, 2, double check.
Yeah, folks, well, we will run through our pole positions for the Marge Watson final. And it is an absolute cracker of a final. Michael, this is going to be incredible. So excited to see this one run.
Absolutely. Let's have a quick look at this from 1 here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. From lane 1, Reckless, Tate Ramsey. Okay, from 2, it'll be Unleashed with Brett Shepherd. From 3, Wild Child with Darren Robinson. From 4, Immortal with Mark Gauchi. From 5, Destiny with Blake Ramsey. And from 6, Avago with Craig Storner. They are the guys that have made the Marge Watson 2023 final. It's going to be a cracker coming out here, Bishop.
Now, if any of these boats can't make the final, mate, the reserve is Craig Lewis in Image.
Image, okay. All right, so we've got the reserve there. In fact, also, in case someone doesn't make it. And I'll tell you what, right now, the sun is quite strong down there. And, of course, the shimmer on the water is all about to happen. And the tide is right up here, so there's no problem with that. Thank you to the guys in the general lead out here this weekend. The starter guys out there, of course, Darrell Eads and young Todd Eads. Well done, you boys, for Saturday. Got the helmets on. They can't hear us, but we can see them. Bright red. You can't miss out the hot pink, so to speak. But we're not far away at all, are we?
No, not far now, as boats are just being loaded into the water for this, the Marge Watson final for 2023. Brought to you by Simmons Clark Transport, and this is going to be absolutely exciting. Disappointing, mate, not to see Dave Clark getting into the final, but unfortunately for him, just wasn't quick enough.
Well, that's how the cookie rolls and how it crumbles at the same time out here. And who knows tomorrow for the Darwin Gold Cup. Another day, a different day out here at the same time once again, Davo. So we'll find out and see with that. But, hey, this is the listing that we got. And this will be the running of the 2023 Marge, no matter what, with the reserve just in case.
Yeah, absolutely. That sun glare. See, I told Palmer not to mention the sun glare in the clouds. He mentioned it, and look what happens. The sun comes back out.
Yeah, he spooked it. Oh, big Chris Palmer. And, yeah, you can tell very, very disappointing on behalf of Chris here this weekend. And he was up for a big one. Had all the friends over, interstate, overseas, family, as he said, and obviously to put a show on, and it wasn't to be. But he'll be back and be back as usual. One of the toughest guys around.
Oh, absolutely, mate. Yeah, no, he's a very good operator and very passionate about their boat racing. And TU1, Tasmania Unlimited #1. He is #1 man in Tasmania. So he's also been #1 all over Australia too. So don't worry about that. Boats being loaded in, and I tell you what, the nerves will be high. How fantastic to see the two brothers out there in the Ramsey brothers. Tate on pole, Blake out of 5. So, you know, they're well spread apart from each other. Have a go, Craig Storner. As we spoke about pole positions, you know, can he run a wide line? Can he maintain a bit of momentum through the corners? Can he then drop in once the field spreads out a little bit? This is all going to play out in just a couple of moments here at the Adelaide Speedboat Club.
Spot on there, Bishop. And, folks, we're not going to be far away now. We're waiting, of course, for the tractor drivers and so forth to get the competitors out onto the water. And as soon as they're out there, we'll be running the final race for the day here for Saturday, the Marge Watson Cup.
Big shout out, mate, to our rescue crews and our divers. You can see them still working hard, picking up debris out of the water. Of course, this particular course being tidal, it's a constant battle to try and keep the course clean. Obviously, with the tide coming in, the tide going out, it washes stuff up, it washes stuff back in. So there's always a clean-up job to do, and these guys doing an amazing job. So big shout out to the boys out there, the divers and our rescue crews, just trying to keep the track as clean as they possibly can for these 150-mile-an-hour rocket ships.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys, out there. And you heard it from Bisho, and we ask again, and also, of course, the Don P. Farrell guys, well done on your behalf also. All right, let's leave it at that for now until the boats get out in the water, and then we'll give it to them one last time.
Calm before the storm, Michael.
Absolutely, and it's going to happen very shortly.
as the calm comes across the Adelaide Speedboat Club 2023. Darren Robinson, Blake Ramsey, Craig Storner, Brett Shepherd, Tate Ramsey and Darren Robinson take to the water for the 2023 Marjorie Watson final. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what all the blown displacement boats around Australia have gathered here in Adelaide for. The ultimate prize in blown boat racing. The Marge Watson of 2023. You win this, you go into the record books and you're an instant blown boat racing legend.
There it is, the words exactly right from Bisho. You go into the records and into history. Of course, if you win the Marge Watson here this afternoon, and we've got the starters, as you just mentioned earlier on, quickly going through them again. From 1 will be Reckless, Tate Ramsey. From 2, Unleashed, Brett Shepherd. From 3, Wild Child with Darren Robinson. From 4, Immortal, Mark Gauchi. From 5, Destiny with Blake Ramsey. From 6, Avigo with Craig Storner. They are the runners and the starters, the top 6, of course, for the 2023 Marge Watson here this afternoon. Last race of the afternoon also out here, Bisho. What a day it's been and what a great event is coming up right now.
Mate, it's so exciting now. These drivers, the crews, once they push those boats out and the boats fire, there's nothing left the crew can do. They have to send them out there. They're up in the milling area. The crews will be chatting to the drivers at the moment, but they'll just be hoping and praying that these complex animals that are supercharged alcohol engines hold themselves together for 4 laps of the Marjorie Watson.
There it is, 4 laps coming up, ladies and gentlemen, for the Marge Watson coming here this afternoon. And the conditions on the water are very, very favourable as I speak. Things are looking super sharp. At the same time, the General Lee, the starter boat, is out there on the inland end, milling, getting these guys organised. He's pulled up and looking at them, and they're now starting to come our way. Take it away, Bish.
Quick correction, Michael, 3 laps this one.
3 laps. Take that back, not 4, but 3 laps.
The final was 4, but it's 3. So here we go. You haven't got much time to get it wrong or get it right in this one, folks.
You're not wrong about that, but let's have a look. Rightio.
The Marge Watson for 2023 as the General Lee start boat brings the field down into the starting area. Reckless, Unleashed, Wild Child, Immortal, Destiny and Avigo, the fastest supercharged and turbocharged alcohol boats in Australia. Here we go, white flag flying high. Go, Zacol! We're racing in the Marge Watson. Down into the first turn, you can tell Blanket. Have a look at this final. The field is absolutely tight together.
Absolutely. Everyone, this, ladies and gentlemen, they are charging hard. The noises come on the air. The big top of the speed down the front main straight.
Brett Shepherd down the outside of the Unleashed. We've got Tate Ramsey on the inside. This is absolutely on. The Wild Child's been bumped out the back door a little bit now as Destiny tries to go away. Have a look at the pace on Shepherd down the back chute.
Oh yeah, Brett Shepherd, he hooked up early. He got the prop and the power in the water. He shoots down the bridgeland end, still leading the way around the power.
Oh! A big bite, a big a hook there, I suppose you'd say, for Tate, but it's played to his favour.
Yeah.
And hard on the inside. Oh, Shepherd.
Man, these guys, they're throwing everything at it. Have a look at these guys at the moment. Shepherd, Ramsey, up in the air again, second time round.
Shepherd just can't get the boat to settle. He can't get the Unleashed to settle. That leaves the door open for Tate Ramsey now as he comes up into the top turn and he's about to accept the yellow flag and maybe he can make history here.
Absolutely, Tate Ramsey, ladies and gentlemen. Shepherd throwing everything at it, but man, Tate Ramsey, the boat is smooth, the last pin on the inland end.
Tate Ramsey, he's on the cusp now. He needs to get the power down nicely out of the back turn here. He's got Shepherd has gone up the inside of him. Shepherd needs to get the power down. This is not over yet.
Absolutely. Have a look at this. Tate Ramsey, ladies and gentlemen. Shepherd is giving everything he's got. We go back towards these guys. The last time they turned down the bridgeland end. Here is the checkered flag. Here's the goal of Tate Ramsey.
2023, Marjorie Watson.
Wow, what a way to go.
Third place. It's a drag race to the line. Darren Robinson for third. Mark Gauci into fourth.
Well, child of Mount Gauci, as you said in Northall, yeah.
Blake Ramsey comes through into fifth place and into sixth place. Craig Storner. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Tate Ramsey in Reckless, the winner of the 2023 Marjorie Watson.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a race for the Marge Watson here this afternoon. That was well waited for, I can guarantee you that. And listen what, don't go away. Let's have a look because Ramsey will be coming in towards the shoreline. I'm pretty sure the guys downstairs give him the checkered flag and you can give him a well-deserved cheer. Absolutely. I tell you what, Bisho, what a race. The 2023 Marge Watson was a boomer.
Oh, I tell you what, Brett Shepherd, he couldn't get the power down. He was all over the shop.
Yeah.
He was starting to get desperate. And Ramsey just kept his head. He ran on pin to pin.
Yeah.
He won the race in this bottom corner where he really hooked the boat up. I thought he'd spun it out, but he just drove it in that hard.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, as he comes past, wave your hats and programs. Show him your appreciation. Tate Ramsey, the Reckless Machine, winner of the 2023 Marjorie Watson for blown alcohol displacements, takes the win here.
There it is. Come on, Adelaide. Put your hands together. The Ramsey boys and Tate is the winner of the 2023 Marge Watson as he comes your way. Absolutely. Make some more noise, Adelaide. Make some beautiful noise. Come on. What a way to take it out here this evening. Well done, Tate Ramsey. Reckless, you are the 2023 Marge Watson winner. Bisho, well done. Great race.
Oh, fantastic race. I'll tell you what, there was plenty going on out there, mate. Even at the back of the field, we were so concentrating on the first two runners.
Oh, yeah.
There was plenty going on behind them. Darren Robinson, what a hard charge. A desperate charge to the line for third place is unbelievable. Just fantastic blown by racing.
You're not wrong about that, and not very often you get the opportunity to see that quality out here at Adelaide, and well done. Tate, you be over the moon, man. Your name goes into the history books. Think of it that way. That's out of control stuff.
Oh, incredible. You go down into history. You are now a legend of blown by racing in this country and around the world, and that was a fantastic and a well-deserved. He qualified fastest. He had the advantage of pole, but that was only because he was the fastest in his heat. He put it on pole. He did everything right. Yep. He had a hard challenge from a very fast Brett Shepherd, and he stoved off the competition, and that was an incredible drive. Hats off to you. Tate Ramsey, ladies and gentlemen, winner of the 2023 Marge Watson.
Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm telling you now, that was the last race of today. Tomorrow morning, gates open. Hang on. Here we go. Look, it's coming back. Absolutely. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Tate Ramsey with a checkered flag coming out right now. He's the guy. Come on, cheer him on. Well deserved, Tate. Well deserved. All the way, mate. All the way. What a way to do it out here this afternoon. That is the way to take a race. And love the guy, love the boat. And, mate, he's a champion.
Mate, we love the team, the Ramsey team. It's hard not to be emotional when you know these guys. You know, they're fantastic operators.
Yep.
Great guys. Tate has just been pushing. He hasn't had the best season. He's had a lot of bad luck. To do this is just phenomenal. Show him what you're made of, Tato.
He's got trouble hanging on to that second flag. I can tell you now, he's put on a bit of speed for the guys and girls as he turns the boat. What a great showman at the same time out here. You got to hand it to the guy. I reckon the engine might even shut down right about there. What do you reckon there, Bisho?
I reckon there'll be a party in the Ramsey camp tonight, and I'm going to get down and see Tate. But
yeah, absolutely.
Mate, that wraps up racing for today. Michael, it has been an absolute honour and a pleasure.
Real pleasure,
you,
mate.
You're an absolute superstar. I'm
Same to
looking
you,
forward to doing the same thing again tomorrow.
Absolutely.
We've still got the Darwin to come.
Yep.
We've got plenty of great stuff. We got the
Brett Howard. Yeah, we got the Trojan, I believe, still, and a full support program for tomorrow. Folks, whatever you're doing, spread the word. Come out tomorrow. Support the club out here. Once again, I'm talking about the Adelaide Speedboat Club, of course, the Winter Speedboat Spectacular. We're going to sign off from here. Always remember, on the way home, please be safe, And the old motto that I've always told you, if you drink and drive, you're a bloody idiot. Remember that one.
100%, Michael. And a massive thank you to all of our helpers, all of our officials, everybody that made this happen. GP Hydro live streaming. The people that are watching at home, mate, we hope that they've enjoyed the racing today.
Absolutely.
Thank you for all the wonderful comments that you've sent through. We love it. We love getting the positive feedback. To Scotty, Paulie, of course, my crazy cameraman, Neil Cullis, does a fantastic job. Great job, everybody. We'll hope to see you tomorrow.
God bless and bye for now. Thank you.